that portfolio insures you against problems with any one of them.
I like the idea of portfolio descendants. And we'll talk about portfolios with your idea you briefly mentioned. We'll return there on EM, the AEM, work, love, and life, and live while rule the earth. EM, by the way, is emulating mind. So this, one of the
M is short for emulation.
M is short for emulation, and it's kind of an idea of how we might create artificial minds, artificial copies of minds, or human-like intelligences.
I have another dramatic prediction I can make about long-term principles.
Yes.
Which is, at the moment, we reproduce as the result of a hodgepodge of preferences that aren't very well integrated, but sort of in our ancestral environment induced us to reproduce. So we have preferences over being, sleepy and hungry and thirsty and wanting to have sex and wanting to, be excitement, etc. Right? And so in our ancestral environment, the packages of preferences that we evolved to have did induce us to have more descendants. That's why we're here. But those packages of preferences are not a robust way to promote having more descendants. They were tied to our ancestral environment, which is no longer true. So that's one of the reasons we are now having a big fertility decline, because in our current environment, our ancestral preferences are not inducing us to have a lot of kids, which is, from evolution's point of view, a big mistake. We can predict that in the longer run, there will arise creatures who just abstractly know that what they want is more descendants. That's a very robust way to have more descendants, is to have that as your direct preference.
First of all, your thinking is so clear. I love it. So mathematical. Thank you for speaking so clear with me and bearing my interruptions and going on the tangents when we go there. So you're just clearly saying that successful long-term civilizations will prefer to have descendants, more descendants.
Not just prefer, consciously and abstractly prefer. That is, it won't be the indirect consequence of other preferences. It will just be the thing they know they want.
There'll be a president in the future that says, we must have more sex.
We must have more descendants. Do whatever it takes to do that.
Whatever. We must go to the moon and do the other thing.
Right.
Not because they're hard, but instead of the moon, let's have lots of sex. Okay. But there's a lot of ways to have descendants, right?
Right. So that's the whole point. When the world gets more complicated and there are many possible strategies, it's having that as your abstract preference that will force you to think through those possibilities and pick the one that's most effective.
So just to clarify, descendants doesn't necessarily mean the narrow definition of descendants, meaning humans having sex and having babies.
Exactly.
You can have artificial intelligence systems that in whom humans still some capability of cognition and perhaps even consciousness. You can also create the genetics and biology clones of yourself, slightly modified clones, thousands of them, right? So all kinds of descendants. It could be descendants in the space of ideas too, because somehow we no longer exist in this meat vehicle. It's now just like whatever the definition of a life form is, you have descendants of those life forms.
Yes, and they will have to be thoughtful about that. They will have thought about what counts as a descendant, and that will be important to them to have the right kind.
So the they there is very interesting.
Right. They are. The key thing is we're making predictions that I think are somewhat robust about what our distant descendants will be like. Another thing I think we would automatically accept is they will almost entirely be artificial. And I think that would be the obvious prediction of any alien food would meet. That is, they would long since have given up, reproducing biologically.
Well, it's like organic or something. It's all
real. It might be squishy and made out of hydrocarbons, but it would be artificial in the sense of made in factories with designs on CAD things, right? Factories with scale economies. So the factories we have made on Earth today have much larger scale economies than the factories in our cells. So the factories in our cells they're marvels, but they don't achieve very many scale economies. They're tiny little factories.
But they're all factories.
Yes,
factories on top of factories. So everything. The factories
that are designed is different than sort of the factories that have evolved.
I think the nature of the word design is very interesting to uncover there. But in terms of aliens, let me analyze your Twitter like it's Shakespeare. Okay, there's a tweet that says, "Define hello in quotes alien civilizations as one that might, the next million years, identify humans as intelligent and civilized, travel to Earth, and say hello by making their presence and advanced abilities known to us. The next 15 polls, this is a Twitter thread, the next 15 polls ask about such hello aliens. And what these polls ask is your Twitter followers, what they think those aliens would be like, certain particular qualities. So, poll number one is what percent of hello aliens evolved from biological species with two main genders? And the popular vote is above 80%. So most of them have two genders. What do you think about that? I'll ask you about some of these because it's so interesting. It's such an interesting question.
It is a fun set of questions.
Yes, it's a fun set of questions. So the genders as we look through evolutionary history. What's the usefulness of that as opposed to having just one or like millions?
So there's a question in evolution of life on Earth. There are very few species that have more than two genders. There are some, but they aren't very many. But there's an enormous number of species that do have two genders, much more than one. And so there's a literature on why did multiple genders evolve, and then sort of what's the point of having males and females versus hermaphrodites. So most plants are hermaphrodites. That is, they would mate male female, but each plant can be either role. And then most animals have chosen to split into males and females, and then they're differentiating the two genders. And there's an interesting set of questions about why that happens.
Because you can do selection. You basically have like one gender competes for the affection of other in their sexual partnership that creates the offspring. So there's sexual selection. It's nice to have to a party. It's nice to have dance partners, and then they each one get to choose based on certain characteristics, and that's an efficient mechanism for adapting to the environment, being successfully adapted to the environment.
It does look like there's an advantage if you have males take higher variance. And so there can be stronger selection among males in terms of weeding out genetic mutations because the males have a higher variance in their mating success.
Sure. Okay. Question number 2. What percent of hello aliens evolved from land animals as opposed to plants or ocean/air organisms? By the way, I did recently see that there's only 10% of species on Earth are in the ocean. So there's a lot more variety on land. There is. It's interesting. So why is that? I can't even intuit exactly why that would be. Maybe survival on land is harder, and so you get a lot.
The story that I understand is it's about small niches. So speciation can be promoted by having multiple different species. So in the ocean, species are larger. That is, there are more creatures in each species because the ocean environments don't vary as much. So if you're good in one place, you're good in many other places. But on land, especially rivers contain an enormous percentage of the kinds of species on land. You see, because they vary so much from place to place, and so a species can be good in one place, and then other species can't really compete because they came from different places where things are different. So it's a remarkable fact, actually, that speciation promotes evolution in the long run.
Zoot, you ready, big dog?
On land, because there have been more species on land, because each species is smaller. And that's actually a warning about something called rot that I've thought a lot about, which is one of the problems with the world government, which is large systems of software today consistently rot and decay with time and have to be plausibly also
there he is.
A problem for other large systems, including
I'm here. I need like 3 minutes. I just got to reset some computers, and then I'm ready for you, okay?
Large species actually don't evolve as effectively as small ones.
He's here. He just typed to me. He'll be back.
Actually, that's different from ordinary sort of evolution in economies on Earth in the last few centuries. On Earth, the more technical evolution and economic growth happens in larger integrated cities and nations. But in biology, it's the other way around. More evolution happens in the fragmented species.
Yeah, it's such a nuanced discussion because you can also push back in terms of nations and at least companies. It's like large companies seem to evolve less effectively. There is something that, they have more resources, more, they don't even have better resilience. And when you look at the scale of decades, centuries. It seems like a lot of large companies die.
But still, large economies do better. Like large cities grow better than small cities. Like large integrated economies like the United States and the European Union do better than small fragmented ones. So
Yeah, sure. That's a very long discussion because the most people, and obviously both on Twitter, represent the absolute objective truth of things. So most of them.
an interesting question about oceans is that, okay, remember I told you about how most planets would last for trillions of years and then be related, right? So people have tried to explain why life appeared on Earth by saying, oh, all those planets are going to be unqualified for life because of various problems. That is, they're around smaller stars, which last longer, and smaller stars have some things like more solar flares, like tidal locking. But almost all of these problems, these longer-lived planets, aren't problems for ocean world. And a large fraction of planets out there are ocean. So if life can appear on an ocean world, then that pretty much ensures that these planets that last a very long time could have advanced life because there's a huge fraction of ocean world.
So that's actually an open question. So when you say, when you say life appear, you're kind of saying life and intelligent life. So that's an open question. Is land, and that's I suppose the question behind the Twitter poll, which is a grabby alien civilization that comes to say hello. What's the chance that they first began their early steps, the difficult steps they took on land? What do you think? Most 80%. Most people on Twitter think it's very like that.
Right. And I think people are discounting ocean worlds too much, but as I think people tend to assume that whatever we did must be the only way it's possible, and I think people aren't getting enough credit for other possible paths.
But dolphins, Waterworld, by the way, people criticize that movie. I love that movie. Kevin Costner can do me no wrong. Okay, next question. What percent of hello aliens once had a nuclear war with greater than 10 nukes fired in anger? So not in incompetence and as an accident. Intentional firing of nukes. And less than 20% was the most popular vote.
So this seems wrong to me.
So I wonder what most people think. Once you get nukes, we're not going to fire them. They believe
Almost done,
in the
Zeus.
power
I
of
think they're
behavior.
assuming that if you had a nuclear war, then that would just end civilization for good. I think that's their thinking.
That's the main thing.
Right, and I think that's just wrong. I think you could rise again after a nuclear war. It might take 10,000 years or 100,000 years, but you could rise again.
So what do you think about mutually assured destruction as a force to prevent people from firing nuclear weapons? That's a question that I knew to a terrifying degree has been raised now and it's going on.
Well, I mean, clearly it has had an effect. The question is just how strong, an effect for how long. I mean, clearly we have not gone to wild nuclear war, and clearly the devastation that you would get if you initiated nuclear war is part of the reasons people have been elected to start a war. The question is just how reliably will that ensure the absence of a war?
Yeah, the night is still young. Exactly. It's just been 70 years, whatever it's been. But what do you think? Do you think we'll see nuclear war in this century?
I don't know, in the century, but it's the sort of thing that's likely to happen.
It's a very loose statement. Okay, I understand. Now this is where we got in your mathematical model and asked a human question. Do you think this particular
we've been lucky that it hasn't happened so far.
But what is the nature of nuclear war? Let's think about this. There's dictators, there's democracies, miscommunication. How do wars start? World War I, World War II.
So the biggest data here is that we've had an enormous decline in major war over the last century. So that has to be taken into account now. So the problem is that war is a process that is a very long tail. That is, there are rare, very large wars. So the average war is much worse than the median war because of this long tail. And that makes it hard to identify trends over time. So the median war has clearly gone way down in the last century, the median rate of war. But it could be that because the tail has gotten thicker, and in fact the average war is just as bad, but most wars are going to be big wars. So that's the thing we're not so sure about.
There's no strong data on wars.
I'm almost done. Just one moment.
Because of the destructive nature of weapons, kill hundreds of millions of people. There's no data.
Correct.
So we can start attributing.
But we can see the power law. We power law fit to the rate of wars, and it's a power law with a chaos. So it's one of those things that you should expect most of the damage to be the few biggest ones. So that's also the truth. It's not a few other things. For pandemics, most of the damage is the few biggest ones. So the median pandemics of ours less than the average that you expect in the future.
But that fitting of data very questionable because what everything you said is correct. The question is like, what can we infer about the future of civilization directly pandemics or nuclear war from studying the history of the 20th century? So like you can't just fit it to data, the rate of war is destructive nature. Like that's not how nuclear war will happen. Nuclear war happens with two assholes or idiots that have access to a button.
Small wars happen that way too.
No, I understand that, but it's very important. Wars aside, it's very important to understand the dynamics, the human dynamics, the geopolitics of the way nuclear war happens, in order to predict how we can minimize the chance of.
But it is a common and useful election strategy to take something that could be really big for, but is often very small, and fit the distribution of the data small things, which you have a lot of them, and then ask, do I believe the big things are really that different? I see. So sometimes it's reasonable to say, like, think of tornadoes, pandemics, or something.
Almost done. Just need one more minute.
Might not be that different, but that's a hypothesis.
It might not be. The fact that mutual assured destruction seems to work to some degree shows you that to some degree it's different than the small wars. So it's a really important question to understand: is are humans capable? One human, like how many humans on Earth? If I give them a button now, say you pressing this button will kill everyone on Earth. Everyone, right? How many humans will press that button? I want to know those numbers, like day to day, minute to minute. But how many people have that much irresponsibility, evil, incompetence, ignorance, whatever word you want to decide? There's a lot of dynamics in psychology that leads you to press that button. But how many? My intuition, the number, the more destructive that pressing the button, the fewer humans you find. That number gets very close to zero very quickly, especially people have access to such a button. But that's perhaps a hope than a reality. And unfortunately, we don't have good data on this, which is like how destructive humans want to be.
So I think part of this just has to ask what your time scales you're looking at, right? So if you look at the history of war, we've had a lot of wars pretty consistently over many centuries. So if you ask, will we have a nuclear war in the next 50 years? I might say, well, probably not. If I say 500 or 5,000 years, like if the same sort of risks are underlying and they just continue, then you have to add that up over time. The risk is getting a lot larger, the longer a time scale we're looking at.
But okay, let's generalize nuclear war, because what I was more referring to is something that kills more than 20% of humans on Earth and injures.
All righty. Zoot, thank you for your patience. Living the dream. You ready? Okie doke. How was your day? All right. No, I haven't yet. I'm gonna message Riser. Yeah. Are you sure? It's only like 10 o'clock here. 10:42, so. All right. I'm gonna beat you 5 times straight You may or may not get a win in, but I'm gonna just dominate you. Yep. Because I'm amazing. Well, I just know I am. Did you get my invitation? Take all the time you need. You were very patient for me, and I appreciate it. That's what I want to hear. Keep me on my toes. I like that shot. Dude. No fucking way. Water. No water. I gave you a fucking point there. Fuck. It's a great question. I'm not sure. Oh. What'd you think of that shot? Rank it for me, Zoot. It's pretty good. Now, if I just don't need to fuck this up. You could make it. You actually, I think, have a chance. Oh, what a amazing shot. That was a 9 out of 10 of a second shot. Rabbi takes the lead again. That's what I'm talking about. How about this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? I've never seen this go in the hole. I've never seen it go in the hole. How about that? Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Hit my ball. No. Hit my ball. Dude, you have a perfect shot. You're going to hit my ball. A hole in one. We've never seen that on this hole. Or I've never seen it. Yeah, big dog. Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with you. Get there. Oh, it's just short. I think it would have been exactly. Look at this. You're helping me again. Big time help. Look at this. Look at this help. Look at the advantage of going first. I'm in agreement. I could have, but that's okay. I'll take a 3 on this hole. Or a 2. A 3. I don't think I've ever played a better round. Maybe. I mean, okay, this is not my hole though. No way, the reverse. Not what you wanted to do, big dog. I'm in agreement with you. It was close. Boy, I was going to be tough to beat this set of holes. Perfect game. That's one in a row. No. Oh, was that a good shot? Get there. No. Hit my ball. Yep. Oh, dude, did you fuck me? What a great shot on your part. Get in the hole. And I did. I like this hole, and you do not. Not when I do. Not when I do that. I think you're right. Oh, and here's your chance at it again. Get in the water. Oh, wow. Stream like it's going out of style. How about you? Stream. How about you? Treat it like a. No. Just keep doing what I'm doing. That is special. I know. I've been streaming for most of it. I know. That's why I'm streaming for the decade. Oh yeah, definitely. I want to do it the rest of my life. Short. I needed that. That get, Go ahead. I don't really care about fame. I care about what this much data can do for society. I think it can make us better people. We can learn about the human body, learn about behaviors, emotions, all of that kind of stuff. I feel is very important. And we don't have like a huge data set currently. The best we have of somebody over a long period of time tracking their life is through like, um, are you serious? Is like through journaling or diaries from like other decades or other centuries. And the best we have of one person being on camera this long, there are people who have been on camera perhaps this long, but their data isn't easily shareable. So what do I mean? There are people who have like closed circuit television uh, devices or like security cameras that have been on for like decades. But that information is stored on hard drives that aren't available to the common person. The thing that makes my stream special is that you can be 80 years old or 18 years old, get on YouTube and watch me from last year, the year before that, the year before that. You just, the accessibility is unlike we've ever seen before. And that's what really makes it special. I don't like this whole, where is it, Zoot? Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because in the future there will be ways to enhance video so that you can hear all of the different tracks. Um, so you have to think that technology is going to improve to be able to get that information. But um, oh yeah, especially when it comes to zooming and removing layers of clothing and augmented reality and knowing different. Yeah, you could I mean, this is just what I know. You could zoom in extreme detail in the future, especially with AI, and AI will be able to perhaps reproduce any kind of quality issues to the point where they would be indiscernible to the human eye. And so, for instance, let's take a famous scene from Star Wars. Okay, do you know where um, they're flying over the Death Star? Okay, so under normal conditions, that goes very, very quickly and you can't see too much super good detail. But in the future, oh, great shot. What you'd be able to do, this is a long shot. I need this angle to be right. Um, in the future, what you'd be able to do is, especially with AI, zoom in on all of that. You could perhaps change the location. Probably the easiest way, Zoot, is you just give that video to AI and it will build an entire AI world that is indiscernible from what it would have been when George Lucas made it. So you could change the angles. You could like normally when it's flying from behind or the camera's behind, you could make it look like it was coming from forward. You like in a video game when you pause it and you can move the camera around like an instant replay and like do 360s around the subject. You'll be able to do that. Now in my case, people complain, one of the biggest complaints that I get and I'm fine with this complaint, are people saying, what are your cameras at, 720p or 480p? That doesn't really matter to me, because what's important to me is just that it's capturing the video. In the future, we will be able to enhance all of the video so that it's all 8K. And what is that going to do? Oh, that's a great shot. The human eye cannot discern between 8K and 16K. It's just at a certain point, it maxes out what a human eye can discern. And so it's not going to matter whether it's 32K or 64K. Human eyes still can only see about 8K. And that means, at least for me, that all of my footage will just need the enhancement of being 8K. So 8K? Yeah, I mean, on some things. Nice job. You take the lead. Uh-oh. They don't make like movies in 8K yet, but they make, I've seen like I think photographs in 8K. So what do I mean? Like they're just like, I mean, I can look it up after this game or at another point, but basically we're very close to maxing out what an eye can discern. Now, in terms of sound, there's an argument to be made. Wow, that took out so much shit. There's an argument to be made. Well, I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Zoot, you're going to take a huge lead here. Because it's basically impossible. Unless you hit the windmill. You hit the windmill. I don't know if I can. Yeah, you're up 2 games, 2 holes to 0. Oh wait. You went first though. Oh, okay. No, you're not. It's 2-1. I'm used to going first. I'm ready for it. So for instance, like I listen to the radio 24/7. So I listen to the radio like 24/7 because I want there always to be news in the background so that people could literally go to any day on this stream and know what was going on in world events. But that's not always clear on every single stream. Yep. But in the future, we'll be able to change the tracks. Wow, that was a good shot. You basically gave me no. Oh, no. In the future, we'll be able to change the tracks so that, or like, how would I say? Like, separate the tracks so that absolutely everything is listenable. Get there. Get there. Get there. And so you'll be able to just listen to the radio or just listen to the voices of the people who are talking on the stream. Or you'll be able to change it so that you can just hear perhaps like the sound of my computers. Or you'll be able to just hear like a music in the background. Or when I watch a television show, you'll be able to focus it just so that you'll be able to hear the television or the show that I'm watching. Basically, and I really mean this, given enough time, you'll be able to hear what my neighbors are doing. You'll be able to hear what my roommates are doing. You'll be able to hear like super, super sound. I don't know how else to describe it, but like not just like, oh, what's going on in this room, but what's going on across the street. Because you have to think with enough time, microphones are always picking things up. If given enough time, I really mean this, you'd be able to hear what's going on the other side of the world with just one microphone. Now, if you're like, well, that doesn't seem very realistic. Okay, it's the year 2024 right now. Great shot, dude. But in the year 924 or 9024, it's going to be a lot different. You have to think that we will have given humanity will have advanced to the point where if we just focus our attention on, hey, we want to be able to hear what's going on with any microphone ever on the other side of the world, we may be able to. Oh, that was a big miss and very important for my win. I needed that to tie. Oh, it all comes to this. That that's terrible, dude. Well, not that, but it hurts me for my second shot. All right, this is a big shot. Not necessarily, not with mind uploading technology, my G. Why not? Yeah. People might people might be able to read your thoughts just by hearing your voice here. Yep. Yep. Oh, no, in the future. Just by reading your brain waves, basically how you speak. You're giving off waves. Oh, you just lost. 3 games in a row, dog. I called it. Yeah, I mean, there are other ways of technology to get around that, or not get around that, but to utilize that type of, oh, stop. Um, thinking, well, there are um, statutes of limitations, so perhaps it'll be pretty far in the future. You need to make this shot. Too low. Too low. Yo, dog. What did you just say? Yeah, there isn't statute of limitations, at least in the United States, on murder. Hit my ball. Too much pink, dog. Yeah, so there are ways to do that. Like currently, like people don't realize. Nice shot. People don't realize, but your Wi-Fi router is basically transmitting a live video feed to your ISP. It can tell where you are in your house. It can tell what word you're using. And so wherever there's been a Wi-Fi router turned on anywhere in the world, it's sending off waves. And those waves can perhaps be utilized by people in the future to know what events are happening currently. Additionally, there's technology there out there, or at least the possibility of technology that can perhaps allow us to be able to reconstruct events in quite a few different ways. So, what do I mean? There's a type of technology perhaps known as faster than light communication, which means that people may be able to that's a good shot. Use a device. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. So people might be able to use a device to quit with your bullshit typing, dude. Dude, I'm fucked on this hole. All right, so basically imagine a device that can capture information faster than the speed of light. Well, it could basically go out into space, just like a telescope or something, and faster than light is actually transmitted here on Earth, be able to um, be able to review all of that information and give us a perfect understanding of what happened on a daily basis here on Earth, going back even before electronics were invented, to the point where, like, the very primordial ooze that started the world took place, which is almost like a type of time traveling. It's a device known as um, a looking glass, and while it's somewhat seen as science fiction, it could be science fact in the future. This is a big shot for you, big dog. Well, there are arguments to be made that they already exist here on Earth, that we were given them by alien civilizations. Yeah, well, it still keeps my winning streak at 4. Very good job, though. All right. Okay. Was it good? Okay. Well, is this Squid Games? No way. You fucked me. It's hard? What does that mean? Is that a real thing or you just made it up? I don't like this one. I don't know. You could have just like challenged yourself. You love Squid Games. Oh fuck, dude. I knew that was going to be too hard. Just like you. What's number one? Oh, okay. Do you like Stranger Things? It gets kind of weird in the later seasons. All right. That that is not what you wanted. Fuck. Oh yeah, baby. I played I played Uno with a girl last night and she come on. We played like there's a version of Uno in Discord and we played that. It's pretty fun. I actually like this one more. I like Ocho more. Dude, you fucked me, man. Narcos? Narcos? Yeah, I think it was a great show though. Yeah, that was really that was really big. All right, that's 5 wins. Now it's time for Ocho. I'm going to beat you 10 games. I'm first to 10. I'm in agreement with you. That's true. Yo, big dog. No. Come on. Yep. What? That's 1 win, 1-0. Yeah, but you'll get banned. Yeah, because they will. My name is persona non grata there, 1-1. I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I think it'd be great if you did that. No, it's not instant. They have to manually do it, but you'll. They'll just ban you very quickly. The best thing to do would perhaps be to create an alternate and then ask it. Oh yeah, definitely. Um, that I stream my life for world peace and to join my Discord and to follow me, and I put my Discord name in there. There are, but they'd be small. All the big ones know who I am. Oh, like a million times. Yep. I don't pay attention. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, he hasn't streamed in over a month there, so he needs to start streaming. His contract was up. Yeah. If you look on his, you sure it was the other day? Okay, if you look on his, um, maybe he deleted it. I'm not sure. If you look on his profile, it doesn't give a date on the last time he streamed because it's been so long. But he was supposed to have done that, Drake. So that could be. That's probably what it was. I think you're right. 3-1. Is it 3-1? Right. That's the only time I've ever done it. Wow, you really fucked me, dude. Three two. Right. I don't know what that blue card, that blue does. I'm in. I'm in agreement. I don't know if it's so much the Republican Party, but she just doesn't want him. He's only 18. They don't want him. She doesn't want him to get involved with all that stuff. She's seen what it's done to her husband, and she doesn't want that for her son. Wow, 3-3. That could be. Damn, 4-3. That's right. You wouldn't. I have shit cards. You don't know if that means I have really good cards or if I really do just have shit cards. Oh, fuck. It seems like it. I didn't get a chance to see what you had. No. Perhaps. Wow, you're smacking me. The other Uno that I played had the ability. It had one card in it that just switches your deck with my deck, and you could be really strategic in how you use it. So basically, I could just keep taking cards, a bunch of cards, keep taking cards. There he is. Yep. And then it would switch because I could see it. Dog, I've got like 30 devices. Right. How are you? I know. How are you, Riser? Uno? Oh, fuck. Not for long, though. He just fucked me. You still have a very good chance to win. No, I'm not. You have 2 cards. I have 9 cards. How'd you go from I don't have many colors to every color in 1 card? You have yellow. I can't believe I chose yellow. I don't have yellow. I made a mistake. Wow, this game is taking forever. What the fuck just happened? That's crazy. I've never seen that. Dude, this game is so long. This is our longest game. We've never had it where they reshuffled the deck. Oh, you fuck. Okay, Riser, you ready? Hey, by the way, Zoot said that you were asleep. I'm like, it was only like 10:45 when I sent it to you. I'm like, no, I think he's still going. Yo, big dog. Easily. We've never seen him have to reshuffle the deck. That's correct. Zoot, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just hit it a little bit on the arrows around his ball, and you'll have a good shot. I don't know what you're doing. There you go. No. Oh, that turned out to be really. I'm in agreement with you. That's what I thought he should have done is put it on the arrows. Rabbi is about to take a major, major lead here. Right off riser. I had a hole in one on a hole. I'll show you the hole. I don't know how to describe it, but um it was when we get to the hole, I'll tell you which one it is. It's too hard to describe it. Right? Riser got a difficult little shot there. Zoot is obsessed with Squid Game. Squid in Australia. Exactly. Oh, what a good shot. You ordered they have an adult toy? That you said it correctly. You mean get the cookie out of the McDonald's shake. No way. I thought I would. Fuck. 0 point. Oh no. Wait. Amazing shot. Oh fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that with whom I was playing. Fuck you, man. You're in a perfect spot. You can 2-putt to win. Go for the win, Zoot. Oh fuck. Do it. Dude. Get it. Are you fucking serious? Riser takes the lead. That's all you need. Oh. I don't think it's yes. What you want to do, big dog? Respawn. Stop. Wow, I fucked up. Zoot, get in here. Oh, Zoot fucked Riser. Maybe not. No, he didn't. That would have been great. Come on, Zoot. Zoot's way too hard. Zoot's go. Now, what are you going to do, Riser? What the fuck? Zoot, come on. What are you saying? Okay. Oh, are you fucking? One win for. We play it. We play 5 games a night, and I beat him usually 5-0 or 5-1. And it is not good to go first on this hole. Dude, I'm fucked. It's fucked as well. God. Oh, not even close. Easy win for Rise. Yo, big dog. Yeah. All right. Wow, Zoot. Nice shot. Tied for the lead. Wow, this is interesting. Oh, shoot. Yeah. And the chickens as a backboard. That sucks. Come on, Zoot. Yes, you did. Wow, Zoot has a difficult shot. What do you think of that shot, dude? Thank you. Zoot does not have what it takes. That was my best shot of this round. But it doesn't. Oh wow! Look at this. The hole right there. Stop. Yo, big dog. Start smoking, Riser. Oh my word. Oh, fucks me. That fucks me. I'm gonna be. Riser's gonna get a point. I'm gonna get no point. Doctors used to tell people. I did. Yeah. Get in the hole. No. Zoot, you take the worst angle at it. Come on and work, Zoot. All right, Zoot's got a chance to fuck over Riser. If Zoot makes this, he fucks over Riser. Make it. Make it. He just. I win all by myself. You went from being up to losing. I don't know if that's true. With all of us, perhaps. Zoot, where's the hole? Use your spidey senses. Zoot's turn. Zoot. Zoot. He's looking for that cookie in his shake. Go. Zoot, can you hear us? She hit the ball. You're, I know. Okay, well then tell us. Which one? There you go. I helped. Good job. It's where that green tree is. Oh, you fucked me. Wow, wow, did you fuck me? Zoot takes a huge lead right now. Zoot, what flavor is the Squid Game shake? Does it taste like squid? Zoot, I asked you a question. What does the Squid Game shake taste like? Squid? Riser. Oh no, I did it too. Suit's got a difficult shot. Not necessarily. Zoot's getting 2 points, or Riser's getting 2 points. Oh, my favorite hole. But it's not good to go last. Zoot. Zoot. Great shot. Dude, you copied my strategy. I'm the one who told you how to do it. Oh, you fuck. Make it. I think it's a pretty good shot. I'm a kind individual. Look at this shot. Wow. I can't believe I tied you. It's such an advantage going first on this hole. On the right. Are you fucking serious? That's bullshit. There might be a, if you take out that tree, there's a shortcut there. The tree on the right. I'm not that one. Yeah. I'm serious. I've seen it before. I can't guarantee it, but sometimes there is. Yes. We've seen it before. We just can't guarantee that it's there every time. Which technically means that the holes are different. But oh, what a shot. Well, it's pretty assured that Riser's getting 0 points here. Which means not here. It all comes down to this hole. Right. Dude, help me out, big dog. Dude, do you know it's your turn? Zoot. Dude, that's even worse for me. Hit my ball. Not okay. Well, I'm almost sure Riser will not still be here. Short. Oh, a bit of gay. How is someone a bit? His boyfriend? No way. Hit my ball, Zoot. Give me a bump. Championship shot. Get there. Get there. Easy win for Riser. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Why would you do that? You went from winning to tying. No, exactly. All you had to do was I did want to win, and I tied for the win. There we go, kids. That was fun. Excellent. Okay, nice plan, man. All right, I'm gonna go into Caspi and see. He's watching this guy. He's a big fan of this guy named Music Biz Marty. He sent me a link. You want me to send you the link? Yeah. Let me see if the guy's live. If he's not, I won't send it to you. He ended 7 minutes ago. Shit happens. Let me see if he's live on his if this, what is that?
horribly. Survive but suffer. That's what I was referring to. So when you look at 500 years from now, there might not be nuclear war, there might be something else, right? That's that kind of has a destructive effect. And I don't know, these feel like novel questions in the history of humanity. I just don't know. I think since nuclear weapons, this has been, engineering pandemics, for example.
Take care, Boo. Pleasure to play with you.
It just seems like a real new. We have to contend with it. We don't have good models, or
If you look on, say, the last 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we could say we've seen a certain rate at which people are willing to make big destruction in terms of war.
yes,
Okay. And if you're willing to project that data forward, then I think that if you want to ask over periods of thousands or tens of thousands of years, you would have a reasonable data set. So the key question is what's changed lately?
yes.
Okay. And so a big question of which I've given a lot of thought to, what are the main changes that seem to have happened in
Welcome. How are you?
attitudes over the last few centuries?
We're glad you're
What's our
here.
best explanation for those so that we can project them forward into the future. And I have a story about that, which is the story that we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes in the last few centuries as we get rich. So the idea is we spent 1 million years being a forager, and that was a very sort of standard lifestyle that we know a lot about. Foragers live in small bands, they make decisions cooperatively, they share food, they don't have much property, etc. And it was like that. And then years ago, farming became possible, but it was only possible because we were plastic enough to really change our culture. Farming styles and cultures are very different. They have slavery, they have war, they have property, they have equality, they stay in one place instead of wandering, they don't have enough diversity of experience with food, they have disease. Farming life is just very different. But humans were able to sort of introduce conformity and religion and all sorts of things to become just a very different kind of creature as farmers. Just really in terms of their values and their lives. But the pressures that made foragers and farmers were in part mediated by poverty. Farmers are poor, and if they deviated from farming norms that people around them supported, they were quite at risk of starving to death. And then in the last few centuries, we've gotten rich. And as we've gotten rich, social pressures that turned foragers into farmers have become less persuasive to us. So, for example, a farming young woman who was told, if you have a child out of wedlock, you and your child may starve. That was a credible threat. She would see actual examples around her to make that a believable threat. Today, if you say to a young woman you shouldn't have a child out of wedlock, she would see other young women around her doing okay that way. We're all rich enough to be able to afford that sort of thing. And therefore, she's more inclined often to go with her inclinations. Her sort of more natural inclinations about such things rather than to be pressured to follow the official farming norms that you should do that sort of thing. And all through our lives, we've been drifting back toward forager attitudes because we've been getting rich. And so, aside from at work, which is an exception, elsewhere, I think this explains trends toward less slavery, more democracy, less religion, less fertility, more promiscuity, more travel, more art, more leisure, fewer work hours. All these trends are basically explained by becoming more forager-like. And much science fiction celebrates this. Star Trek or the culture novels, people like this image that we're moving toward this world where basically like foragers, we're peaceful, we share, we make decisions collectively, we have a lot of free time, we're into art. So forager is a word
and it's a loaded word because it's connected to what life was actually like at that time. As you mentioned, we sometimes don't do a good job of telling accurately what life was like back then. But you're saying if it's not exactly like forges, it rhymes in some fundamental way. Right. So you also said peaceful. Is it obvious that forging with a nuclear weapon would be peaceful? I don't know if that's 100% obvious.
So we know a fair bit about what forger lives were like. The main sort of violence they had would be sexual jealousy. They were relatively promiscuous, and so there'd be a lot of jealousy. But they did not have organized wars with each other. That is, they were at peace with their neighboring forger bands. They didn't have property in land or even in people. They didn't have marriage. And so they were, in fact, peaceful.
When you think about large-scale wars, they don't start large-scale
They didn't have coordinated large-scale wars. Otherwise, chimpanzees do. Chimpanzees do have wars between one tribe of chimpanzees and others, but human foragers do not. Farmers return to that, of course, the more chimpanzee-like styles.
Well, that's a hopeful message. If we could return real quick to the Hello Aliens Twitter threads. One of them is really interesting about language. What percent of Hello Aliens would be able to talk to us in our language? This is the question of communication. It actually gets to the nature of language.
It also gets to the nature of how advanced you expect them to be. So I think some people see that like we've advanced over the last thousands of years and we aren't reaching any sort of limit, and so they tend to assume it can go on forever. And I actually tend to think that within, say, 10 million years, we will sort of
What's up, biggest loser on the internet? How you living, baby? Hey, how are you? What's going on? You guys are amazing. I want to tell you why I think you're amazing. You guys are huge fans. You even made your profile pictures my picture. I told everybody about it. I think that's amazing. How are you guys today?
Oh God, I've been hearing great stories about you. I've been watching your YouTube channel endlessly with my 400 iPhones that I have.
That's wonderful, man. I hope that they're all as exciting as the original one.
No, it's not. I literally have 400 iPhones looking at all your alternative phones, watching you sleep at different angles. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive on any single individual. It goes back 3 years. And if you didn't know, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Shout out to Ant6 with Rabbi eating peanut butter.
It took them a minute to find out that data. I think it was 2022, May 26. So you said 3 years, right?
Yeah, going back to the pandemic, it's more than 3 years. It's like 3.5 years now.
So what made you decide to, beat the world record of holding the largest stream to one human individual?
Great question. Great question. So I didn't start out that way. I'm in tech as a background. That's my craft, essentially. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, and I know the value of data. Well, I started it, actually. I would hit golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to see what my drive looked like on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see that. So I started recording myself just to see what my drive looked like. And I would sometimes make jokes to myself about which way the ball would go. And I thought, you know what, this might be something that my future family might think is funny. And so I started archiving that data, and I'd upload it every night after playing golf. But the thing that I ran into is it just takes too long to upload everything every single night. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to just start streaming it. And I did. So for like summer 2021, I would just stream that. And then from there, I recognized, you know what, why stop streaming if I get a lot of joy out of this? And I think that data is as important as I've heard it is in the tech world. Then why not just buy some devices and start streaming my life 24/7? Have you guys ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
I don't think Ant was born yet, or Thing. So explain the Truman Show?
Absolutely. The Truman Show is a story of a man named Truman Burbank whose entire life is on camera from birth till his adulthood, and the entire world becomes enthralled or fascinated by him. The one difference between Truman and myself is that it was done to that person without their consent. And in this case, we have my consent to do this. And I really don't want war anymore. I talk about some things that really will help the world, I think, because this gives me a platform. Truthfully, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Utilizing those types.
You're endorsing technology.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
You're trying to replace human beings for robots. That way, we don't have to do more.
Exactly. And we can hopefully focus on ourselves, focus on the betterment of society, and utilize AI and robots to our advantage.
So, and like a lazy ass 15-year-old who's like overprivileged as shit, who sits on his computer 24/7, comments on you, screenshots you, looks at you like an idol. Can you tell why you're wearing that Sonic the Hedgehog OTA, whatever it's called?
Word. Absolutely. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I met these guys about 2 years ago in a Twitter space, and I was talking about future technology, and they thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they asked me to become a member of their community, and they sent me a bunch of merch, and basically I've become a spokesperson for them, and I'm live. You can see over here in their Telegram, and let me give you guys a room tour so that you can see, because you guys basically only see me from one angle. So, hey, man, we might have to.
Camera that rotates 360 degree wherever wow.
I have one of those. Yeah, they're really nice. Okay, so I'm back here. I've got a camera. I make this so that you can watch me in 360 degrees. Over here, I'm live on. I mean, these are all live on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm live on 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. Yeah. Exactly. You're the man. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. So then over here, I'm live in a bunch of other people's Discords, like the biggest Discords that I can find. And then let me show you. I've created a robot that automatically, if you guys know what Kick is, which you probably do if you know who Aiden is, it automatically spams for me. So, yeah, exactly. So everybody on Kick basically knows who I am because of this robot. Here we've got like I'm live in Wall Street Bets Discord. This is on YouTube right now. My robot is working, and then over here I've got more devices. Let me show you the device on which you usually see me. Just one moment. And again, thank you guys for being so nice to me. You guys are really sweet. If you are. Well, I have recorded it. Just one moment. Over here, this is the device you usually see me on. And then as you see, I have like a wall of computers here. And yeah, exactly. So what they do is they record basically my every movement, every moment of the day, and they have been for more than 3.5 years. The robot itself, what it does is it creates an account. It then on Kick, it then will end up following a person, and then it creates a clip of them and types in the description my Discord, and then it spams them like 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person, and it just runs like continuously. I'll show you right now. So what's it going to do? It's going to open up Kick. It's going to go to the just chatting, and as you can tell, like my hands are here. This is all automated, and what it will do is basically create the accounts for me, and it's how people have gotten to know me, and I've gotten some really good interviews with people that, I mean, you ask anybody on Kick who's a top 300 streamer on Kick, they all know who I am because of my robot. And that's been a really nice way to get more influence on the world. But really, what it's about is world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. I don't think it's right for you to put your hands on me, nor me put my hands on you without consent. And we're at a point in society where I feel we don't need war. We can advocate to defense contractors to start building robots and using AI for the good of humanity and move away from hurting each other. I feel that, especially with the current conflicts, the best way to avoid any further war is to first everybody lay down their arms, release all the hostages, come to terms at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and live stream it. That way, the whole world will be aware of if anybody is not playing fairly, essentially. And those are some of the things that I think are important. But we talk about some other things that are much bigger than just even world peace. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Lazar is, but I'm a huge advocate of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Area 51, specifically S4, and talks about the utilization of anti-gravity for propulsion and for perhaps the creation of force fields. We also talk about things like de-extinction. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. The scientists were able to de-extinct it, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028, so within the next 3 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants. So perhaps within the next half decade or so, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, at least on video. And they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which might be very exciting. Additionally, once they're done with the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I think is just incredibly exciting opportunity to be on Earth, to be able to see these things. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, the utilization. Like when you guys were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. But I want to help you. I want to extend that. So the use of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, nootropics, things like cryogenics, cryonics, other things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are excellent opportunities for people to extend their life to age 100, 120. But then what happens? Your body's going to break down. You guys are going to say, okay, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into a place. And I really mean this to Ant and Fing and you, of course, biggest loser on the internet. I want to, once I go viral, I have more data than any person on Earth, and data is Earth's number one resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, silver, everything. And I have more data than any person ever archived. You guys know, I mean, I'm everywhere. And I want to be able to make you, your friends, and your families rich. And so that you can afford these types of technologies. So, all right, we get to age 80, age 100, age 120, our bodies start to break down. What do we do then, Rabbi? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain if you want. This is all with your consent, but we scan your brain into a computer. We have access to your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and take that data and download it into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. You can be perhaps a robot or an ethereal being. These are all certainly opportunities that you may have in the future. And I just want you to know that I'm a leader in all of these facets of futurology, is what it's known as. And with as much data as I have, it may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help all of you. I want to help your friends, and I want to help your families. I'll have more money than I know what to do with. I'm going to give it away. I want to give it to you and have you be able to start charities for people who you want to help, for you to be able to help your friends and family, and really just help the world. I think these are excellent opportunities.
All right. So in my interview, and just turned on his phone. It's probably mind blown.
That's okay.
How old are you, Rabbi?
39.
39. Okay. So, did you ever watch the movie Space Odyssey 2001?
Yeah, with Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
Yes. That basically is all a symbolic message to like inferior people that don't know how to use their brain. Just like how you're saying you want to bring world peace and advance humanity, where we're basically like robots. That's cool and all, but is it possible in this time? Fuck. And I think the biggest thing is politics. I don't think half the stuff that you mentioned, like rejuvenation cream or stem cells or cancer thing, I don't think anybody cares. I think right now it's like whatever somebody's saying to my ear, I'm just gonna repeat it. That's how it is, and it's always been like this because you're saying the same thing Plato said. Well, let's start this, surgery. Let's try to rebuild this human being that we're not like, man, you stupid. 300 years later, now we have hospitals. I get what you're saying. I understand you're going to be in this platform of it, but it's very hard and convincing to even understand. A lot of times, people are going to be like, whoa, where did you even come up with that idea? And you're like, oh, I watched the movie. You know? That's just an example.
Absolutely, you're exactly right. I will have detractors. What people don't recognize is that there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. There are Homo sapiens, which we all are, and then we are evolving into a species that perhaps some of us don't die. And for those of us who are in this breakaway civilization, it's an extremely exciting opportunity for people. Now, I personally recognize what you're saying, and yes, it's been said for thousands of years. Hey, we want world peace. We don't think that other people should hurt other people. Yes, but we need leaders in society to be able to discuss these things.
Yes, but that type of information that we have for like thousands of years. Tell Anne, how long can a human brain live on? It'd be like, I don't know, 50 years. And the answer would be wrong. It'll be 200 years. That's just because we just put a brain in like, I don't know, glycerin and like water, and we just sat there for like 200 years. And they're like, oh, yep, it's still there. So if we already know the brain can live for 200 years, why aren't we abusing it? Oh yeah, we're smoking, we're doing drugs, we're drinking alcohol. So we don't even have a good data to even start with, like you're saying. You're trying to be an empire of the data. So your job is you got to inform all these retards to like actually understand this shit. Because they don't even understand what the fuck's coming out of their ass. It could be a fart sound or it could just be a bad memory. They don't know.
Legitimate points. So let's talk about that, where we've already done damage to our brains, for perhaps through, I don't know, just aging, through cell degradation, through alcohol, through whatever. Okay, fine. Well, there's a type of technology and a type of device known as a replicator machine. Now, they're currently not available to people, but in the future they may be. So, replicator machine essentially will allow you to scan an object and be able to replicate it or clone it in its every facet. So to know where every atom is on it. And using AI, we could essentially take, let's just say, my brain that has had some cell degradation, replicate it, and then enhance it and be able to, I would say, perhaps heal wherever it has any damage, and perhaps even increase its capacity. So using a replicator machine, these are also known as Santa Claus machines. Basically, you think it up and it can create it for you. It could create another clone of you. It could create a car. It's essentially like a 3D printer, but it just can create anything. With this type of technology, the sky is the limit. We'll be able to create clones of ourselves. We'll be able to perhaps revivify people who have previously died. We don't know. I mean, really, the opportunities are endless, but I'm somebody who is a forward thinker, and I would like to see humanity develop itself. And now I don't know if absolutely every single person on earth would be able to take advantage of this. I would like that, but I think we all know that there are powers that be that don't necessarily want all of the goodness that the world has to offer for everyone, but perhaps some people may be able to take advantage of this. And if they do, these are some of the technologies that they may be able to utilize.
Sorry, I was smoking some weed.
You're good. Shout out to you. I'm a huge advocate for decriminalization of all drugs. I don't feel that we should put people in cages due to plants.
Well, I have my thoughts and political thoughts about people and humans in general. I think civilization in 2024, we have reached rock bottom, beyond rock bottom. It's like rock bottom was like SpongeBob episode Rock Bottom.
Sure.
We're not in the dark. These dumbass kids are smarter than like these 40-year-olds. So, may God bless our hearts. We gotta suffer 40 more years because if we life expectancy, whatever the fuck the word
Life
is.
expectancy. Sure.
Yep, my brain just rotted from like.
You're good. You just even said you just took a choke. I understand.
I understand that. That shit just hit hard.
That's good. That means it's working.
And dude, just being here with the fucking phone, I don't know. My brain's just going.
You're good, Mikey.
Thank you, man. Demons coming out of me. Oh god. But look, seriously. Yeah, we reached rock bottom, man. Like rock bottom.
Well, hopefully we have, and we can move out of it. Hopefully
No, I don't want them to be retards. Like they actually like gotta be like something like go outside, be like mechanics or like something useful.
Well, certainly.
Like a shopping cart assistant.
Yeah.
Shopping cart for old people like these niggas.
Well, what is happening is AI is replacing all of those positions.
Oh god, and you're telling it.
And so
look, Rabbi. I had
Sure.
a fantasy when I was like a little kid.
Okay.
I'm not gonna shit you. Maybe you're the right subject. If you was paid whatever amount of money, right, to transplant your body into whatever type of robot, would you be the first person to try it out and show it live?
I don't want to be the first person to do it. No. I don't really want to be the first person for any of this. I want to make sure that it works. But once I know it works, absolutely.
How the fuck are we gonna know that? Who's gonna be the first, man?
Great question. So just like the people who are the first test subjects of Neuralink, there are people who are in desperate situations. The first person to ever have Neuralink implanted in them is a man named his name is Nolan Aspera, and he's based in Texas. And basically, he's a quadriplegic person, so he doesn't have use of his arms or his legs. And so he volunteered for this. So there are some people out there who may want to volunteer because they're in a certain situation where their life is essentially not as enjoyable as possible, and they want to increase the amount of joy that other people may be able to experience. So you may have someone who is like, let's say, just in current terms, 100 years old, and they've got cancer and they're going to die. And they may say, you know what, if mind uploading technology is a thing, please scan my brain and let's try it. I'm going to die anyway, so why not give myself the opportunity to be able to do it?
Doing the tippy toes on that shit. You already created a machine where you could implant the device to monkeys because the FDA kind of, didn't approve it to a human subject.
They have now, though. Okay,
you get my point now. So your technology is going to be in these advanced age at least to the 40s, maybe 30s. Who knows how far we advance. But it's going to be there. That's my point. My question now is, we as Homo sapiens, what time do you think that we actually created our first thought?
Our first off?
And why? Thought. Like,
the
first original thought. Like, as humans, like Homo sapiens, like, monkeys.
Yeah, well, that's not technically true. So we as Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with other primates, but that common ancestor was more like a rodent than it was like a monkey. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys are on a separate evolutionary branch than we currently are. But what you're saying is basically, when's the first time that a human-like subject or even a primate had its first probably conscious thought? And I would say that probably even predates our idea of being primates. It was probably, we would have to say, what organism had a conscious thought? And that probably gets into an argument of maybe perhaps at a jellyfish type of level, meaning very primitive types of life forms. I don't know if like cell structure necessarily, like eukaryotic or prokaryotic bacteria necessarily has conscious thoughts, but the argument is to be made that whatever type of um, being had neurons to be able to communicate to some type of uh, central nervous system. That would be the argument could be made that that was the first thought that would be made. Now, I get what you're saying. What about more developed thoughts? Okay, well, we get through evolution. Perhaps there were fish with thoughts that.
Rabbi, I get what your point now. So you need actual data in detail into the actual constructive conversation to finish anything like an AI. So if I told you I was the monkey, and my first original thought was everybody's walking around, right, on their four legs, whatever. So I'm just gonna grab a piece of, whatever, stone, bone, whatever, off the floor, and just whack somebody.
Okay.
Oh, snap, they died. So explain all that what just happened.
Okay.
You see my evolution?
Yeah.
Like how I'm just evolving like so fast. That's what you need to do in this like journey that you're doing. Even as setting a world record, setting all these bars, you should take control of everything that you have of data and use it. Even if you had to make 100,000 users, even if your Bitcoin sponsor had to give you a shit ton of money, they should provide you at least like $10 phones that have at least a CPU that can like process all this information and not burn out. Like Ant's phone. Ant's right now on a Nokia 300.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. Biggest loser on the internet. I want you to know I appreciate what you're saying, but if Ant is going to keep his camera on like that, we can't be doing this. Okay, good job, Ant. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I mean, I would love to tell you that I have hundreds of thousands of followers. There are a lot of people who know who I am, and I do have a core base of fans. I have people who stay in my Discord 24/7 along with me to the best of their ability. I have people who come in on a daily basis. We play games together. So I do have a tight knit group around me. But eventually, what's going to happen is the right people are going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to spread it, and it's going to continue to spread. And then perhaps I may be that one person uh, who's known to always be on the internet and you can always follow me. That's a really exciting premise to people. The internet can be very boring. And when people are bored, they're going to be interested to see, hey, I wonder what Rabbi's doing.
So you just change it up and try to say you're going to be an uncle on the internet.
I'm essentially going to be a big brother to the world.
Yeah. An uncle.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't like that name no more.
Okay.
It's kind of fun.
Word, dog. Okay, so yeah, but the fun uncle.
Well, describe fun uncle. Like,
sure.
What would a fun uncle do?
A fun uncle is somebody who you can go to. Perhaps you don't always want to go to your parents and be able to ask them questions and get realistic answers from them. And perhaps they're going to teach you how to enhance your life in ways that your parents wouldn't normally tell you. So, what are some examples of this? Well, we could, like, perhaps your parents wouldn't take you to a casino and you could go gambling, but your fun uncle might. And your fun uncle might give you a few bucks to be able to play tables and teach you all the games and how to do that. A fun uncle might teach you how to pick up women when your parents wouldn't normally do that. A fun uncle might be able to take the time, because they don't necessarily have children of their own, to be able to still care about you, but not. But
I got a great idea.
Go for it.
You got a 3D printer?
I don't.
I would print myself. I can probably get you one from Amazon. If you're in the United States, but you say you're from Israel. I don't want to dox you, so just get a 3D printer somehow from your Discord. I don't know, somebody trustworthy. Print yourself like what you're just saying, and just get like a pocket rabbi, and just like what would rabbi say, and just get a hologram, a little crystal flashlight. You already got all the footage, and just start talking.
Word, dog.
Start doing like an 8-hour, skit or something like that. That itself is genius. Just imagine having that in your hand.
Absolutely. What? 100%. 100%. So this right here is a pocket talk, which I imagine people will have. I mean, we have this kind of technology in our phones, but it's not as quick. Basically, with this, I can have it translate immediately for me. It's essentially a universal translator.
Básicamente, con esto puedo traducirlo inmediatamente. Es básicamente un traductor universal.
So in the future, it would just be AI, and you could ask Rabbi whatever you wanted, and I could be able to give you an AI advice essentially.
Yeah. All you gotta do is just carve out that plastic and put it in another plastic, and the hologram thing is just a crystal. All you gotta do is just play that crystal like a projector. Just project everywhere like light.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. And with especially we are in the infancy of AI. We don't know its opportunities, especially currently we're working towards artificial general intelligence. But where AI gets really interesting is the next level, which is artificial super intelligence, where it's many times smarter than what an average person is. And once we get to that level, the opportunities are essentially endless.
Well, and it supports you in every way, Rabbi.
That's amazing. Hey guys, go ahead.
Just talk, man.
Absolutely. I want you to know how much I appreciate you guys. I know that you guys are always razzing me, and that's cool. I mean, I appreciate the attention, and I want you to know if you guys ever need any support or you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I hope the best for all of you, and I'm going to continue streaming just like I always do. And if you ever need me, feel free to DM me or get my attention, and I'm here, okay?
Hey, Rabbi, your uncle, man.
Absolutely. You take care, my friends. Much love to you all. If you're watching this either in 2024 or 5785, just know that I really appreciate those guys being so nice to me. Shout out to Aiden Ross for just allowing me to stream in his Discord. Not everybody would allow somebody to do that, and that's really nice of him. Shout out to those guys. They're really nice. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. It takes a lot of courage to just randomly talk to people, and he is very comfortable, very nice, very smart. All right. Shout out to those guys.
There's some interesting people along the way. At one point, not too long ago here, I had Boris Karloff's daughter on. She was amazing. And yeah, she had great stories. I was trying to get Vincent Price's daughter on because she does shows. Vincent Price, and she talks about her daddy. And she's like, my daddy. I mean, and just like Boris Karloff's daughter, they just love their dad and they have really good relationships. And these are legendary people, right? And it was so good to hear that they were good people too. They were good people. They weren't out running around doing crazy things that people do in Hollywood now. So I love when the good ones happen, you know, I really do. So, you know what, one of the people that you and I both had worked with along the way, and I loved him. I got to talk to him when I was at WKA, which was K92FM in Orlando. I interviewed him there. I was in Orlando at the time, but I had lived in Sarasota on Burger Key and CFC Key several times, and he had lived on Burger Key. And you say you run into him along the way, and you've run into him and you've worked with him as well. That's Jerry Springer. He was great. I really enjoyed him. He was something. In fact, he at one point, when I was talking to him on the air, it was live, and so we would go into the commercial break, and then we'd chat, and you know, just chat, and go back on the air. He's like, "Honey, ask me anything you want, I don't care." And I'd say, "Well, I used to live here," and we actually got in touch when I moved back into the Sarasota area because our key is right there in Sarasota. So you know, it's a really great spot. And anytime, a lot of times I would drive off of go through St. Martin's, which by the way, Hurricane Milton like decimated the area. But I would go by Hurricane. Well, I know where I used to live. I came almost right now, so yeah. But I would go by Hurricane where he was, and I tell you, there were several times I'm looking in my rear view mirror at the light right there. I was in that Hurricane entrance, and I'm like, there's Jerry Springer. There he is, right? He had a black BMW convertible, and it always looked like, I don't know if it was the case or not. I mean, you could recognize him. I didn't know his wife or anything, but you would see what looked like his wife and his wife's mother. It was like he was the guy being led by his wife and his wife's mother. He was just being a good boy. Where do y'all want to go? Take you. Yeah, so it was so cute. I would see that all the time. Oh, there's Jerry again. And on St. Armand Circle, which you know is this boutique area of shops and restaurants, you would literally hear, if you were listening, maybe a cha-cha that's having a great pina colada, great wings, or Colombia's, and having their salad. And you would literally hear across the way, you go, Jerry.
people say, hey, that's trash TV, that was horrible. No, he broke the mold in that world. And I mean, it was waiting to be recognized, and he laughed all the way to the bank. That's exactly right. Ed Michaels, who we're talking to right now, and we were just mentioning Jerry Springer. One of the things when I talked to Springer was that everybody wanted me to ask him was, do you make up these stories? And when I asked him that, he said, I don't have to make up these stories. They write them in. We don't have to worry about making up stories. People write it in, and we wouldn't want to tell it. And that's just like here on Coast to Coast, when people say, you don't make up that stuff. No, people call in, and they tell us, and we bring them in with their stories. It's the way in the world. Stay with us more to come here on Ed Michael County with us Coast to Coast. Upton passed away on Christmas Day at the age of 105. The spokesperson for the Sons and Daughters of Guatemala Survivors Organization said Upton was a very humble, gentle, and soft-spoken man, and considered himself a hero. Upton was also blessed to be a survivor from the USS Utah, one of the 7 ships that sank during the attack on December 7, 1941. Upton has requested to be buried side by side with his late wife Valerie Parker instead of being interred in the USS Utah's wreckage, a tradition for Parker survivors. A woman died in the Caribbean, hospitalized after an overnight fire. Police was reported out of town in Red City early Saturday morning. The fire spread to the second town on this fire was largely completed. Rescue from the scene now. Much damage dead and devastated men. The survivors were hospitalized in stable condition. Firefighters spraying to get the blaze under control. Police are investigating the cause. A suspect was at the shooting police officers in South LA.
Max out on technology services, learn everything that's feasible to know for the most part. And then obstacles to understanding the war about like sort of cultural differences, like the ways in which different places in history do things differently. And so then the question is it even possible to communicate across some cultural distances? And I might think, I could imagine some maybe advanced aliens become so weird and different from each other they can't communicate with each other, but we're probably pretty simple compared to them. So I would think, sure, if they wanted to, they could communicate with us.
So the simplicity of the recipient. I tend to just to push back. Let's explore the possibility where it's not the case. Can we communicate ants? I find that with this idea that
We're not very good at communicating each other.
oh, you're saying, all right, I see. You're saying once you get orders of magnitude better at communicating.
Once they had maxed out on all communication technology in general, and they just understood in general how to communicate with lots of things, and had done that for millions of years.
You have to be able to. It's so interesting. As somebody who cares a lot about empathy and imagining how other people feel, communication requires empathy, meaning you have to truly understand how the other person, the other organism sees the world. It's like a 4-dimensional species talking to a 2-dimensional species. It's not as trivial as, to me at least, as it might have first seemed.
So let me reverse my position a little, because I'll say, well, the hello aliens question really combines 2 different scenarios that we're slipping over. So one scenario would be that the hello aliens would be like rabbi aliens. They would be just fully advanced. They would have been expanding for millions of years. They would have a very advanced civilization. And then they would finally be arriving here after 1 billion years, perhaps, of expanding, in which case they're going to be crazy advanced at some maximal level. But the hello aliens, aliens we might meet soon, which might be sort of UFO aliens. And UFO aliens probably are not rabbi aliens.
How do you get here if you're not a graduate alien?
Well, they would have to be able to travel. But they would not be expansive.
So if it's a road trip, it
colonized.
doesn't count as gravity. So we're talking about expanding the colony, the comfort of the colonies.
The question is, if UFOs, some of them are aliens, what kind of aliens would they be? This is sort of the key question you have to ask in order to try to interpret that scenario. The key fact we would know is that they are here right now, but the universe around us is not full of an alien civilization. So that says right off the bat that they chose not to allow massive expansion of rabbi civilization.
Is it possible that they chose it, but we just don't see them yet? Because these are the stragglers, the journeymen.
So the timing coincidence is, it's almost surely, if they are here now, they are much older than us. They are many millions of years older than us. And so they could have filled the galaxy in that last millions of years if they had wanted to. That is, they couldn't just be right at the end. They're very unlikely. most likely they would have been around waiting for us for a long time. They could have come here any time in the last millions of years, and they've been waiting around for this, and they just chose to come recently. But the timing coincidence would be crazy unlikely that they just happened to be able to get here, say, in the last 100 years. They would no doubt have been able to get here far earlier than that.
Again, we don't know. So this is referring to like UFO sightings. We don't know if this kind of increase in sightings have anything to do with actual visitations.
I'm just talking about like the timing. Like they rose at some point in space. Yes, right. And it's very unlikely that was just to the point that they could just barely get here recently. Almost surely they would have. They could have gotten here much earlier.
And well, throughout the stretch of several billion years that existed, they could have been here also.
Exactly. So they could have therefore filled the galaxy a long time ago. Well, they had wanted to.
That's what the question to me is: isn't it possible that the expansion of a civilization is much harder than the travel? The sphere of the reachable is different than the sphere of the colonized. So, isn't it possible that the sphere places where like the stragglers go, the different people that journey out, the explorers, is much, much larger and grows much faster than the civilization? So, in which case, like they would visit us. There's a lot of visitors, grad students of the civilization. They're like exploring and collecting data, but we're not yet going to see them. By yet, that means across millions of years.
The time delay between when the first thing might arrive and then when colonists would arrive in mass and do a mass amount of work is cosmologically short. In human history, of course, sure, there might be a century between that, but a century is just a tiny amount of time on the scales we're talking about.
So this is a computer science and ant colony optimization. It's true for ants. So it's like when the first ant shows up, it's likely, and if there's anything of value, it's likely the other ants will follow quickly.
Yeah, relatively sure. It's also true that traveling over very long distances, probably one of the main ways to make that feasible is that you land somewhere, you colonize a bit, you create new resource hops, then allow you to go farther.
Many short hops as opposed to giant.
Exactly. It's true. Those hops require that you are able to start a colonization of sorts along those hops, right? You have to be able to stop somewhere, make it into a way station, such that you can then support your moving farther.
So, what do you think of? There's been a lot of UFO sightings. What do you think about those UFO sightings? What do you think if any of them are of extraterrestrial origin, and we don't see giant civilizations out in the sky? How do you make sense of
that? I want to do some clearing of throats, which is people like to do on this topic, right? They want to make sure you understand they're saying this and not that, right? So I would say the analysis needs both a prior and a likelihood. So the prior is, what are the scenarios that are all plausible in terms of what we know about the universe? And then the likelihood is the particular actual sightings, like how hard are those to explain through various means. I will establish myself as somewhat of an expert on the prior. I would say my studies and things I've studied make me an expert, and I should stand up and have an opinion on that and be able to explain it. The likelihood, however, is not my area of expertise. That is, I'm not a pilot. I don't do atmospheric studies of things. I haven't studied in detail the various kinds of atmospheric phenomena or whatever that might be used to explain the particular sightings. I can just say from my amateur stance, the sightings look damn puzzling. They do not look easy to dismiss. The attempts I've seen to easily dismiss them seem to me to fail. It seems like these are pretty puzzling, weird stuff that deserve an extra attention. So in terms of considering asking what the likelihood is. So an analogy I would make is a murder trial. Okay. On average, if we say, what's the chance any one person murdered another person has a prior probability, maybe 1 in 1,000 people get murdered, maybe each person has 1,000 people around them who plausibly have done it, so the prior probability of a murder is 1 in 1,000. But we allow murder trials because often evidence is sufficient to overcome the 1 in a million prior, because the evidence is often strong enough, right? My rough guess for the UFOs as alien scenario, at least some of them, is the prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. much higher than the usual murder trial. Plenty high enough that strong physical evidence would put you over the top. I think it's more likely than not. But I'm not an expert on that physical evidence, and I'm going to leave that part to someone else. I'm going to say the prior is pretty high. This isn't a crazy scenario. So then I can elaborate on where my prior comes from. What scenario would make most sense of this data? My scenario makes sense, has two main parts. First is panspermia siblings. So panspermia is the hypothesized process by which life might have arrived on Earth from elsewhere. And a plausible time for that, I mean, it would have to happen very early in its history because we see life early in its history. And a plausible time could have been during the stellar nursery where the sun was born with many other stars in the same close proximity, with lots of rocks flying around, able to move things from one place to another. Hands with a rock with life on it from some rock planet with life came into that stellar nursery. It plausibly could have seeded many planets in that stellar nursery all at the same time. They're all born at the same time in the same place, pretty close to each other. There's lots of rocks lying around. Okay, so a panspermia scenario would then create siblings, i.e., there would be, say, a few thousand other planets out there. So after the nursery forms, it drifts, it separates, they drift apart. And so out there in the galaxy, there would now be a bunch of other stars all formed at the same time, and we can actually spot them in terms of their spectrum. And they would have then started on the same path of life as we did, that life being seeded, but they would move at different rates. And most likely, most of them would never, reach an advanced level before the deadline, but maybe one other did, and maybe it did before us. So if they did, they could know all of this, and they could go searching for their siblings. That is, they could look in the sky for the other stars with the spectrum that matches the spectrum that came from this nursery. They could identify their sibling stars in the galaxy, with 1,000 of them, and those would be of special interest to them because they would think, well, life might be on those. And they could go looking for them.
It's just such a brilliant mathematical, philosophical, physical, biological idea of panspermia siblings, because we all kind of started at a similar time in this local pocket, right, of the universe. And so that changes a lot of the math.
So that would create this correlation between an advanced life might appear. No longer just random independent space-time. There'd be this cluster, perhaps.
And that allows interaction between
the cluster. Yes.
Non-grabbing alien civilizations, like kind of primitive alien civilizations like us with others, and they might be a little bit ahead. That's so fascinating.
They would probably be a lot ahead. So the puzzle is, sure. If they, if they happened before us, they probably happened hundreds of millions of years before us. So less than a billion, but still plenty of time that they could have become rabbi and filled the galaxy and gone beyond. So there'd be plenty. So the fact is, they chose not to become rabbi. That would have to be the interpretation. If we have panspermia,
plenty of time to become rabbi. So
yes, they should be playing time, and they chose not to.
Are we sure about this? Again, 100 million years is enough.
100 million. So I told you before that I said within 10 million years, our descendants will become rabbi or not,
and they'll have that choice.
Okay, right? And so they clearly more than 10 million years earlier than us, so they chose not to.
But still, go on vacation, look around. So just not gravity.
If they chose not to expand, that's going to have to be a rule they set to not allow any part of themselves to do it. Like if they let any little ship fly away with the ability to create a colony, the game's over. And they have prevented then the universe becomes rabbi from their origin with this one colony, right? So in order to prevent their civilization being rabbi, they have to have a rule they enforce pretty strongly that no part of them can ever try to do that.
Through a global authoritarian regime, or there's something that's internal to them, meaning it's part of the nature of life that it doesn't want. It's like an advanced
political officer in the brain or whatever.
Yes, there's something in human nature that prevents you from one, or like alien nature, right? That as you get more advanced, you become lazier in terms of exploration and expansion.
So I would say they would have to have enforced a rule against expanding, and that rule would probably make them reluctant to let people leave very far. You know, any one vacation trip far away could risk an expansion from this vacation trip. So they would probably have a pretty tight lid on just allowing any travel out from their origin in order to enforce this rule. But then we also know they would have chosen to come here. So clearly they made an exception from their general rule to say, okay, an expedition to Earth, that should be allowed.
It could be intentional exception or incompetent exception.
But if incompetent, then they couldn't maintain this over 100 million years, this policy of not allowing any expansion. So we have to see they have successfully, they not just had a policy to try, they succeeded over 100 million years in preventing the expansion. That's substantial competence.
Let me think about this. So you don't think there could be a barrier 100 million years? You don't think there could be a barrier to, like, technological barrier to becoming expansionary?
Imagine the Europeans had tried to prevent anybody from leaving Europe to go to the New World. And imagine what it would have taken to make that happen over 100 million years.
Yeah, it's possible.
They would have had to have very strict, guards at the borders out on the water saying, no, you can't go.
Well, but just to clarify, you're not suggesting that's actually possible.
I am suggesting it's possible.
I don't know how you keep my silly human brain. Maybe it's a brain that values freedom, but I don't know how you can keep, no matter how much force, no matter how much censorship or control and so on. I just don't know how you can keep people from exploring into the mysterious, into the unknown.
You're thinking of people, we're talking aliens. Remember, there's a vast space of different possible social creatures they could have evolved from, different kinds of cultures they could be in, different kinds of threats. I mean, there are many things we can talk about that most of us would feel very reluctant to do. This isn't one of those, but
okay, so how, if the UFO sightings represent alien visitors, how the heck are they getting here under the panspermia siblings?
So panspermia siblings is one part of the scenario, which is that's where they came from. And from that, we can conclude they had this rule against expansion, and they've successfully enforced that. That also creates a plausible agenda for why they would be here. That is, to enforce that rule on us. That is, if we go out and expanding, then we have defeated the purpose of this rule they set up. Right? So they would be here to convince us to not expand.
Convincing courts.
Right? Through various methods. And so, obviously, one thing we conclude is they didn't just destroy us. That would have been completely possible, right? So the fact that they're here and we are not destroyed means that they chose not to destroy us. They have some degree of empathy or, whatever their morals are that would make them reluctant to just destroy us. They would rather persuade us.
Destroy their brethren. And so they may have been, there's a difference between arrival and observation. They may have been observing for a very long time, and they arrived trying to, not to try. I don't think to ensure that we don't become grabby.
Which is because we can see that they did not. They must have enforced a ruling against that, and they are therefore here to do. That's a plausible interpretation. Why they would risk this expedition when they clearly don't risk very many expeditions over this long period to allow this one exception, because otherwise, if they don't, we may become grabby. And they could have just destroyed us.
And they're closely monitoring the technologically advancing civilization. Like, what nuclear weapons is one thing. All right, cool. That might have less to do with nuclear weapons, more with nuclear energy. Maybe they're monitoring fusion closely. Like, how clever are these apes?
Yeah. So no doubt they have a button that if we get too uppity or risky, they can push the button and ensure that we don't expand. But they'd rather do it some other way. So now that explains why they're here and why they aren't out there. But there's another thing that we need to explain. There's another key data we need to explain about UFOs if we're going to have a hypothesis that explains them. And this is something many people have noticed, which is they had two extreme options they could have chosen and didn't choose. They could have either just remained completely invisible. Clearly, an advanced civilization could have been completely invisible. There's no reason they need to fly around and be noticed. They could just be in orbit and in dark satellites that are completely invisible to us, watching whatever they want to watch. That would be well within their abilities. That's one thing they could have done. The other thing they could do is just show up and land at the White House lawn, as they say, and shake hands, like make themselves really up. They could have done either of those, And they didn't do either of those. That's the next thing you need to explain about UFOs as aliens. Why would they take this intermediate approach, hanging out near the edge of visibility with somewhat impressive mechanisms, but not walking up and introducing themselves, nor just being completely invisible?
So, okay, a lot of questions there. So one, do you think it's obvious where the White House is, or the White House
Well,
lawn?
it's obvious where there are concentrations of humans that you could go up and
But
introduce.
it's just humans the most interesting thing
Yeah.
about Earth.
Yeah.
Are you sure about this? Because
If they're worried about, an expansion, then they worried about a civilization that could be capable of expansion. Obviously, humans are the civilization on Earth that's by far the closest to being able to expand.
I just don't know if aliens obviously see humans, like the individual humans, like the organisms, the meat vehicles, as the center of focus for observing a life on the planet.
They're supposed to be really smart and advanced. Like, this shouldn't be that hard for them.
But I think we're actually the dumb ones because we think humans are the important things, but it could be our ideas. It could be something about our technologies.
Mediated with us. Correlated with
Now
us.
we make it seem like it's mediated by us humans, but the focus for alien civilizations might be the AI systems or the technologies themselves. That might be the organism. Like what humans are like.
Okay.
Human is the food, the source, the organism that's under observation, versus like.
So the what they wanted to have close contact with was something that was closely near humans, then they would be contacting those, and we would just incidentally see, but we would still see.
But don't you think isn't it possible, taking their perspective, isn't it possible that they would want to interact with some fundamental aspect that they're interested in without interfering? And that's actually a very, no matter how advanced you are, it's very difficult to do.
But that's puzzling. So I mean, the prototypical UFO observation is a shiny, big object in the sky that has very rapid acceleration and no apparent surfaces for using air to manipulate its speed. And the question is, why that? Right. Again, if they just, for example, if they just wanted to talk to our computer systems, they could move some sort of little probe that connects to a wire and reads and sends bits there. They don't need a shiny thing flying in the sky.
But I don't you think they would be looking for the right way to communicate, the right language to communicate. Everything you just said, looking at the computer systems, I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Coming up with a signal that us humans would not freak out too much about, but also understand, might not be that trivial.
Well, so not freak out apart is another interesting constraint. So again, I said the two obvious strategies are just to remain completely invisible and watch, which would be quite feasible, or just directly interact. Let's come out and be really very direct. Right? I mean, there's big things that you can see around. There's big cities. There's aircraft carriers. There's lots of. If you want to just find a big thing and come right up to it and tap it on the shoulder or whatever, that would be quite feasible. Then they're not doing it. So my hypothesis is that one of the other questions there was, do they have a status hierarchy? And I think most animals on Earth, who are social animals, have status hierarchy. And they would reasonably conclude that we have a status hierarchy. And who's your leader? Well, I would say their strategy is to be impressive and sort of get us to see them at the top of our status hierarchy. Just that's how, for example, we domesticate dogs, right? We convince dogs we're the leader of their pack, right? And we domesticate many animals that way. That is, we just swap into the top of their status hierarchy, and we say, we're your top status animal, so you should do what we say. You should follow our lead. So the idea that would be
this girl's hair is so shitty.
What they want by
because of her eyebrows.
Top status. All through history, kings and emperors, etc., have tried to impress their citizens and other people by having the bigger palace, the bigger parade, the bigger crown, diamonds, right, whatever, building a bigger pyramid, etc. It's a very well established trend to just be high status by being more impressive than the rest.
Push back when there's an order of several orders of magnitude of power differential, asymmetry of power. I feel like that status hierarchy no longer applies. It's like mimetic theory. It's like,
Most emperors are several orders of magnitude more powerful than any one member of their empire.
let's increase that by even more. So, like, if I'm interacting with ants, right, I no longer feel like I need to establish my power with ants. I actually want to lessen. I want to lower myself, the ants. I want to become the lowest possible ant, so that they would welcome me. So I'm less concerned about them worshiping me. I'm more concerned about them welcoming me.
Well, it is important that you be non-threatening and that you be local. So I think, for example, if the aliens had done something really big in the sky, 100 light years away, that would be there, not here. And that could seem threatening. So I think their strategy to be the high status would have to be visible, but here and now.
I don't know if it's obvious how to do it. Like, take your own perspective. You have a planet with relatively intelligent, complex structures being formed. Like, life forms. You can see, right? Like, under in Titan, or something like that. You robot. You start to see not just in the bacteria life, but multicellular life, you see the form some very complicated cellular colony structures that they're gigantic.
so
Lots
hot.
of some gigantic cellular automata type of construct. How do you make yourself known to them in an impressive fashion without destroying it? Like, we know how to destroy, potentially.
Right. So if you go touch stuff, you're likely to hurt it. Right? There's a good risk of hurting something by getting too close and touching it and interacting.
Right? If there's anything in a White House wall.
Right. So the claim is that their current strategy of hanging out of strictly overloaded and just being very clearly physically impressive with very clear, physically impressive ability is at least a plausible strategy they might use to impress us and convince us that we're at the top of their status hierarchy. And I would say if they came closer, not only would they risk hurting us in ways that they couldn't really understand, but more plausibly, they would reveal things about themselves we would hate. So if you look at how we treat other civilizations, other people, we are generally, interested in foreigners and people from other lands, and we're generally interested in their varying customs, etc. Until we find out that they do something that violates our moral norms, and then we hate them. And these are aliens, for God's sakes, right? There's just going to be something about them that we hate. They eat babies, who knows what it is. There's something they don't think is offensive, but that they think we might find. And so they would be risking a lot by revealing a lot about themselves. We would find something we hate.
Interesting. But do you resonate at all with mimetic theory where, like, we only feel this way about things that are very close to us? The aliens is sufficiently different to where we'll be, like, fascinated, terrified or fascinated, but not like...
Right, but if they want to be at the top of our status hierarchy to get us to follow them, they'd be too distant. They have to be close enough that we would see them that way, but not
pretend to be close enough, right? And not reveal, like, that mystery, that old Clint Eastwood cowboy.
I mean, the point is, we're clever enough that we can figure out their agenda. But just from the fact that if we see that they're here, we can figure out, they want to stop their spam. And they are just power and they're very impressive. So a lot of us don't want to expand. So that could easily tip us over the edge. Or we already wanted to not expand. We already wanted to be able to regulate and build community. And here are these three advanced art aliens who have survived for 100 million years, and they're telling us not to expand either.
Just to clarify one thing, in that framework, how would who originated, who planted it? Would it be the rabbi and that planted the siblings? Or no?
The simple scenario is that life started on some other planet billions of years ago, and it went through part of the stages of evolution, not all the way to the flood. And then from rock to it, the after on the rock, rock shifted for years until it happened on the same nursery where it
there's something about that life without being super advanced is nevertheless resilient has to just be
is some graphs that I've been impressed by that show sort of the level of genetic information in various kinds of life on this paper. And basically, we are now more complex than the earlier lives. The earlier lives are still pretty damn complex. And so if you actually project this long graph in history, it looks like it was getting to billions of years ago. So possibly you could say there was just a lot of evolution that had to happen before you could get to this sort of like every history of life. It's still pretty damn complicated. Right? And so that's always been a puzzle. How could life get to this enormously complicated level in the short period it seems to at the beginning of Earth history? So where only 300 million years at most it appeared, and then it was really complicated at that point. So panspermia allows you to explain that by saying, oh, it's another 5 billion years on another planet, going through lots of earlier stages where it was working its way up to the complexity you see at the beginning of Earth.
We'll try to talk about other ideas of the but let me return to your false engines. Is there other explanation in the possible outside of just running systems that can explain no gravity in the sky and yet alien alive?
Well, the other categories of explanation that most people use is, first of all, just mistakes. Like, you're confusing something ordinary, something mysterious, or some sort of secret organization. Like our government secretly messing with us and trying to do a slot doctors, whatever. Like they're trying to convince the Russians or the Chinese that there might be anything and scare them and not attacking or something, right? Because if you know the history of World War II, say the U.S. government did all these big fake operations where they were faking a lot of big things in order to mess with people. So that's a possibility. The government's lying and faking things and paying people to lie about what they saw. That's a plausible set of explanations for the range of sightings seen. And another explanation people offer is some other hidden organization on Earth. There's some secret organization somewhere that has much more advanced capabilities that everybody's given it credit for. For some reason, it's been keeping a secret. I mean, they all sound somewhat implausible, but again, we're looking for maybe 1 in 1,000 sort of priors. The question is, could they be at that level of plausibility?
Can we just think about this? So first of all, you've written, talked about, thought about so many different topics. You're an incredible mind, and just thank you for sitting down today. I'm almost like at a loss of which place to explore. But let me, on this topic, ask about conspiracy theories. Because you've written about institutions, authorities. What, this is a bit of a therapy session, but what do we make of conspiracy theories?
The phrase itself is pushing you in a direction, right? So clearly, in history, we've had many large coordinated keepings of secrets, right? Say the Manhattan Project, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people working on that over many years. They kept it a secret, right? Clearly, many large military operations have kept things secrets over, even decades, with thousands of people involved. So clearly, it's possible to keep something secret over time periods. But the more people you involve and the more time you're assuming, the less centralized an organization or the less discipline they have, the harder it gets to believe. But we're just trying to calibrate basically in our minds which kind of secrets can be kept by which groups over what time periods for what purposes, right?
But let me, I don't have enough data. So I'm somebody, I hang out with people and I love people. I love all things really. And I think that most people, even the assholes, have the capacity to be good and they're beautiful and I enjoy them. So the kind of data in my brain, whatever the chemistry of my brain is that sees the beautiful in things, is maybe collecting a subset of data that doesn't allow me to intuit the confidence that humans are able to achieve in constructing a conspiracy theory. So, for example, one thing that people often talk about is like intelligence agencies. It's like broad thing they say, the CIA, the FSB, the British intelligence. I've I'm fortunate enough, never gotten a chance that I know of to talk to any member of those intelligence agencies, nor like take a peek behind the curtain or the first curtain. I don't know how many levels of curtains there are, and so I can't intuit. My interaction with government was funded, DoD and DARPA, and I've interacted, been to the Pentagon. Like, with all due respect to my friends, lovely friends in government, and a lot of incredible people, but there's a very giant bureaucracy that sometimes suffocates the ingenuity of the human spirit, is one way I could put it. Meaning, it's difficult for me to imagine extreme competence at a scale of hundreds of thousands of human beings. Now, that doesn't mean that's my very anecdotal data on the situation. And so I try to build up my intuition about centralized system of government, how much conspiracy is possible, how much the intelligence agencies or some other source can generate sufficiently robust propaganda that controls the populace. If you look at World War II, as you mentioned, there's been extremely powerful propaganda machines on the side of Nazi Germany, on the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of the United States, and all these different mechanisms. Sometimes they control the free press through social pressures. Sometimes they control the press through the threat of violence, as you do in authoritarian regimes. Sometimes it's delivery, the dictator, like writing the headlines and literally announcing it. And something about human psychology forces you to embrace the narrative and believe the narrative and scale that becomes reality. The initial spark was just a propaganda thought in a single individual's mind. So I can't necessarily intuit of what's possible here, but I'm skeptical of the power of human institutions to construct conspiracy theories that cause suffering at scale, especially in this modern age when information is becoming more and more accessible by the populace. Anyway, I don't know if you can
We just said cause suffering at scale, but of course, say during wartime, the people who are managing the various conspiracies like D-Day or Manhattan Project, they thought that their conspiracy was avoiding rather than causing harm. So if you can get a lot of people to think that avoiding the conspiracy is helpful, then a lot more could do that. And there's just a lot of things that people just don't want to see. So if you can make the conspiracy the sort of thing that people wouldn't want to talk about anyway, even if they knew about it, you're most of the way there. So I have learned over the years many things that most ordinary people should be interested in, but somehow don't know, even if it has been very widespread. So, I have this book, The Elephant in the Brain, and one of the chapters is there on medicine. And basically, most people being ignorant of the very basic fact that when we do randomized trials where we give some people more medicine than others, the people who get more medicine are not healthier. They just overall, in general, just induce somebody to get more medicine because you just give them more budget to buy medicine. Just not a specific medicine, just the whole category. And you would think that would be something most people should know about. So you might even think that would be a conspiracy theory to think that would be hidden, but in fact, most people never learn that fact.
So just to clarify, just a general high-level statement, the more medicine you take, the less healthy you are.
Randomized experiments don't find that fact. Do not find that more medicine makes you more healthy. There's just no connection. In randomized experiments, there's no relationship between more medicine.
So it's not a negative relationship, but it's just no relationship.
Right.
So the conspiracy theory would say that the businesses that sell you medicine don't want you to know that fact. And then you're saying that there's also part of this is that people just don't want to know.
They just don't want to know. And so they don't learn it. So, I've lived in the Washington area for several decades now, reading the Washington Post regularly. And every week there was a special, section on health and medicine. It never was mentioned in that section of the paper in all the 20 years I read that.
But do you think there's some truth to this caricatured blue pill, red pill, where most people don't want to know the truth? Not
There are many things about which people don't want to know certain kinds of truth. That is bad looking truths that discouraging truths that sort of take away the justification for things they feel passionate about.
Do you think that's a bad aspect of human nature? That's something you should try to overcome.
Well, as we discussed, my first priority is to tell people about it, to do the analysis, the cold facts of what's actually happening, and then to try to be careful about how we can improve. So our book, The Elephant in the Brain, co-authored with Kevin Similar, is about hidden motives in everyday life. And my first priority there is just to explain to you what are the things that you are not looking at, that you're reluctant to look at. And many people try to take that book as a self-help book where they try to improve themselves and make sure they can look at more things, and that often goes badly because it's harder to actually do that than you think. Yeah. And so we always want people to know that this truth is available and learn about it.
If you need to, you can resolve to do this, you do this once a year. Let's talk about this great. Amazing book. The Elephant in the Room is quote an important issue that people are reluctant to acknowledge or address social taboo. The Elephant in the Brain is an important but unacknowledged feature of how our mind works and introspective taboo. You describe selfishness, self-deception as the core, some of the elephant offspring in the brain. Selfishness and self-deception. All right. Can you explain why these are the taboos in our brain that we don't want to acknowledge?
Your conscious mind, the one that's listening to me that I'm talking to at the moment, if you like to think of yourself as the president or king of your mind, ruling over all that you see, issuing commands immediately obeyed.
Yes.
You are instead better understood as the press secretary of your brain. You don't make decisions, you justify them to an audience. That's what your conscious mind is for.
Yeah.
You watch what you're doing and you try to come up with stories that explain what you're doing so that you can avoid accusations of violating law. So humans, compared to most other animals, have norms, and this allows us to manage larger groups with our morals and norms about what we should or shouldn't be doing. This is so important to us that we needed to be constantly watching what we were doing in order to make sure we had a good story to avoid norm violations. So many norms are about motives. So if I hit you on purpose, that's a big violation. If I hit you accidentally, that's okay. I need to be able to explain why it was an accident and not on purpose.
So where does that need come from for your own self-preservation?
Right, so humans have norms, and we have a norm that if we see anybody violating a norm, we need to tell other people and then coordinate to just make them stop and punish them for violating. So such punishments are strong enough and severe enough that we each want to avoid being successfully accused of violating norms. So, for example, hitting someone on purpose is a big clear norm violation. If we do it consistently, we may be thrown out of the group, and that would mean we would die. So, okay, so we need to be able to convince people we are not going around hitting people on purpose. If somebody happens to be at the other end of our fist in their face, next, that was an accident, and we need to be able to explain that. And similarly, for many other norms humans have, we are serious about norms, and we don't want people to violate.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this
Many
move.
norms have a motive.
This is pretty good athletic. Look at this move.
Explain ourselves and make sure we have a good motive story about
Look at this athleticism.
which is why we're
Unprecedented.
trying to explain what we're doing, and that's what your conscious mind is doing. It is trying to make sure you've got a good motive story for everything you're doing. And that's why you don't know why you read
Popping toes.
What you know is what the good story is.
Fucking hoes and popping toes.
That's the self-deception.
Why?
And you're saying that there's a machine, the actual
Why not, baby
dictator
boo?
is selfish. And then you're just the press secretary who's desperately doesn't want to get fired and is justifying all the decisions of the dictator. And that's the self-deception.
Right now, most people actually are willing to believe that this is true in the abstract. So our book has been classified as psychology, and it was reviewed by psychologists. And the basic way that psychology referees and reviewers responded is to say this is well known. Most people accept that there's a fair bit of self-deception,
But they don't want to accept it about themselves
well,
directly.
they don't want to accept it about the particular topics that we talk about. So people accept the idea in the abstract that they might be self-deceived or not be honest about various things.
What is it?
But that hasn't penetrated into the literatures where people are explaining particular things like why we go to school, why we go to the doctor, why we vote, etc. So our book is mainly about 10 areas of life and explaining about in each area what our actual motives there are. And people who study those things have not admitted that hidden motives are explaining those particular areas.
They haven't taken the leap from theoretical psychology to actual public policy.
Exactly.
And economics and all that kind of stuff. Well, let me just linger on this and bring up my old friends, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. So how vast is this landscape of the unconscious mind? The power and the scope of the dictator. Is it only dark there? Is it some light? Is there some love?
The vast majority of what's happening in your head, you're unaware of. So in a literal sense, the unconscious, the aspects of your mind that you're not conscious of is the overwhelming majority. But that's just true in a literal engineering sense. Your mind is doing lots of low-level things, and you just can't be consciously aware of all the low-level stuff. But there's plenty of room there for lots of things you're not aware of.
But we try to shine a light on the things we're unaware of, specifically, now again, staying with the philosophical psychology side for a moment. Can you shine light on the Jungian shadow? What's going on there? What is this machine like? Like, what level of thoughts are happening there? Is it something that we can even interpret? If you somehow could visualize it, is it something that's human interpretable, or is it just a kind of chaos of like monitoring different systems in the body, making sure you're happy, making sure you're fed, all those kind of basic forces form abstractions that are each other and they're not introspective at all.
We humans are social creatures. Plausibly, being social is the main reason we have these unusually large brains. Therefore, most of our brain is devoted to being social. And so the things we're very obsessed with and constantly paying attention to are, how do I look at others? What would others think of me if they knew these various things they might learn about me?
So that's close to being fundamental to what it means to be human, is caring what others think.
Right. To be trying to present a story that would be okay for what they think, but we're very constantly thinking, what do other people think?
Well, let me ask you this question then about you, Robin Hanson, who in many places, sometimes for fun, sometimes as a basic statement of principle, likes to disagree with what the majority of people think. So how do you explain, how are you self-deceiving yourself in this task, and how are you being why is the dictator manipulating you inside your head to be so critical? Like, there's norms. Why do you want to stand out in this way? Why do you want to challenge the norms in this way?
Almost by definition, I can't tell you what I'm deceiving myself about, but the more practical strategy that's quite feasible is to ask about what are typical things that most people deceive themselves about, and then to own up to those particular things.
Sure. What's a good one?
So, for example, I can very much acknowledge that I would like to be well thought of.
Yes.
That I would be seeking attention and glory and praise from my intellectual work, and that would be a major agenda driving my intellectual attempts. So, if there were topics that other people would find less interesting, I might be less interested in those for that reason, for example. I might want to find topics where other people are interested, and I might want to go for the glory of finding a big insight rather than a small one, and maybe one that was especially surprising. That's also, of course, consistent with some more ideal concept of what an intellectual should be. But most intellectuals are relatively risk-averse. They are in some local intellectual tradition, and they are adding to that. And they are conforming to the sort of usual assumptions and usual accepted beliefs and practices of a particular area, so that they can be accepted in that area and treated as part of the community. But you might think, for the purpose of the larger intellectual project of understanding the world better, people should be less eager to just add a little bit to some tradition. They should be looking for what's infected between the major traditions and the major questions. They should be looking for assumptions maybe we're making that are wrong. They should be looking at things that are very surprising, things that would be you would have thought a priori unlikely, that once you are convinced of it, you find that to be very important and a big update, right? So you could say that one motivation I might have is less motivated to be sort of comfortably accepted into some particular intellectual community and more willing to just go for these more fundamental long shots that should be very important if you could find it.
Which would, if you can find them, would get you appreciated, respect across a larger number of people across the longer time span of history.
Right.
So, like maybe the small local community will say you suck,
right?
You must conform, but the larger community will see the brilliance of you breaking out of the cage of the small conformity into a larger cage. There's always a bigger cage, and then you'll be remembered by more. Yeah. Also, that explains your choice of color for shirt, the gray and a black background, so you definitely stand out.
Right.
Or
now, of course, you could say, well, you could get all this attention by making false claims of dramatic improvement, and then wouldn't that be much easier than actually working through all the details?
Why not?
To make true claims.
Let me ask the press secretary, why not? Why? So, of course, you spoke several times about how much you value truth and the pursuit of truth. That's a very nice narrative, right? Hitler and Stalin also talked about the value of truth. Do you worry, in your introspect, as broadly as all humans might, that it becomes a drug? This being a martyr, being the person who points out the emperor wears no clothes, even when the emperor is obviously dressed, just to be the person who points out that the emperor is wearing no clothes. Do you think about that?
So, I think the standards you hold yourself to are dependent on the audience you have in mind. So, if you think of your audience as relatively easily fooled or relatively gullible, then you won't bother to generate more complicated, deep, arguments and structures and evidence to persuade somebody who has higher standards, because why bother? You get away with something much easier. Of course, if you are, say, a salesperson, you make money on sales, then you don't need to convince the top few percent of the most sharp customers. You can just go for the bottom 60% of the most gullible customers and make plenty of sales, right? So I think intellectuals have to vary. One of the main ways intellectuals vary is in who is their audience in your mind. Who are they trying to address? Is it people down the hall? Is it people who read their Twitter feed? Is it their parents? Is it their high school teacher? Right? Or is it Einstein and Freud and Socrates? Right? So I think those of us who are especially arrogant, especially think that we're really big shot or have a chance at being really big shot, we were naturally going to pick this big shot audience that we can. We're going to be trying to impress Socrates and Einstein.
Is that why you hang out going on?
Sure. I mean,
trying to give us
right. You might think, from the point of view of just making money or having sex or other sorts of things, this is misdirected energy, right? Trying to impress the very most highest quality minds, that's such a small sample, and they can't do that much for you anyway. So I might well have had more, ordinary success in life, be more popular, invited to more parties, make more money if I had targeted a lower tier set of intellectuals with the standards they have. But for some reason, I decided early on that Einstein was my audience, people like him, and I was going to impress them.
Yeah, you pick your set of motivations. Convincing, impressing Tyler Cohen is not going to help you get laid. I tried. All right. What are some notable sort of effects of
Look at this move
in the brain in everyday life? You mentioned when we try to apply that to economics, to public policy, when we think about medicine, education, all those kinds of things. So what are some things that
The key thing is medicine is much less
What's
useful
athleticism,
health-wise than you think. So, if you're focused on your health, you care a lot less about it. And if you were focused on other people's health, you would also care a lot less about it. But if medicine is, as we suggest, more about showing that you care and letting other people
Is that
show
my
that
boy?
they care about you, then
Fuck yeah, that
a lot of
gangster.
area of medicine can make sense. So that was our very earliest discussion in the podcast.
Come on, you little
about
bitch.
should you give people a lot of medicine when it's not very effective? And then the answer then is, well, if that's the way that you show you care about them, and you really want them to know you care, then maybe that's what you need to do. If you can't find a cheaper, more effective substitute.
So if we actually can pause on that for a little bit.
Stupid
How
slut.
do we start
Come on, you fucking cunt.
the full set of
Where were you?
self-deception happening in medicine?
So we have a method that we use in our book that is what I recommend
like a
for
thing?
people to use in all these sorts of topics. Straightforward method is first, don't look at yourself. Look at other people. Look at broad patterns of behavior in other people, and then ask, what are the various theories we could have?
Damn, that thing's a
explaining
thing.
patterns of behavior? And then just
Rudy
use
Huxtable was
logic.
a thing.
Which
Well,
theory
she'd grow up to
matches
be a thing. She wasn't a
the
thing
behavior they
then.
have.
She'd be a thing.
And the last step is to assume that's
But
true of you.
here is for the boys.
Don't assume you're an exception. If you happen to be an exception, that won't go so well. But nevertheless, on average, you aren't very well positioned to judge your exception. So look at what other people do, explain what other people do, and assume that's you too.
But also,
Look at this.
there's
Look at this athleticism, though.
party
For realsies. Look at this move. I've never seen anything.
There's the doctor, there's drug
Unprecedented
companies,
athleticism.
there are governments that are regulations, lobbyists. You can build up a network of categories of humans in this, and they each play their role. So how do you introspect the sort of analyze the system at a system scale versus at the individual scale?
So it turns out that in general, it's usually much easier to explain producer behavior than consumer behavior. That is, the drug companies or the doctors have relatively clear incentives to give the customers whatever they want. And similarly, say governments in democratic countries have incentive to give the voters what they want. So that focuses your attention on the patient and the voter in this equation, and saying what do they would be driving the rest of the system. Whatever they want, the other parties are willing to give them in order to get paid. So now we're looking for puzzles in patient and voter behavior. What are they choosing, and why do they choose that?
And how much exactly? And then we can explain that potentially again return to the producer.
This bitch's eyebrows bother me. Her hair is
Decision-making process
so badly done.
So now, in almost every industry,
Bitch has a
producers are
skunk
in general
line.
happy to lie and exaggerate in order to get more customers. Yeah, this is true of auto repair as much as human body repair and medicine. So the difference between these industries can't be explained by the willingness of the producers to give customers what they want or to do various things. And we have to, again, go to the customers. Why are customers treating body repair different than auto repair?
Yeah, that potentially requires a lot of thinking, a lot of data collection, potentially looking at historical data too, because things don't just happen overnight. That over time there's
In
trends.
principle, it does, but actually, it's a lot easier than you might think. I think the biggest limitation is just the willingness to consider alternative hypotheses. So many of the patterns that you need to rely on are actually pretty obvious, simple patterns. You just have to notice them and ask yourself, how can I explain them? Often you don't need to look at the most subtle, most difficult statistical evidence that might be out there. The simplest patterns are often one.
All right, so there's a fundamental statement about self-deception in the book. There's the application of that, like we did in medicine. Can you steel man the argument that many of the foundational ideas in the book are wrong? Meaning, there's two that you just made, which is it can be a lot simpler than it looks. Can you steel man the cases case by case? It's always super complicated. Like a complex system, it's very difficult to have a simple model about. It's very difficult in retrospect. And the other one is that the human brain isn't not just about self-deception. That there's a lot of motivation to play, and we are able to really introspect our mind. And like what's on the surface of the conscious is actually quite a good representation of what's going on in your brain. And you're not deceiving yourself. You're able to actually arrive to deeply think about where your mind stands and what you think about the world. And it's less about impressing people and more about being a free thinking individual.
So when a child tries to explain why they don't have their homework assignment, they are sometimes inclined to say the dog ate my homework. They almost never say the dragon ate my homework. The reason is the dragon is a completely implausible explanation. Almost always when we make excuses for things, we choose things that are, at least in some degree, plausible. It could perhaps have happened. That's an obstacle for any explanation of a hidden motive or a hidden feature of human behavior. If people are pretending one thing while really doing another, you're usually going to pick as a pretense something that's somewhat plausible. That's going to be an obstacle to proving that hypothesis if you are focused on sort of the local data that a person would typically have if they were challenged. So if you're just looking at one kid and his lack of homework, maybe you can't tell whether his dog ate his homework or not. If you happen to know he doesn't have a dog, you might have more confidence. Right? You will need to have a wider range of evidence than a typical person would when they're encountering that actual excuse in order to see past the excuse. That will just be a general feature of it. So in order, if I say, there's this usual story about why we go to the doctor, and then there's this other explanation, it'll be true that you'll have to look at wider data in order to see that, because people don't usually offer excuses unless in the local context of their excuse, they can get away with it. That is, it's hard to tell, right? So in the case of medicine, I have to point you to sort of larger sets of data. But in many areas of academia, including health economics, the researchers there also want to support the usual points of view. And so they will have selection effects in their publications and their analysis, whereby if they're getting a result too much contrary to the usual point of view everybody wants to have, they will file for that paper or redo the analysis until they get an answer that's more to people's liking. So that means in the health economic literature, there are plenty of people who will claim that, in fact, we have evidence that medicine is effective. And when I respond, I will have to point you to our most reliable evidence and ask you to consider the possibility that the literature is biased, in that when the evidence isn't as reliable, when they have more degrees of freedom in order to get the answer they want, they do tend to get the answer they want. But when we get to the kind of evidence that's much harder to mess with, that's where we will see the truth be more revealed. So with respect to medicine, we have millions of papers published in medicine over the years, most of which give the impression that medicine is useful. There's a small literature on randomized experiments of the aggregate effects of medicine, where there's maybe a few half dozen or so papers, where it would be the hardest to hide it, because it's such a straightforward experiment done in a straightforward way that it's hard to manipulate. And that's where I will point you to show you that there's relatively little correlation between health and medicine. But even then, people could try to save the phenomenon and say, well, it's not hidden motives, it's just ignorance. I could say, for example, medicine's complicated, most people don't know the literature, therefore they can be excused for ignorance. They are just ignorantly assuming that it's effective. It's not that they have some other motive that they're trying to achieve. And then I will have to do, as with a conspiracy theory analysis, saying, well, how long has this misperception been going on? How consistently has it happened around the world and across time? And I would have to say, look, if we're talking about, say, a recent new product like Segway scooters or something, I could say not so many people have seen them or used them. Maybe they could be confused about their value. If we're talking about a product that's been around for thousands of years, used roughly the same way all across the world, and we see the same pattern over and over again, this sort of ignorance mistake just doesn't work so much.
It's also a question of how much of the self-deception is prevalent versus foundational? Because there's a kind of implied thing where it's foundational to human nature versus just a common pitfall. So this is a question I have. So like maybe progress made by people who don't fall into the self-deception. It's like it's a baser aspect of human nature, but then you escape it easily if you feel motivated.
The motivational hypotheses about these self-deceptions are in terms of how it makes you look to the people around you. Again, the press secretary. So the story would be most people want to look good to the people around them. Therefore, most people present themselves in ways that help them look good to the people around them. That's sufficient to say there would be a lot of it. It doesn't need to be 100%. Right? There's enough variety in people and in circumstances that sometimes taking a contrarian strategy can be in the interest of some minority of the people. So I might, for example, say that that's a strategy I've taken. I've decided that being contrarian on these things would be winning for me, and that there's a room for a small number of people like me who have these sort of messages who can then get more attention, even if there's not room for most people to do that. And that can be explaining sort of the variety. Right? So similarly, you might say, just look at the most obvious things. Most people would like to look good, right? In the sense of physically, just you look good right now. You're wearing a nice suit, you have a haircut, you shave, right? So, and we got my own haircut. Okay, well, that's all the more impressive.
It's a counter. It's a counter argument for your claim.
Right. Now, clearly, if we look at most people in their physical appearance, clearly most people are trying to look somewhat nice, right? They shower, they shave, they comb their hair. But we certainly see some people who are not trying to look so nice, right? Is that a big challenge, the hypothesis that people want to look nice? Not that much, right? You can see in those particular people's context more particular reasons why they've chosen to be an exception to the more general rule.
So the general rule does look for something foundational in general. Right. That's the way things work. Let me ask you, we wrote a blog post about the accuracy of authorities. So we're talking about this, especially in medicine. Just looking around us, especially during this time of the pandemic, there's been a growing distrust of authorities, institutions, even the institution of science itself. What are pros and cons of authorities, would you say? So, what's nice about authorities? What's nice about institutions? And what are their pitfalls?
One standard function of authority is as something you can refer to respectively without needing to seem too submissive or ignorant or gullible. That is, when you're asking what should I act on or what belief should I act on, you might be worried if I chose something too contrarian, too weird, too speculative, that would make me look bad, so I would just choose something very certain. So maybe an authority lets you choose something a little less conservative because the authority is your authorization. The authority will let you do it, and you can say, and somebody says, why did you do that thing? And they say, the authority authorized. The authority tells me I should do this. Why aren't you doing it? Right?
So the authority is often pushing for the conservative.
Well, no, the authority can do more. I mean, so, for example, we just think about, I don't know, in a pandemic, right? You could just think, well, I'll just stay home and close all the doors, or I'll just do it, right? You could just think of just some very simple strategy that might be defensible if there were no authorities, right? But authorities might be able to know more than that. They might be able to look at some evidence, draw a more context-dependent conclusion, declare it as the authority's opinion, and then other people might follow that. And that could be better than doing nothing.
So what you mentioned, WHO, the world's most beloved organization. So, this is me speaking in general. WHO and CDC has been kind of, depending on degree, right? Details, just not behaving as I would have imagined the best possible evolution of human civilization authorities should act. They seem to have failed in some fundamental way in terms of leadership at a difficult time for our society. Can you say what are the pros and cons of this particular authority?
So again, If there were no authorities whatsoever, no accepted authorities, then people would sort of have to sort of randomly different local authorities would conflict with each other, and then they'd be fighting each other about that, or just not believe anybody, just do some initial default action that you would always do without responding to context. So the potential gain of an authority is that they could know more than just basic ignorance, and if people followed them, they could both be more informed than ignorance and all doing the same thing, so they're each protected from being accused or played about. That's the idea of authority. That would be the good idea.
What's the con?
Okay.
So what's the negative? How does that go
So
wrong?
the con is that if you think of yourself as the authority and asking what's my strategy as an authority, it's unfortunately not to be maximally informative. So you might think the ideal authority would not just tell you more than ignorance, it would tell you as much as possible. Okay, it would give you as much detail as you could possibly listen to and manage to assimilate, and it would update that as frequently as possible, or as frequently as you were able to listen and assimilate, and that would be the maximally informative authority. The problem is there's a conflict between being an authority, being seen as an authority, and being maximally informative. That was the point of my blog post that you're pointing out to here. That is, if you look at it from their point of view, they won't long remain the perceived authority if they are too cautious about how they use that authority. And one of the ways to be cautious would be to be too informed.
Okay, it's still in the profile for me because you're talking about the tensions that are very data-driven, very honest, and I would hope that authorities struggle with that. How much information to provide to people to maximize maximize outcomes. Now, I'm generally somebody that believes more information is better because I trust in the intelligence of people. But I'd like to mention a bigger con on authorities, which is the human question. This comes back to global government and so on. Is that there's humans that sit in chairs during meetings, and those authorities that have different titles. Humans form hierarchies, and sometimes those titles get to your head a little bit. And you start to want to think, how do I preserve my control over this authority? As opposed to thinking through, like, what is the mission of the authority? What is the mission of WHO and the other such organization? And how do I maximize the implementation of that mission? You start to think, well, I kind of like sitting in this big chair at the head of the table. I'd like to sit there for another 3 years. Or better yet, I want to be remembered as the person who, in a time of crisis, was at the head of this authority. He did a lot of good things. So you stop trying to do good under what good means, given the mission of the authority, and you start to try to carve a narrative, to manipulate the narrative. First, in the meeting, everybody around you. Just a small little story you tell yourself. Then you in turn the managers throughout the whole hierarchy of the company. Okay, once everybody in the company or in the organization believes this narrative, now you start to control the release of information, not because you're trying to maximize outcomes, but because you're trying to maximize the effectiveness of the narrative that you are truly a great representative of this authority in human history. And I just feel like those human forces, whenever you have an authority, it starts getting to people's heads. One of the most disappointing as a scientist, one of the most disappointing things to see during the pandemic is the use of authority from colleagues of mine to roll their eyes, to dismiss other human beings just because they got a PhD, just because they're an assistant associate full faculty, just because they are deputy head of X organization, NIH, whatever the heck the organization is, just because they got an award of some kind. And at a conference, they won a Best Paper award 7 years ago, and then somebody shook their hand and gave them a medal, and maybe it was a president. And it's been 20, 30 years that people have been patting them on the back, saying how special they are, especially when they're controlling money and getting sucked up from other scientists who really want the money in a self-deception kind of way. They don't actually really care about your performance. And all of that gets to your head. And no longer are you the authority that's trying to do good and lessen the suffering in the world. You become an authority that just wants to maximize, preserve yourself in a sitting on a throne of power.
So this is core to sort of what it is to be an economist. I'm a professor of economics.
There you go, for the authority again.
No, so it's about saying we often have a situation where we see a world of behavior, and then we see ways in which particular behaviors are not sort of maximally socially useful. And we have a variety of reactions to that. So one kind of reaction is to sort of morally blame each individual for not doing the maximally socially useful thing, under perhaps the idea that people could be identified and shamed for that and maybe induced to doing the better thing if only enough people were calling them out, right? But another way to think about it is to think that people sit in institutions with certain, stable institutional structures, and that institutions create particular incentives for individuals, and that individuals are typically doing whatever is in their local interest in the context of that institution. And then, perhaps the less blame individuals for winning their local institutional game and more blaming the world for having the wrong institutions. So economists are often wondering what other institutions we could have instead of the ones we have, and which of them might promote better behavior. This is a common thing we do all across human behavior, is to think of what are the institutions we're in and what are the alternative variations we can imagine, and then say which institutions would be most productive. I would agree with you that our information institutions, that is the institutions by which we collect information and aggregate it and share with people, are especially broken in the sense of far from the ideal of what would be the most cost-effective way to collect and share information. But then the challenge is to try to produce better institutions. And as an academic, I'm aware that academia is particularly broken in the sense that we give people incentives to do research that's not very interesting or important because basically they're being impressive. And we actually care more about whether academics are impressive than whether they're interesting or useful. And I can go happy to go into detail with lots of different known institutions and their known institutional failings, ways in which institutions produce, incentives that are mistaken. And that was the point of the post we started talking about the authority. If I need to be seen as an authority, that's at odds with my being informative, and I might choose to be the authority instead of being informative because that's my institutional incentives.
And if I may, I'd like to, given that beautiful picture of incentives and individuals that you just painted, let me just apologize for a couple of things. One, I often put too much blame on leaders of institutions versus the incentives that govern those institutions. And as a result of that, I believe too critical of Anthony Fauci, too emotional about my criticism of Anthony Fauci. And I'd like to apologize for that because I think there's deeper truths to think about. There's deeper incentives to think about. That said, I'm a romantic creature by nature. I romanticize Winston Churchill. When I think about Nazi Germany, I think about Hitler more than I do about the individual people of Nazi Germany. You think about leaders, you think about individuals, not necessarily the parameters, the incentives that govern the system. Because it's harder. It's harder to think through deeply about the models from which those individuals arise. But that's the right thing to do. So, but also, I don't apologize for being emotional sometimes and being.
I'm happy to blame individual leaders in the sense that I might say we should be trying to reform these institutions. If you're just there to get promoted and look good at being at the top, so maybe I can blame you for your motives and your priorities there. But I can understand why the people at the top would be the people who are selected for having the priority, primarily trying to get to the top. But I get that.
Can I maybe ask you about particular universities? They've received, science has received an increase in distrust overall as an institution. which breaks my heart because I think science is beautiful as a not maybe not as an institution, but as one of the things, one of the journeys humans have taken on. The other one is university. I think university is actually a place, for me at least, the way I see it, is a place of freedom of exploring ideas, scientific ideas, engineering ideas, um, more than corporate, more than a company, more than a lot of domains in life. There, it's not just in its idea, but it's in its implementation. A place where you can be a kid for your whole life, and play with ideas. And I think with all the criticism that universities still not currently receive, I think I don't think that criticism
Shout out to the biggest loser on the internet.
Universities. They focus on
I love that guy. It's amazing. He's really nice.
People. And I still feel like there's a lot of place for freedom of thought. At least MIT, at least in the fields I care about, in particular kind of science, particular kind of technical fields, mathematics, computer science, physics, engineering, so robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a place where you get to be a kid. Yet there is bureaucracy that's rising. There's like more rules, there's more meetings, and there's more administration. Having like PowerPoint presentations, which to me you should like be more of a renegade explorer of ideas, and meetings destroy, they suffocate that radical thought that happens when you're an undergraduate student, and you can do all kinds of wild things when you're a graduate student. Anyway, all that to say, you've thought about this. Is there something positive, insightful you can say about how we can make for better universities in the decades to come? This particular institution, how can we improve them?
I hear that centuries ago, many scientists and intellectuals were aristocrats. They had time and could, if they chose to be intellectuals. That's a feature of the combination that they had some source of resources that allowed them leisure, and that the kind of competition they were faced in among aristocrats allowed that sort of a self-indulgence or self-pursuit, at least at some point in their lives. So the analogous observation is that university professors often have sort of freedom and space to do a wide range of things, and I am certainly enjoying that as a tenured professor.
You're a really good representative of that. Just the exploration you're doing, the depth of thought that, like, most people are afraid to do the kind of broad thinking that you're doing. Just
the fact that can happen with a combination of these two things analogously. One is that we have fierce competition to become a tenured professor, but then once you become tenured, we give you the freedom to do what you like. And that's happenstance. It didn't have to be that way. And in many other walks of life, even though people have a lot of, resources, etc., they don't have that kind of freedom. So I think I'm kind of lucky that tenure exists and that I'm enjoying it. But I can't be too enthusiastic about this unless I can approve of sort of the source of the resources that's paying for all this, right? So if the aristocrat, if you thought they stole in a war or something, you wouldn't be so pleased. Whereas if you thought they had earned it or their ancestors had earned this money that they were spending as an aristocrat, then you can be more okay with that, right? So for universities, I have to ask, where are the main sources of resources that are going to universities, and are they getting the money's worth, or are they getting a good value for the payment, right? So first of all, there's students, and the question is, are students getting good value for their education? And on each person is getting value in the sense that they are.
Are you a fan of Biggest Loser on the internet?
To be a more capable
That's my G.
More salary as an employee later. But there is a case for saying there's a big waste to this system because we aren't actually changing the students or educating them. We're more sorting them, labeling. And that's a very expensive process to produce that outcome. And part of the expense is the freedom of tenure I get. So I feel like I can't be too proud of that because it's basically a tax of all these young students to pay this enormous amount of money in order to be labeled as better, whereas I feel like we should be able to find cheaper ways of doing it. The other main customer is the researcher patrons like the government or other foundations. And then the question is, are they getting their money worth out of the money they're paying for research to happen? And my analysis is they don't actually care about the research progress. They are mainly buying an affiliation with credentialed impressiveness on the part of the researchers. They mainly pay money to researchers who are impressive and have impressive affiliation. And they don't really much care what research project happens.
Why do they call him Bob?
Is that a cynical? So there's a deep truth to that cynical perspective. Is there a less cynical perspective that they do care about the long-term investment into the progress of science and humanity?
Well, they might personally care, but they're stuck in an equilibrium.
Sure.
Wherein basically most foundations, like governments or research, or like the Ford Foundation, the individuals there are rated based on the prestige they bring to that organization.
Give it to me.
Yeah. And even if they might personally want to produce more intellectual progress, they are in a competitive game where they don't have tenure, and they need to produce this prestige. And so once they give grant money to prestigious people, that is the thing that shows that they have achieved prestige for the organization. And that's what they need to do in order to retain.
Man, it's $100 time, bitches. I gotta scratch my back like a bear.
Actual competence.
Of course, there is a correlation. The question is just, could we do this better some other way?
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear we could. What is harder to do is move the world to an equilibrium where we do that instead.
What are the components of the better ways to do it? Is it money? So how the sources of money and how the money is allocated to give the individual researchers.
All right, what's the
Years
move?
ago, I started
Look at this.
exactly
The athleticism of its finest, motherfuckers.
This was many years ago now. It's been a long time, and my best guess is prediction markets, betting markets. So if you as a research patron want to know the answer to a particular question, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino, then what you can do is just subsidize a betting market in that question, and that will induce more research into answering that question, because the people who then answer that question can then make money in that betting market with the new information they gain. So that's a robust way to induce more information on the topic. If you want to induce an accomplishment, you can create prizes. And there's, of course, a long history of prizes to induce accomplishments. And we moved away from prizes, even though we once used them far more often than we did today. And there's a history to that. And for the customers who want to be affiliated with impressive academics, which is what most of the customers want, students, journalists, and patrons, I think there's a better way of doing it, which I just wrote about in my second most recent blog post. Can you explain? Sure. What we do today is we take sort of accepted by other academics recently as our best indication of their deserved prestige. That is, recent publications, recent job affiliation, institutional affiliation, recent invitations to speak, recent grants. We are today taking other impressive academics' recent choices to affiliate with them as our best guesstimate of their prestige. I would say we could do better by creating betting markets in what the distant future will judge to have been their deserved prestige looking back on them. I think most intellectuals, for example, think that if we look back 2 centuries, say, to intellectuals from 2 centuries ago, and try to look in detail at their research and how it influenced future research and which path it was on, we could much more accurately judge their actual deserved prestige. That is, who was actually on the right track, who actually helped, which will be different than what people at the time judged using the immediate indications at the time, or which position they had, or which publications they had, or things like that.
So in this way, if you think from the perspective of multiple centuries, you would higher prioritize true novelty. You would disregard the temporal proximity of how recent the thing is. And you would think, like, what is the brave, the bold, the big, novel idea?
This fucking rabbi says $100 like a motherfucker.
can see the path through which ideas
Gotta
are
take a
which
dump.
things have dead ends, which led to what other. You could.
This bitch could go into the World Series. It's such a playboy. The
Better
dump.
estimate of who actually
Oh,
had
man.
long-term effects on the commercial
One of
property.
those.
So my proposal is
Red
we
shit.
actually pay people with 7 centuries to do this historical analysis. We have betting markets, we have prediction markets today where we buy and sell assets, which will later on pay off in terms of those final evaluations. And so now we'll be inducing people today to make their best estimate of those things by actually, looking at the details of people and setting the prices accordingly. So my proposal would be we rate people today on those prices today. So instead of looking at the list of publications or affiliations, you look at the actual price of assets that represent people's best guess of what the future will say about it.
Brilliant. So this concept of idea futures, can you elaborate what this would entail?
I've been elaborating two versions of it here. So one is if there's a particular question, say the master neutrino, and what you as a patron want to do is get an answer to that question, then what you do is subsidize a betting market in that question under the assumption that eventually we'll just know the answer and we can pay off the bets that way. Right? And that is a plausible assumption for many kinds of concrete intellectual questions like what's the mass neutrino.
In this hypothetical world, there's something that may be a real world. Do you mean literal financial?
Yes, very cash. Very yes. So crypto is whatever. Yes. So the idea would be research labs for profit. They would have as their expense paying researchers to study things, and then their profit would come from using the insights the researchers gains to trade in these financial markets. Just like hedge funds today make money by paying researchers to study firms and then making their profits by trading on that insight in the ordinary financial market.
And the market would, if it's efficient, would be able to become better and better at predicting the powerful ideas the individual is able to generate.
The variance around the mass electron neutrino would decrease with time as we learn that value of that parameter better and any other parameters that we want to estimate.
We don't think those markets would also respond to recency of prestige and all those kind of things.
Well, they would respond, but the question is if they might respond incorrectly. If you think they're doing it incorrectly, you have a profit opportunity. You can go fix it. So we'd be inviting everybody to ask whether they can find any biases or errors in current ways in which people are estimating these things from whatever clues they have.
Right, there's a big incentive for the correction mechanism. In academia currently, there's not, it's the safe choice to go with the prestige.
Exactly.
And there's no,
you privately think that prestige is overrated.
Even if you have strong is overrated.
Still, you don't have an incentive to buy that publicly.
You're going to lose a lot unless you're contrarian and really blogs, and then you could talk about it or have podcasts.
Right. I mean, initially, this was my initial concept of having these betting markets on these key parameters. What I then realized over time was that that's more what people tend to care about. What they really mostly care about is just who's how good. Yeah. And that's what most of the system is built on, is trying to rate people and rank them. So I designed this other alternative based on historical evaluation centuries later, just about who's how good, because that's what I think most entrepreneurs really care about.
Customers, I like the word customers here, humans.
Right. Well, every major area of life, which has specialists, get paid to do that. Have some customers from elsewhere who are paying.
Or who are the customers from the master neutrino? Yes, I understand that. It sounds people who are willing to pay.
Right. For the thing. That's an important thing to understand about anything for the customer. So I think, and what's the product? Like medicine, education, academia, military, etc. That's part of the hidden motives analysis. Often people have a thing they say about what the product is and who the customer is, and maybe you need to dig a little deeper to find out what's really going on,
or a lot deeper. You've written that you seek out both viewpoints. You're able, as an intelligent black box word generating machine, you're able to generate a lot of sexy words. I like it. I love it. Viewquakes, which are insights which dramatically change my worldview. Your worldview. You write, I loved science fiction as a child, studied physics and artificial intelligence for a long time each, and now study economics and political science, all fields full of such sites. So let me ask, what are some few quicks or a beautiful, surprising idea to you for each of those fields? Physics, AI, economics, political science. I know it's a tough question. Something that springs to mind about physics, for example, that just is beautiful.
I mean, right from the beginning, say, special relativity was a big surprise. Most of us have a simple concept of time, and it seems perfectly adequate for everything we've ever seen. And to have it explained to you that you need to sort of have a mixture concept of time and space, where you put it in a space-time construct, how it looks different from different perspectives, that was quite a shock. And that was, such a shock that makes you think, what else do I know that, is the way it seems. So quantum mechanics is certainly another enormous shock in terms of, from the point, you have this idea that there's a space and point particles at points, fields in between, and quantum mechanics is just a whole different representation. It looks nothing like what you would have thought as sort of the basic representation of the physical world, and that was quite a surprise.
What would you say is the catalyst for the view quick in theoretical physics in the 20th century? Where does that come from? So they speak about Einstein. It seems like a lot of that came from almost thought experiments. It wasn't almost experimentally driven. Actually, I don't know the full story of quantum mechanics, how much of it is experiment, like where, if you look at the full trace of idea generation there, of all the weird stuff that falls out of quantum mechanics, how much of that is experimental, how much was it the theoreticians? But usually, theoretical theories the way. But maybe can you state what's the catalyst?
The remarkable thing about
Look at this athleticism. Look at it. This is like a very agile gazelle on the Serengeti.
If it hadn't been for Einstein, if it hadn't been for Heisenberg, certainly within half a century, somebody else would have come up with essentially the same thing. Is there something you believe? Yes. So I think when you look at just the history of physics and the history of other areas, some areas like that, there's just this enormous convergence that the different kind of evidence that was being collected was so redundant in the sense that so many different things revealed the same things. Eventually, you just kind of have to accept it because it just gets obvious. So if you look at the details, of course, Einstein did it for somebody else, and it's well worth celebrating Einstein for that. And we, by celebrating the few people who did something first, or came across something first, we are encouraging all the rest to move a little faster, to try to push us all a little faster, which is great. But I still think we would have gotten roughly to the same place in half a century. So sometimes people are special because of how much longer it would have taken. So some people say general relativity would take longer without Einstein than other things. I mean, Heisenberg quantum mechanics, but there were several different formulations of quantum mechanics all around the same few years, means no one of them made that much of a difference. We would have had pretty much the same thing, regardless of which of them did it exactly well. Nevertheless, I'm happy to celebrate them all. But this is a choice I make in my research. That is, when there's an area where there's lots of people working together, who are sort of spooking each other and getting a result just before somebody else does, you ask, well, how much of a difference would I make? At most, I could make something happen a few months before somebody else. And so I'm less worried about them missing. So when I'm trying to help people grow, like doing research, I'm looking for neglected. I'm looking for things that nobody, if I didn't do it, nobody would do it in the long time. Zero general one would do it. It might take another 10, 20, 30 years. So that's the place where you can have the biggest impact, just finding the things that nobody would do unless you did them.
And then that's when you get the big insight. What about artificial intelligence? Would it be the EMs, the emulated minds? What idea was whether that struck you in the shower, or they use
Basically, the biggest way artificial intelligence is the realization just how complicated our human minds are. So most people who come to artificial intelligence in the field or relative, a very common phenomenon which you must be familiar with is that they come up with some and then they think, yeah,
and then I saw him take
once
off
we
his shit.
implement this new concept, we will have full level or higher artists, right? They're just
It must
not
just hit the
appreciating
top of
just how
his
big
feet, so it just crushed me. Because these things are thousands of pounds.
because that's it. When we just think, it seems very simple.
It's like when a cartoon
Studying artificial intelligence, going through particular problems, looking at each problem, all the different things you need to be able to solve a problem like that, makes you realize all the things your mind is doing that you are not aware of. That's that vast
Either way, I'm on the safety manual
that
now.
you're not aware of. That's the biggest
I
mistake
was ever reprimanded because it
that's
was his
for
fault.
most
But
studies
he
of
ended up with like a
intelligence to see
multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
just how high it
He's
is.
still
I think it's a good
my
point,
friends know
but I
it.
think it's a
The
very
large Vietnamese people love it.
the
Imagine if I played that for like
shit
yeah, this motherfucker.
hard. It's the
I
first
actually ran over
realization
someone
to
with a
Put that in the chat, dude.
Put that in the chat, dude.
So I worked at a place called Eager Micro Warehouse. And I used to
long
I was
that
basically
I experienced that deep break that for me, I now experience the deep breaks of holy shit, this little thing is actually quite powerful. Like neural networks. I'm amazed. Because I've become almost cynical after that first quake. I was like, this is so hard. Like evolution did some crazy right to create a human mind. But then you realize, just because you have a bunch of simple models, that simple things can actually be extremely powerful. That maybe emulating the human mind is extremely difficult. You can go a long way with knowledge in a network. You can go a long way with that solutions that feel like reinforcement learning. Right? Holy crap. You can go quite a long way with that.
but we still have a very long way to go. Unless
I refuse to say no. The road, the road is so long. And it's, like you said, the six hard steps that humans have to take to arrive at where we are for the original life on Earth. So it's long, maybe in the statistical probability of the steps that have to be taken. But in terms of how quickly those steps I don't know if the intuition says if it's hundreds of years away or if it's a couple of years away. I prefer to measure
pretty confident it's at least a decade. And
well we can
that's at least 3 decades.
I can still know the direction. I prefer to measure that journey in Elon Musk's. That's a new
We don't get Elon Musk very often, so that's a long time since.
for now. I don't know, maybe you can clone or maybe multiply or I don't even know what Elon Musk what that is. What is that? What is
That's a good question. Exactly. Well, that's an excellent question.
how does that fit into the model of the 3 parameters that are required for becoming a rabbi alien civilization?
So that's the question of how much any individual makes in the long path of civilization over time.
Yes.
And it's a favorite topic of historians, people to try to focus on individuals and how much of a difference they make. And certainly some individuals make a substantial difference in the modest term, right? Certainly without Hitler being Hitler in the role he took, European history would have taken a different path for a while there. But if we're looking over many centuries longer term things, most individuals do fade in their individual influence.
So, maybe you're nice tonight. Meanwhile, sexy Harris, you will also be forgotten in the long arc of history. So you said at least 10 years. So let's talk a little bit about this AI thing. Of how hard is the problem of solving intelligence by engineering artificial intelligence that achieves human-like qualities that we associate with intelligence. How hard is this and the trajectories that take us there?
One way to think about it is in terms of the scope of the technology space you're talking about. So let's take the biggest possible scope, all of human technology, right? The entire human economy. So the entire economy is composed of many industries, each of which have many products with many different technologies supporting each one. At that scale, I think we can accept that most innovations are a small fraction of the total. That is, usually has relatively gradual overall progress, and that individual innovations that have a substantial effect, but total are rare, and their total effect is still a small percentage of the total economy, right? There's very few individual innovations that made a substantial difference to the whole economy, right? What are we talking? Steam engine, shipping containers, a few things. Shipping containers deserve to be up there with steam engines, honestly.
Can you say exactly why shipping containers?
Shipping containers revolutionized shipping. Shipping is very important.
But placing that at shipping containers. So you're saying you wouldn't have some magic of supply chain, all that with shipping containers?
Made a big difference, absolutely.
That's something to look into. We just take that tangent. I'll talk to you too. But anyway, so there's a few innovations.
Right. So at the scale of the whole economy, right? Now, as you move down to a much smaller scale, you will see individual innovations having a bigger effect, right? So if you look at, lawnmowers or something, I don't know about the innovations lawnmower, but there are probably like steps where you had a new kind of lawnmower, and that made a big difference to mowing lawns because you're focusing on a smaller part of the whole technology space, right? So, and it's sometimes like military technology. There's a lot of military technologies, a lot of small ones, but every once in a while, a particular military weapon makes a big difference. But still, even so, mostly overall, you're making modest differences to something that's increasing outwardly. Like the U.S. military is the strongest in the world consistently for a while. No one weapon in the last 70 years has made a big difference in terms of the overall prominence of the U.S. military. Right? Because that's just saying, even though every once in a while, even the recent Soviet hyper missiles or whatever they aren't changing the overall balance dramatically, right? So when we get to AI, now I can frame the question: how big is AI? Basically, one way of thinking about AI is it's just all mental tasks. And then you ask, what fraction of tasks are mental tasks? And I go, a lot. And then if I think of AI as like half of everything, then I think, well, it's got to be composed of lots of parts where any one innovation is only a small impact, right? Now, if you think, no, AI is like AGI, and then you think AGI is a small thing. There's only a small number of key innovations that will enable it. Now you're thinking there could be a bigger chunk that you might find that would have a bigger impact. So the way I would ask you to frame these things in terms of the chunkiness of different areas of technology, in part depends on how big they're. But if you take 10 chunky areas and add them together, the total is less chunky.
Yeah. Are you able, until you solve the fundamental core parts of the problem, to estimate the chunkiness of that problem?
Well, if you have a history of prior chunkiness, that could be your best estimate for future chunkiness. So, for example, even at the level of the world economy, right? We've had this, 10,000 years of civilization. It's only a short time. You might say, oh, that doesn't predict future chunkiness. But, it looks relatively steady and consistent. We can say, even in computer science, we've had 70 years of computer science. We have enough data to look at chunkiness in computer science. Like, when were there algorithms or approaches that made a big chunk difference? And how large a fraction of those that was that? And I'd say mostly in computer science, most innovation has been relatively small chunks. The bigger chunks have been rare.
Well, this is the interesting thing about AI and algorithms in general is, page rank. So Google's, right? So sometimes it's a simple algorithm that by itself is not that useful, but the scale in a context that's scalable, depending on the context, is all of a sudden the power is revealed. There's something, I guess, the nature of chunkiness is that you get things that can reach a lot of people simply can be quite chunky.
So one standard story about algorithms is to say algorithms have a fixed cost plus a marginal cost. And so in history, when you had computers that were very small, you tried all the algorithms had low fixed costs. And you look for the best of those. Over time, as computers got bigger, you could afford to do larger fixed costs and try those. And some of those had more effective algorithms in terms of the marginal cost. And that, in fact, that roughly explains the long-term history where, in fact, the rate of algorithmic improvement is about the same as the rate of hardware. which is a remarkable coincidence. But it would be explained by saying, well, there's all these better algorithms you can't try until you have a big enough computer to pay the fixed cost of doing some trials to find out if that algorithm actually saves you on the marginal costs. And so that's an explanation for this relatively continuous history. So we have a good story about why hardware is so continuous, right? You might think, why would software be so continuous with the hardware? But if there's a distribution of algorithms in terms of their fixed costs, and it's say spread out in a wide logical distribution, then we could be sort of marching through that logical distribution, trying out algorithms with larger fixed costs and finding the ones that have lower margin.
So, would you say AGI, human level AI, even emulated minds, is chunky? Like a few breakthroughs can take.
So an M is by its nature chunky, in the sense that if you have an emulated brain and you're 25% effective at emulating it, that's crap. It's nothing. Okay? You pretty much need to emulate a full human brain.
Is that obvious? Is that obvious?
It's pretty obvious. But I'm talking about, like, so the key thing is you're emulating various brain cells, and so you have to emulate the input-output pattern in those cells. So if you get that pattern somewhat close, but not close enough, then the whole system just doesn't have the overall behavior you're looking for, right?
But you can have function or some of the power of the overall.
So there'll be some threshold. The point is, when you get close enough, then it goes over the threshold. Right? It's like taking a computer chip and deleting every 1% of the gains, right?
Well, that's very chunky. But the hope is that emulating the human brain, the human brain itself is not.
Right. So it has a certain level of redundancy and a certain level of robustness. And so there's some threshold when you get close to that level of redundancy and robustness, then it starts to work. But until you get to that level, it's just going to be crap, right? It's going to be just a big thing that isn't working. So we can be pretty sure that emulation is a chunk in an economic sense, right? At some point, you'll be able to make one that's actually effective in enabling something for humans, and then that will be this huge economic product that people will try to buy like crazy. Now,
People bring a lot of hours of people's lives, they'll be willing to pay for it.
Well, it could be that the first emulation costs $1 billion each, right? And then we have them, but we can't really use them too expensive. And then the cost slowly comes down, and now we have less of a chunky adoption, right? That as the cost comes down, then we use more and more of the more context. And that's a more continuous curve. So it's only if the first emulations are relatively cheap that you get a more sudden disruption to society. And that could happen if sort of the algorithm is the last thing to figure out how to do.
What about robots that capture some magic in terms of social connection? The robots, if we have a robot talking, look up right there. Robots that are able to capture some magic of human connection as they interact with humans, but are not emulating the brain. What about those? How far away?
So we're thinking about chunkiness or distance now. So if you ask how chunky is the task of making a emulatable robot or something,
which chunkiness and time are correlated.
Right, but it's about how far away it is or how suddenly it would happen. Chunkiness is how suddenly, and difficulty is just how far away it is. But it could be a continuous difficulty. It would just be far away, but we slowly, steadily get there. Or there could be these thresholds where we reach a threshold and suddenly we can do a lot better.
Yeah, that's a good question for both. I tend to believe that all of it, not just the M, but AGI too, is chunky. And human level intelligence.
So my best guess
is robots
is that the history of computer science chunkiness so far seems to be my best guess for the chunkiness of AGI.
Yeah.
That is,
it is chunky.
It's modestly chunky, not that chunky, right? Our ability to use computers to do many things in the economy has been moving relatively steadily. Overall, in terms of our use of computers in society, they have been relatively steadily improving over 70 years.
No, I would say that's hard. Yeah, okay, I would have to really think about that because neural networks are quite surprising.
Sure, but every once in a while we have anything that's surprising. But if you stand back, we see something like that every 10 years or so. Something new innovation that has a big effect.
So moderately chunky. Yeah.
The history of the level of disruption we've seen in the past would be a rough estimate of the level of disruption in the future, unless the future is we're going to hit a chunky territory, much chunkier than we've seen in the past.
Well, I do think there's it's like Draconian, like revolution type. It seems like the data, especially on the AI, is difficult to reason with because it's so recent. It's such a recent field. In this around 50 years. That between 50, 60, 70, 80 years being recent.
Okay.
That's how
it's enough time to see a lot of trends.
A few trends. I think the internet, computing, there's really a lot of interesting stuff that's happened over the past 30 years that I think the possibility of revolutions is likelier than it was in the...
I think for the last 70 years, there have always been a lot of things that look like they have potential for revolution.
So we can't reason well what this...
I mean, I can't reason well by looking at the past trends. I would say the past trend is roughly your best guess for the future.
If I look back at the things that might have looked like revolutions in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they are less like the revolutions that appear to be happening now, or the capacity of revolution that appear to be there now. First of all, there's a lot more money to be made. So there's a lot more incentive for markets to do a lot of information, it seems like, in the AI space. But and again, there's a history of winters and summers and so on. So maybe we're just like riding a nice wave right now.
One of the biggest issues is the difference between impressive demos and commercial value. So we've often, through the history of AI, we saw very impressive demos that never really translated to commercial value.
Somebody who works on and cares about autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles tell me about it. And there again, we return to the number of Elon Musks per Earth per year generated. That's the M. Close it out. The same officials is the M. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to look into that. All right, two more fields that I would like to force you to put your arm to. All right, to look for viewquakes and for beautiful ideas. Economics. What is a beautiful idea to you about economics? You mentioned a lot of them.
Sure. So, as you said before, there's going to be the first view cake most people encounter that makes the biggest difference on average in the world, because that's the only thing most people ever see is the first one. And so, with AI, the first one is just how big the problem is. But once you get past that, you'll find out certainly for economics, the first one is just the power of markets. You might have thought it was just really hard to figure out how to optimize in a big complicated space, and markets just do a good first pass for an awful lot of stuff. And they are really quite robust and powerful. And that's just quite the view trick, where you just say, just let up. If you want to get in the ballpark, just let a market handle it and step back. And that's true for a wide range. Not true for everything. It's a very good first approximation. Most people's intuitions for how they should limit markets are actually messing them up. They're that good in sense, right? Most people, when you go, I don't know if we want to trust that. Well, you should be trusting.
What about what are markets? Just a couple of words.
So the idea is, if people want something, then let other companies form to try to supply that thing. Let those people pay for their cost of whatever they're making and try to offer that product to those people. Let many such firms enter that industry, and let the customers decide which ones they want. And if the firm goes out of business, let it go bankrupt, and let other people invest in whichever ventures they want to try to attract customers to their version of the product. And that just works for a wide range of products and services.
And through all of this, there's a free exchange of information too. There's a hope that there's no manipulation of information. So that
you make it, even when those things happen, still simple market solution is usually better than the things you'll try to do to fix it on the outside. That's a view crank. It's surprising. It's not what you initially thought.
That's one of the great, I guess, inventions of human civilization, right? Trust in markets.
Now, another view cake that I learned in my research that's not all of economics, but something more specialized, is the rationality of disagreement. That is, basically, people who are trying to believe what's true in a complicated situation would not actually disagree. And of course, humans disagree all the time, so it was quite a striking fact for me to learn in grad school that actually rational agents do not knowingly disagree. And so that makes disagreement more puzzling, and it makes you less willing to disagree.
Humans are to some degree rational, and are able to.
Their priorities are different than just figuring out the truth, which might not be the same as being irrational.
That's another tangent that could take an hour. In the space of human affairs, political science, what is a beautiful, foundational, interesting idea to you? A few quick in the space of political science.
The main thing that goes wrong in politics is people not agreeing on what the best thing to do is.
That's a wrong. So
that's what goes wrong. That is when you say what's fundamentally behind most political failures. It's that people are ignorant of what the consequences of policy is. And that's surprising because it's actually feasible to solve that problem, which we aren't solving.
So it's a bug, not a feature, that there's a inability to find it.
So most political systems, if everybody looked at some authority, say, on a question, and that authority told them the answer, then most political systems are capable of just doing that. But that is, and so it's the failure to have trustworthy authorities that is sort of the underlying failure behind most political things. We failed. We have that. We invade Iraq, right? When we don't have an authority to tell us that's a really stupid thing to do. And it is possible to create more formative, trustworthy authorities. That's a remarkable fact about the world of institutions, that we could do that, but we aren't.
Yeah, that's surprising. We could, we are.
Right. And another big correct about politics is from the elephant brain, that most people, when they're interacting with politics, they say they want to make the world better, make the city better, the country better. And that's not the problem.
What is it?
So they want to show loyalty to their allies. Want to show the tribe they're on their side, yes. Or their various tribes they're in. That's their primary priority, and they do accomplish that.
Yeah. And the tribes are usually color-coded, conveniently enough. What would you say, it's the Churchill question. Democracy is the crappiest form of government. It's the best one we got. What's the best form of government for this, our 7 billion human civilization, and maybe as we get farther, we mentioned a lot of stuff that's fascinating about human history as we become more Voyager-like, and looking out beyond what's the best form of government in the next 50, 100 years as we become a multi-planetary species.
So the key failing is that we have existing political institutions and related institutions like media institutions and other authority institutions, and these institutions sit in a vast space of possible institutions. And the key failing, we're just not exploring that space. So I have made my proposals in that space, and I think I can identify many promising solutions. And many other people have made many other promising proposals in that space. But the key thing is we're just not pursuing those proposals. We're not trying them out on small scales. We're not doing tests. We're not exploring the space of these options. That is the key thing we're failing to do. And if we did that, I am confident we would find much better institutions than what we're using now. But we would have to actually try.
So there a lot of those topics. I do hope we get a chance to talk again. They're fascinating human beings. So I'm skipping a lot of tangents on purpose that I would love to take. You're such a brilliant person.
What is this movie?
Topics. Let me take a stroll into the deep human psyche of Robin Hanson.
Incredible athleticism.
The first may not be that.
Some people might even consider it unprecedented.
I might just be all on the surface.
You don't suck dick.
Some of the fun is on the surface, and
I actually think this is true of many of the most successful, most interesting people you see in the world. That is, they put so much effort into the surface that they've constructed.
You're gonna be popular.
So somebody might be a statesman or an actor or something else, and people want to interview them and they say, like, What are you behind the scenes? What do you do in your free time?
Look at kids. If you really want to know athleticism in motion, people used to call me athleticism in motion.
I really didn't think I was going to have time, but I did.
It's a very common thing to call me athleticism in motion, agility. Some bitches just called me agility. Where's the phone?
Some of the branch managers and Toby into the woods.
Where's the phone?
Michael wasn't
I feel it.
Apparently, they already knew everything they needed to know about him.
Look at this move.
Did you sleep in cabins?
With the stars. It was really beautiful.
How about I took rock climbing lessons from him? Michael wasn't invited on Ryan's camping trip. Toby went, but Michael didn't go. He wasn't invited. Who went?
Me, Dan from Buffalo. Mike Chisholm, Jack from Albany, and there's so many s'mores up on that state. No more s'mores.
Some people are type
Ryan invited me to go on his wilderness adventure trip. It was amazing.
people probably is the actual person that they are. Yeah. Or it's become over time. You know, I used to think people, and I think Tom Hanks is a part. He just always play the same person.
You and I are just surface players. You're the fun, brilliant thinker, and I am suit
Hypothetically, if I were to ask you to go camping, and do my hypothetical so if I were to hypothetically ask you to go camping with me, would you go?
Absolutely, yes. When Michael plays the hypothetical game, I always say yes.
Really?
How can I be successful?
Well, good today.
And I'm always busy. Very careful today because you don't want to go out.
How often can you actually donate blood?
So I would just more fold around and say,
Your body only has a certain amount.
rich society,
Is that it?
or long life,
Yeah, just this whole
many
Toby
resources
camping
available
thing.
to you. Whatever career
Also,
you
a bunch of guys on head making s'mores.
yes, it might be better if people find a way to combine your career and your interests.
Here's the thing. That's not how you go camping. I think you go camping by yourself. Not with a group of guys frolicking around the tent. It's one guy or two guys. I want to do it myself. You know, I want to go and find out something about myself. I want to get out of here, all the cliques and the office politics, fluorescent lights, and the asbestos. I'm sick of it, Jen. I'm sick of this place. When Jan and I had satellite, we used to watch a reality show called Survivor. And
my career at the age of 34
it was interesting because it was about a guy who would go out in the middle of nowhere and just try not to die, try not to get eaten by an animal or be overexposed.
Okay, I will only need two things. A roll of duct tape and a knife. Come on. Okay. 30 minutes or less, please come back. Take your seat.
Right. You know, like
What? Hey, Dwight. I keep various weaponry strategically placed around the office. I saved Jim's life with a can of pepper spray I had velcroed under my desk. People say, oh, it's dangerous to keep weapons in the home or the workplace. I say, it's better to be hurt by someone you know accidentally than by a stranger on purpose. Dwight and I are going out. He will return later, but I will not. I will also be taking a personal day to perhaps
Do you want me to ask my family?
Dwight will be driving deep into the Pennsylvania wilderness, where he will then leave me to either die or to survive. The choice is yours. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. And I am leaving you in charge of the office for the rest of the day and for the next several days. You might try to follow me. This is a very personal, private experience in the wild that I wish to share with myself and I. When I return, That
And
to be a
like,
completely changed
a
it.
chance to, yeah, to sit there.
Do I believe that Michael possesses the skills to survive in a hostile environment?
Chemistry.
Let's put it this way. No, I do not.
I never again revisited seriously.
This is what a true survivor man does. You simulate a disaster like a plane wreck. You can only wear the clothes that you have on, and you can only use the stuff that you have in your pockets. Now, in this case, this disaster is a serial killer, a creepy guy who's abducted me and is taking me out into the wilderness to leave me for dead. No, I would never leave you for dead. You would never escape. Well, yes, I would, and I would survive. I would make sure that you were dead. No. Then I would remove your teeth, cut off your fingertips. You could not be identified. You, and they would call me the overkill killer. You are as creepy as a real serial killer. For real. Okay, I am putting this on so I have no familiarity with my surroundings. Now this way, I can't retrace my steps. I don't know what streets we did. Ow! What are you doing? It would be better if you were unconscious. No, God! Stop it! Grab it! Stop it! Do you want to do this right or not? Please allow me to have one cathartic experience in my life.
Before then,
Jim, I need to order a cake for Creed's birthday.
Oh, wasn't it just someone called that?
Yes. Kelly's was last week, remember? It's birthday month. Creed's is today. Oscar's is week after next. Meredith's is at the end of the month. Michael usually goes with red and white streamers for the
Why don't we just do one big shit party?
What?
There are 13 people working on this office, so 13 times a year, Michael gets a cake. And balloons and sort of joke gift and makes a toast. And there are two types of toasts. One is a joke about how old you are.
Look at those wrinkles. That's the crack. Not crack the drug.
And the other is something inappropriate or horrible.
Copies of these
Or both. You only sing the high harmony to happy birthday. And he is a very big believer in surprise parties. Maybe even arguably. Possibly to a fault. So I think, I think getting these out of the way might be productive.
Many things
Just have one big fun party. Everybody's happy. Nobody wastes their time.
I don't like it.
and meaning is more goes along with sacrificing happiness.
Wow. They're shaking
Children
things up
are
a bit, huh?
you get
Good idea,
children.
Do you think it's a good idea?
They're a lot more work.
It's a really good idea.
What do you think kids, children are so magical?
Here.
I would look
Dwight will
at and
take my blindfold off when we are deep in the forest. Just the two of us from this point out. Here we go. Just the two of us. Here
I'm not trying to draw too many parallels, but
we go into the wild. That mighty forest.
which is when you program a robot.
And you smell the trees and the nature.
That is not instilled.
Oh, you're fine.
in moving behavior.
Just some bushes and some thickets.
Or what do you think is magical? You said happiness.
Keep going.
As
One wilderness. Got it.
Why is
Try sending him another invoice.
Overdetermined. I can give you several reasons, all of which is sufficient. And so the question, I don't know which one is correct.
That's how his birthdays are. We hope he uses the constant cakes. Let's celebrate birthday month in style today.
Future, thinking about the future, how can I influence the future?
Right.
But,
I was just thinking, totally. So we get it all out of the way once, and it can actually be fun. Right.
And that's
Exactly.
just not an incidental fact. You
You're at the town, yeah.
that is, you're the sequence of thousands
As
of
far as any.
generations, each of which successfully had a descendant. And that affected who you are. You just have to admit it. And it's true that who you are.
Stop it. Ben, I'm trying to get the direction.
You want to have a child, that be a natural interaction for you. And it's just true. It's just one of those things you just should have expected.
All right, good.
It's not
How's your night?
Well,
Where's your guy? All right.
in terms of
Very good.
influence in the future,
Okay.
as we get more and more technology, more and more of
Thanks
us
for,
are able to influence the future in all kinds of other ways. Right?
Okay.
even so, still,
We-
most
we-
of our
we-
influences probably happen being kids, even though we can more ways other ways.
What's that?
I really prefer those.
I guess the depth of it, like
Okay.
really how much effort.
Wow, that was easy.
Really put into it. You know, those who raised it,
I hate Dallas. Meredith, I don't think it's fair to me. Someone else picked the cake on my birthday. Today is actually my birthday, and I want to bake the cake. Pie, peach pie, a nice cobbler.
let me ask you, Doc, a different question if I might. Let's take a stroll into that place that may not exist, according to you.
Day
What's
one,
the darkest place you've ever gone
I'm
to
in the
in your
interior of the vast
life?
Pennsylvania
A
wilderness.
dark time, a
I
challenging
brought
time.
with me only bare essentials, a knife, roll of duct tape, in case I need to fashion a shelter or make some sort of water vessel.
And
It's hot
I'm
today.
apparently
The
somewhat
sun is in the
scarred by
two-thirds
just being very
easterly
rejection
quadrant.
person.
Which is thinking about
Some rejections were just
2
very
o'clock in the afternoon.
At a scale,
Really beating down on me now.
all kinds of communities.
I think
at the individual
I want to
scale,
get
I mean,
a little more comfortable because the sun is depleting my resources.
hold on a second. You're
Out there.
a contrarian thinker. You challenge the norms. Why, if you have rejection, why you have so many ways and much less confident in your idea? Just stupid.
Or not just categorize them differently. Just,
There we go.
you know,
Much better.
rejection
Now everything
based
I brought with me can be used. My sport coat here
Oh, so
can be fashioned into a backpack of sorts. I'm going to wear what was once
Challenging mind.
one of my pant legs.
A dark place, the more psychological.
So this is a beautiful piece of material.
you just
This can be used for all sorts of things. Some sort of
an intellectual
kerchief
I guess. Yeah, just and like
to keep my
So it's
neck nice and comfortable.
Or at least at a more surface level than so well.
yeah, I just think there are times in your life when you're just in a place and that can have many different causes. Most intellectuals are still just people, and most of the things that will affect them, most of the kind of things that affect people, they aren't that different necessarily. I'm correct. I presume most basketball players are still just people. Basketball is the worst part of life. It's all
Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. It's scared to work, so I will remain here. Mushroom cats.
yeah.
I am totally alone right now. With only my thoughts.
Love it. Guy,
I'm loving it.
giving, you know,
I can literally say anything I want. No one is going to hear me. Wish I could have gone with Ryan on that cool retreat!
But I think that's
Venus plastic food!
most of us like to pretend we don't that much need other people. We don't care what they think. It's a common sort of stance of somebody who rejects you or something. I don't care about them anyway. But I think to be
Michael's a man of great depth and passion.
That connection, that love.
I don't know what he's searching for down here.
Opacity.
Finds it.
That is, love is one of those things where
Well,
we know
it is a little chillier
but it's
than
not
I had
very
thought, so I have fashioned my hat back into my
exactly how,
pants.
why, or in what ways.
Several hours in, time for me to find some nourishment. Now, these woods are full of creatures that can sustain human life. Things like squirrels, nice juicy rabbit would be delicious.
What do we see? Minutes. Drawn to it, but we do not understand why
I
we're drawn exactly.
made this
Because
spear,
it's not just
which I
affection,
will
because if it's just
impale my
affection,
dinner.
We don't seem to be drawn to pure affection.
And it couldn't come a moment too soon because I have been without food for a good 3 hours or so.
Somebody that satisfies all
feel
your
it
needs
a little bit.
like that.
So it's really something we want
Oh,
to need, but we're not exactly very clear about it.
it's Green's birthday today.
It's kind of important to it. So also notice there are some kinds of things that you can't imagine very well. So if you imagine a situation, there's some aspects of the situation that you can hear that you imagine it being bright and warm, imagine it being windy, imagine it being hot or cold. But there's some aspects about your emotional stance in the situation that's actually just hard to imagine or even remember. Hard to like. You can often remember an emotion only when you're in a similar sort of emotion situation. And otherwise,
What is Jim thinking?
really emotion.
It's your birthday. Some way there's not.
And you can't even imagine. So there's certain kinds of emotions that happen when you're in that emotion. You know those
Most days I just said
they associate them later on.
I'll take an extra shot of insulin in preparation for this kid today.
It doesn't
I
come
don't want
along.
to take something like,
Right.
you just have an apple. Why would you want to do this? Listen, I figured this out. Jimmy has his birthday 3 weeks ago, so he doesn't care. Put the power into his hand. If he had, hey, Jim, guys, what are we talking about? Nothing. Nothing going on. We're talking about nothing.
Some aspect
Come on,
of that
gang.
emotion is like thinking of that situation from which that emotion came.
Right.
So like,
Well, take a look at this. I tented my pants.
and you can feel the same
Made myself a nice pants
song
tent.
associated with
Shelter.
Remember that situation.
And this little guy may be Dunderman from paper
You
someday.
just take one part off of it, and then if you get the whole packet, if you remember the whole feeling.
Yes, there's some fundamental aspect
Right
of
back,
that
just using the skill.
experience that arouses
Safety is
which the future wrote. And actually, the feeling is different in some way, more pleasant or less pleasant than the change the visual. And that's more so
I just got the one on the little birthday.
It is interesting. We're not even
Idea.
perfect.
Oh, thanks,
We
man.
remember the facts of the event.
There's a sense in which over time we expand our vocabulary.
It was 2
That
months
allows us
ago.
to sort of have more feelings and know that we are feeling. Because you can have a feeling without a word for it, and then you don't know how to categorize it and what it is, whether it's the same as something else. But once you have a word for it, you can pull it together more easily. And so I think because we are having a richer palette of feelings,
Toby's great.
because we have
He's
more words
great.
for it.
And sometimes he can be a little bit much.
Painful
No,
loss.
no, no. Well, it's a cake, Toby. So, come on. Okay, yeah. You know what? We're just gonna throw you in one married, right?
No. No way.
That's a
I am not
concept.
a machine, Jim. You can't just change plans willy-nilly and expect these little magic party elves to do your bidding. We already have devil's food, peach cobbler, Fudgy the whale, mushroom caps.
I'm I don't even remember.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
What
How
he
you
was
doing? Can I have your attention, please? Because we have to talk about this birthday thing. Yes. Come, just 5 minutes. No.
Does that?
No.
And I'm not that person.
We're gonna solve it right here. We're gonna actually talk about it out here. So, who has problems with the birthday thing?
Or is it? Why
1,
is
2,
it?
3, everybody.
Is your
Okay,
wife-
so then we just shouldn't do it.
What am I supposed to do with 2 cakes and a pie?
There's so many
I'll
things
take
that
them.
are
I need you
beneficial.
to check in my car, dude.
Hey, Michael.
Right,
I mean, Jim.
I just was this
Yep.
person, and
It was called me Michael.
assured that I could continue to be that
And I will
person.
always and forever be haunted by that
He's
fact.
gone. And I'm
Under
not
this
anymore.
tree,
He died.
I think I struck the mother of them. Those
And that the person you are
are
today,
nature's
talking to me, that
best
person
mushrooms.
will
Wild,
change
and I have to
too.
say, these little buggers
So
are
in
getting
20
tasty
years,
as well.
he won't be there.
Wow.
in the future person. Yeah.
They would be able to save them time to copy themselves at each different age. And they could turn it on.
Some of them. So,
Happy birthday, dear Queen. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. All right. Skip around the room. Skip around the room. We want okay. All right. Hey, don't do that. You're gonna break something.
Man became civilized for
experience of the
decided
scarcity
he liked
that
to have
the scarcity of that
and
experience.
clothing,
Isn't that
television,
part of what makes that experience
hamburgers,
so
to
delicious?
walk upright,
So
and to have
I
a
think if you think
soft
of a
futon
song,
at the end of the
lots
day.
of people listen
He
to
didn't
their
want to have
copies
to
of
struggle
Laura.
to
We're
survive.
gonna call that
I
a
don't need the woods. I have a nice wood desk. I don't need fresh air because I have the freshest air
So
around.
there's a perspective of
AC.
copying and cloning where you're just
And I don't need wide open
gathering
spaces.
versus degrading.
each copy of the song is less special if there are many copies, but the song itself is more
Let's make it this
special if there
guy.
are many copies.
And on mass, right, you're actually spreading happiness even if it diminishes over large people at scale that increases the overall happiness.
You are relieved.
And then you're able to do that with songs.
There's a
So what did I miss?
person who has an identical
Well,
twin.
I tried to put all the birthdays together at once. Oh, so terrible idea.
Yeah, okay, I did that. Rookie
Probably
mistake.
identical
You
twins.
did.
No,
It's like just two
just wait,
with
10 years,
Right,
they'll
but
figure
two
it
is
out.
different than one. So
Maybe you're 10
I
years.
think an identical twin's life is richer for having a identical twin, somebody who understands them better than anybody else can. From the point of view of
That's
an
what she
identical twin, I think they have a rich life for being part of this couple, which each of which is very similar. Like you said,
I never know.
rule the world. You know, if we lose one of the
Well,
other
just say it.
twins, will the world listen as much
Especially
because
stuff
the
like
other
that,
one is
you know,
very similar? Maybe from the
lighten the
world's
tension.
point of view, they are
Things are get hard.
less of a loss if they lose one of the identical twins.
Hey.
From the point of view of the identical
Nice.
twins themselves, their life is
Really
enriched by
good.
having a twin.
see, but the identical twin
Bravo,
copying happens
my young lord.
is different than copying after you've done some of the environment, like the nurture, the teenage, in the 20s.
Sometimes you interesting thing, perhaps you find out all the different ways that they have different relationships to different people who have different degrees of similarity. It seems like a rich space to discuss that on the page about, like, say you have a lover, you make a copy of yourself, but the lover doesn't make a copy. Well, now, which one of you, or are both, still related to the lover?
socially entitled to show up.
So, yes, so you have to make choices then when you split yourself, which of you inherit which unique things.
Yeah, and of course there'll be an equivalent increase in lawyers. Well, I guess you can clone the lawyers to help manage some of these negotiations of how to split property. The nature of owning, I mean, property is connected to individuals, right?
You only really need lawyers with an inefficient, awkward law that is not very transparent and able to do things. So, for example, an operating system
So the figures
is
show
a law on a computer. The operating system is simple and clean. You don't need to hire a lawyer to make a key choice with the operating system. Just make a choice.
Every time
Right,
Michael's
so
in a meeting,
ideally, we want
he
a
makes me
system
come
that
in and give him a post-it note telling him who's
common
on the
choice
phone.
is easy.
I did it
Not
once
require
and
much
he
overhead.
freaked out. He loved it so much.
Digitization.
Thing is, he doesn't get that many calls, so he has me make them up every 10
So the
minutes.
loss of your life. What about the loss of your life?
Oh, no. I don't have time for
I
this.
am a crowd.
Well, I'm in a meeting.
That's what this little tag around the deck says. It
Well,
says that
You have to know how to work this.
situation.
There's no
You should
situation.
call these people
Maybe your tutor who.
enable the cryonics transfer. So
Ah, this is
I
a
am
very important
taking a
client.
long shot chance at
I
living
have
much longer
the
life.
most important client sitting right in front of me, my boss.
What cryonics is.
Oh, no. Customer services.
When
Obviously,
medical science gives someone in this
no,
world,
money's
instead
and
of
everything, Ryan. You're
burning
my
me
friend.
or
And I don't want to be rude. Friend, I refuse. No, my house are my rules. I insist. I insist you take your work calls.
Freezing the habit, but once
All right,
it's frozen, it won't change for a very long time. Chemically, it will just be exactly the same. So future technology might be able to revive it. In fact, I would be mainly counting on the brain inhalation star, which doesn't require reviving my entire biological body. It's I would be in a computer. And so that's, I think I've got at least a 5% shot at that. And that's the origin of
I don't know. I never felt welcome there. You know, it's
the better choices I can pull that you
hate that. So here's the deal.
I would like
I am on my way to New York to be deposed as part of Jane's termination lawsuit. The company fired her for having the courage to augment her beliefs.
And they displayed a pattern of disrespect and inappropriate behavior.
Yes, pattern. I said pat, turn. That's how I remember that. Could we pull over and put down the top? Easy.
I wanted that hair. Well, it's not just a pattern, it's a pattern of disrespect and inappropriate behaviors.
Disray, my friend Disray got new specs. Disray spec. My friend Inapro drives a Prius with his behind neighbor.
Does this work for you?
Yep. Tell him how much you're gonna get for it.
Oh, Michael, that's
$1 million. $4 million. That's a lot of guacamole. A lot of green. A lot of green. That is why I have answers. Oh, and I've also thrown in some hers just to make it seem like it's not memorized.
Stop saying ridiculous things. He's just going to tell the truth. The truth is very, complicated. So we went over it carefully and just so that we wouldn't be waking up to chance or Michael's judgment.
Can we please pull over and pull down the top? I do not feel.
I told you I'm not putting the top down. All right, but just a second. Hold on.
Like will in fact supposed to most of the time. They will pick up their usual talent. And I think it's possible. Notice, I think in our world, most of us we're surrounded by walls.
Hey, there he is. Hey, Marco. Hey, Jeff.
Tile or rugs.
I'm glad you're here, Ash.
Most of our environment is artificial.
We talk about
constructed in for us. It's not the natural world that was there before. Virtual reality is basically just like that.
The company
it is the
in a very tough position. And you've been with us for a long time, over 10 years, right? We just want to be sure that you won't do anything to hurt us. They're just like,
you're not focused on the fact that the designing the actual studs behind the wall, the wires, and everything else. The fact that we're getting that, just making
okay, son. All right, let's run it back.
The warehouse got a ping pong table last week. Now Jim comes down and plays with Daryl. Sometimes I bring him juice. My boyfriend is 12.
You're just playing experience with first.
What has 2 skinny chicken legs and sucks at ping pong?
Hi, Kelly.
Guess whose boyfriend it is?
I don't want to guess.
I'll give you him. It's not my boyfriend. I think it's a guy over here. I don't talk trash. I talk smack. They're totally different. Trash talk is all hypothetical. Like, your mom is so fat you could eat the internet. But smack talk is happening like right now. Like, you're ugly and I know it for a fact. So I get the evidence right there.
They choose to evaluate this moment.
Jim,
Don't you
for a
think
second.
we could be in the simulation of that exact experience right now?
So
Okay, it's not regulation size, but it'll do.
this never really happened.
Practice.
This only happens as a reconstruction later on.
Why can't we do it?
That's
Please.
different with
Kelly's
Star.
trash
It
talking
happened
because
the
Daryl's
first
beating
time,
you.
and now it's happening again. That's
Really, what she's saying?
Your boyfriend is so weak, he needs steroids just to watch baseball. Jim couldn't hit a ping pong ball if it was the size of him. Were Jim's parents first cousins that were also bad at ping pong?
You're asking me to look at her.
Sort of, yes.
poor replay of memories. Something that might be
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly.
Nobody's too good at this.
Hi. No, absolutely not. What is he doing here? Are you renewing your divorce vows before my deposition? I'm very tired. I want him gone. I don't talk to Kelly.
I think they're ready for steps. Mr. Scott, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So the key issue is
Mr. Scott, can you describe the circumstances of his license termination?
Well, it was not just termination. It was a pattern of disrespect and inappropriate behavior.
i.e. So
People underestimate Michael. There are plenty of things that he's well above average at. Like ice skating. He is a very good ice skater.
Really experiencing some
Hey,
fraction
Kevin.
of
Jim needs to
some
see you.
past.
About what?
He needs help balancing some travel receipts.
Are you sure he wants me? Because I have Oscar balance with my travel
To
receipt.
figure out
Yeah,
this
no, he
ratio,
asked
what
me
we need to think
specifically.
about is
He's
basically
in the
two
conference room.
functions. One is how fast in time does the number of creatures grow? And then how fast in time does the all happen?
Awesome.
Because at any one time, people will be simulating different
How long
periods
do you
of
know?
different episodes.
I haven't actually seen it, but I have seen the firm, and I plan to develop it.
If the first function grows slower,
How long have you known
the
this
second one
method?
declines,
6 years and 2 months.
then in
And
fact,
you were directly
your
under her
chances
for
of
the prior
simulated
That's what she
are
said.
low.
Excuse me. That's what
So
she
the key
said.
question is
Ms.
how fast
Levinson
is
told you to change your direct security.
relative to the rate of population
Why
growth.
would she say that?
No, wait, I don't have those.
With all due respect, I'm a little
Welcome.
Mr. Scott.
Hope you're amazing.
Regarding your employment status. That's what she said. I know you're not.
Hey, he was just telling a joke before.
You type it or
Mr. Schneider, you were directly under the entire time. Mr. Scott, that's what she said.
increased select.
Taylor's all up.
Then does population grow. And so
Yeah.
wow. And that was not against
This particular application. She thought it had to do with simulation.
we play it back. First of all, we assume that like simulation is a small fraction of the
Animal related.
right. And then it's how much that people are possibly that maybe
It has something else. Frankly, the timing was not short.
so that's a right.
So
that's
it did. Then the company's broke. Before we started, we disclosed our relationship to HR.
yeah.
Right here.
Overwhelming.
That is your and that photograph was taken prior to the start of the relationship. Mr. Scott, the timeline here is actually
Well, depends on how you define it. I mean, if it's from the first time you shook hands, it's like 6 years ago. From the first time we kissed, it's like 2 years ago.
excuse me?
If it was from the first time we kissed over, it was like 4 months after that. Take a short break.
No, are you telling me that your relationship began 2 years ago and not in February?
Mr. Scott, you realize that's not what you said. Why we have to like water? Went 5 minutes out, was in the bathroom, that was to get out of the question. You still have to answer it. First, you go to the bathroom.
What's fantasy for is just to take away the constraints of the paranormal stories and that's
Okay. All right, what is going on here? What?
Thank God you're here.
As it turns out, one of our biggest clients is a big one. And the claims will use the account.
some
What is a cheap fantasy kind of person?
The hell, I told you. All of my heroes are table tennis players. Zoran Krumach, Jan Obi Bodnar, George Bush, and of course, I size on my wall.
fantasy.
First time I left Pennsylvania, Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Shannon and I had on again, off again relationship for 2 years. And I know this was great for this. I'm sorry. But I throw myself at the mercy of the devil.
It's just that.
We'd like to enter for the record from Michael Scott's personal journal.
Whoa, what are you doing, diary?
This is dated 107. I quote from an entry dated January 4 of this past year. Just got back from Jamaica. Tan almost everything. Jan, he. Diary, what do we know? I had sex with my boss. boss. I didn't know this going to go anywhere. Jan was very specific that this is not going anywhere, that it was a one-time mistake. But we had sex 6 times, so you tell me. I am definitely feeling very sorry. You should certainly XOXO Michael. You say neither you nor Ms. Levinson considered you had a relationship since the wedding.
I don't think anyone is right to my diary.
Am I actually a you can be right. They sort of kind of world around you, right? So you fantasy no, it could be right, could be right. You have to talk about what's right. I would say just entire history. Just look at the entire history. Everything is short, but most things are real, most things are fantasy, right? Therefore, everything is real, right? So the grid simulation argument is stronger. As we say, there's more future people who are today. So you have that information. A little bit about how in all creatures ever as a kid, our parents got divorced. So what's good? One in custody, and they found the husband to testify against the other one. In a competitive world, I want to have to work I have to get things done. I love the folks. Leisure. So leisure things are less right. That's good.
Find it.
All right, I stole your diary and gave it to everyone in our company. That's all.
That's real. Now that could be
Yeah. Right. To hear it as
or
just as
somebody.
much as Jan, but in a way.
That woman just
Aren't we trying to romantic affair? Michael and this Ryan person.
all right. This is the way I see it. Yes, I had sex with you. And yes, I did consider Jan to be my girlfriend. Jan clearly did not consider me to be boyfriend. So her actions are completely grateful.
It's just that it's admirable the way you defend them. So obviously, I'm about the relationship with you.
Thank you.
Consistently give you such great performance.
That was before our relationship. She was going through a divorce, and she was drinking a lot of water.
It's just that this is a copy of a particularly negative performance review. Do you mind
We don't understand it very well. It's not very transparent, and it's a mess, right? That is
after the relationship became official. I read the highlight portion of
that's who we are. And often we find ourselves in a situation
I'm out of character. I'm out of space. Mr. Scott has time again proven himself to be an unmanageable employee. A branch manager had to be removed from that position. Sales.
It's just that after when you say that Ms. Levinson's judgment is seriously
it is this mess. And I will say, well, I know exactly what they want. And it will be that will be
How's it going?
He has gone from hopeless to
then you do
right.
so it's really
Nice. So should I schedule the rematch with Daryl?
something
ready.
that's
Oh,
Wait a minute. Daryl is the client?
or all the
Dumbass.
means to be human. Like the 20th, 21st century. We will choose to persist
And they respond.
civilization.
I'm not doing
This is
We're going for that show.
one theory.
Please read that policy section.
Under that
Regarding this cause, was no intent to place gender
then
policy. Yes.
the way we just
Was being
that's
followed.
not the actual
Just
just
your David Wallace,
and it's
Michael
not
Scott's fine employee, was
deciding
the
yeah.
council.
You know, I get
David Wallace, what do you want me to say? He's a nice guy, but I consider council, was he being seriously considered with a corporate job? David Wallace.
the whole world as far as what's really competitive where things happen. Anybody anywhere chooses to adopt and they have it. And then it's spread. Pressure.
The company exhibits.
That's the kind of analysis
Disrespect.
I do use that to make a future. It doesn't tell us what the future provides. It just tells us what will be. And if you want and we know abstraction and it's not okay. There's some problem. It's not safe. And rabbi in expanding a growth.
Yeah, I heard earlier at one point.
The timing is like rabbi. These are rabbi.
Thanks, baby. Hey, you. Boyfriend, cause a big I'm sick of this. Let's go, you and me. Let's go.
Energizing.
I am. You can handle this?
Yeah.
Okay, I like the serve.
Oh,
Fascinating. Fun people to talk to.
Okay.
Humble.
Oh.
I really thank you so much. Thanks for the podcast.
We never have to get caught in all this.
Great rap. We are a possibility in a possible universe. Thank you for listening. I'll see you next time.
Hey, David. I think you're a nice guy too. Why did I do it? I don't know. Jan said that it was because of the photo that she revealed the diary, but she already brought the diary to you.
Because it's
So,
over.
No, it's
but you never expected the screenwriter.
final. I think sounds right now. So it could be the my process is very much
So,
like I think like it's not that it's like I'll hear it. Here's the melody and one of those instruments.
The following is conversation around the lead singer the darkness, the love, and the creator. For this reason, many others became fast friends. Plus, recently started in preface, which, funny enough, is where we start this wide-ranging, deeply personal, fun conversation. This is the Let's Read podcast. Recorded. Check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dan Arnold. So we were talking about the programming. the most beautiful. Something about
There's something I really love. It's the reason
ridiculous.
I have any idea what time to get out of here.
Nobody likes to
having
work.
tools and building it.
Right. Yes, I remember.
Scan back.
Yeah, this is BS. Yes. Are we here? I am going to call corporate. Enough is enough. I'm Scott. Matt. This is Michael Scott. Scranton. We don't want to work. No, we don't. It's not fair to these people. These people are my friends and I care about them. We're not going to do it. Everybody, I just got off the horn with Chris. And basically, I told them the sticker a little overtime. Thank you, Michael. All right. Glad you tried it. Well, I think you have to work there. I think we should celebrate. How about you, Pam, me, Castle, dinner, dancing, drinks? You said you didn't have plans.
potentially like your heart.
That's
games
Michael has asked Pam to dinner at least
and complete
time, and every time he's been able to have done.
Yeah,
But because I suspect that there was no corporate.
Michael, oh, what time should I be riding? Twice. And that's always so it will be me and Jan and him and Jan. Angela and
it's a lot of fun.
Does it bother me that I was invited to Michael's dinner party?
Things have always when I started this, we decided to based on charts on
Yes, I would. So, what have you been doing?
Let's see, since I saw you an hour ago, I haven't been. I'm over here.
Well, we've been doing pretty much really. Except driving.
We got you this. Oh, well, yeah. Thanks. This was great. Look at this.
Or come on in, or I don't know, make yourself home. This is our
Really nice. So,
Should we do a sliding glass door?
Not super exciting.
No.
This is my workspace.
This is it. Check that out. As you can smell, there's a lot of different odors going on in here.
I just want to create the same space that I'm sure you're the same with you. The whole bond.
Bond.
Then love this one.
James Bond. Fireball.
Angry, I get up here and I just smell on my candles. So this is the master bedroom, and these walls used to be white, silent. I wanted it to be softer, so I had to paint it with shell white.
Guess what? White and snow white are exactly the same color. Exactly. Well,
it's what I
Thank you.
thanks. That's my bed. It is some space issues, so I can in that apartment. Really?
which is
Pretty narrow. And short. It's actually a lot bigger than it seems. Look at that. I finally worked out and bought myself last month TV. Check it out. I actually own this on the wall myself. A lot of people in the room, you need more space. Voila, right to wow. Sometimes I will just stand here and watch something for hours. Love it. I love this TV. Oh, and I also built this table. What is that? Just no, I think that is either pine or Nordic cherry. It's terrible at all this stuff. Really?
Yeah, he tried to set up my table for me, but then I didn't have audio for him.
If you ever need any help, I just call me.
Because I've watched the same videos. I sent down my friends and
It was between the one beer sign and one
I have the best trophy here. Except for one flower, here's four.
I'm supposed to do this. Well, how about we do the short tour and then I'll start it. Oh, I can help. Sorry, oh, no, just the awesome movie. 3 hours done. 3 hours from now or 3 hours earlier than 4 o'clock?
They do.
In Spain, they often don't start until the
And your fans want that.
You have a preference? Upstairs first?
Whatever you say, man.
Follow me?
All right.
Sometimes I
How many toes?
people.
Nine. Here's two.
Cheers. Rick was whether he's right or wrong.
Sort of an open chapter.
We could do. We
What was it?
Oh, music?
And that's what
That sounds good.
Do you guys remember my assistant Hunter? The one songwriter.
Something. I couldn't believe it. Like, yeah, they
Now one lie, they may
You know what? You're a terrible assistant. That is what Ryan's like.
Well, I think it's probably just about as reliable as I mean, it is a dish to get back to them. Sometimes I think she puts some practices.
I don't know.
No, it's First name of that animal, and the second name is this thing where colonized the cow.
Montana. Joe Montana?
Yes.
Why didn't you just take my name back?
All right, Mike.
My card. Really? Allow.
Yes, I was watching Jim's face, and he was laughing. Look, he's
and not.
I just got a message from my family. Apparently, my apartment was. We should probably get going and see the damage.
Oh, people don't need to do that.
I would like to.
That's true.
Dinner's having delicious. See you home. Thank you so much.
Oh, Tim, I don't think you're going to abandon this party here all by yourself.
No,
Sure.
You can buy new stuff, but you can't buy a new party.
That's true. Come on down here. Sit down on that couch. Just be amongst friends, and you're not going to think about all your stuff being destroyed, all right? All right, here we go. This is going to be fun. Ready? All right, first name is Tom.
No names, no names, no sound alike. Okay, get it out of my head.
First name is blank. He goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
I don't know.
No. But he's married to her. Oh, that's great. No, it has to be a real person. Okay, no. Okay. Arnold. No, running. That's not. Okay, he's the governor of California. He's the Terminator. No, God. Does anybody read the paper?
That in order to have success, whether it's an operation, people need. I think the best actors really what they're doing, it's not acting.
I'm so sorry for the temperature.
Expressing that sorrow.
The sliding. That's a really cute story. Do you want to tell it, Dave? Should I tell it? Come on. Michael ran through the sliding glass.
I mean, I like ice cream, okay? Show me. Oh, no, don't. I shouldn't say that jokingly because she will sue me. She loves to sue. Loves lawsuits. You know, honey, that door was extremely thick, and it looked as big as it.
You are so right. You are so right. Because before I lived here, the glass always comes in slushy. And then I forget and I keep it, and I just have to keep it.
You are. She is the devil. I'm in hell. I'm burning.
You shouldn't joke about that. Is there I will get it. What kind of books is it? No. In fact, you know what? Girls trip. Angela, come on. Girls trip.
It's just.
So, very tired. See our bathroom after my procedure. You did?
Yeah.
What? Oh, don't tell me what you're doing. Change. Oh, are you joking? I have never dated or wanted to do anything resembling dating like ever. Not ever, not now, not ever. No, that's how you look at them.
So, I spent most of my time here. I just checking out Jan's candles. Oh, no. Just put it in front of my face. Yeah. No, they can't. Number one, fastest growing product.
With the word
$1,000 to you. Become a homeowner.
because
Really? That's an investment.
in the farm, goes places
Really?
I'm here to eat dinner and party. It's a dinner party, right?
Yes, what are you doing here?
Dwight is my friend.
Invited?
You said that I could not invite Dwight because he was not part of the couple, and because we didn't have wine glasses, brought glasses, and person. So
Whatever you want, just like always. Whatever
I want, it's never whatever I want. When I wanted to see stuff, and you wanted to see, what did we see? When I said that I wanted to have kids, and you said that you wanted me to have a vasectomy, what did I do?
I'm sure you.
When you said that you might want to have kids, and I wasn't so sure, I reversed. And then you said you definitely didn't want to have kids. Want to reverse back? Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. I did. No, I did. The physical toll The three percentages have a person.
I can find
I bought this condo filled with children.
I'm so sorry that I don't want to bring kids into this screwed up world. Okay? But look, if you want to have kids, then fine. You win.
You want to take it to a place. Use it about flow.
So can you come in?
yes.
Allow it to just jump around. What is it?
Right. It's exactly the same person.
Would you like some of my meat salad?
So,
It's actually really good.
Hey. I know you like meat salad.
one of your into my mouth makes me
No,
want
I
to
can't
vomit.
forget on your face. But I guess it's just the way that you go. You always smell the dry sorrow as it shows. Let me ask you, do you
Hey, it looks great.
do you think
I know that.
do you
But if she was going to voice nothing of someone affected, Michael's not her lover.
This athleticism. Oh, fuck.
You're not doing it. It's disgusting.
You know, I have song too. How can you say that?
This.
can't win, can't give him
For a second.
Because I watch the same highlight videos of myself and my friends at
How you guys?
And now you guys are dating? Email?
All right.
And so when I just
I know, but maybe some of you are new and some of these comedies is dead now. Just treatment.
Everybody enjoying your meal?
Hey, babe. How about we take your time down until our guests and then we can discuss it?
No. Well, I'm gonna leave it up. I didn't try for a whole thing together. Anthony Hunter's very talented. You know what? I don't think he's that good.
At least he's an artist.
Yeah, I was tired.
I'm a translator, but you don't hear me crying.
No, all you do is you get me to try to work on my rich friends.
For an investment opportunity.
Man, I would love to burn your candles.
You burn it, quiet.
I'll be a professional.
And you're hardly like
Good luck. Pay me back on your $0 a year salary plus benefits pay. Nope, nothing disturbing there. Just friends having an awesome dinner party. Neighbors say there was some shouting. Yes, there was screaming, but my girlfriend threw it on the by TV. As well. You want first try? Yes, should be John Law. I will take the fall. No, have to be started with just yes, there. Oh, yeah. Then you can stay.
I'm going to take your time.
This is here.
Bye, babe.
In the
You're the best brother I've ever had, babe.
analyze, rising, fascinating. It's
Oh, this is
just that, I think is the truth.
And I love it too.
Oh, that's the worst. He looks down, and maybe people say, well, angry or hurt or whatever. But I
WB Jones is renovating their offices, and their construction crews are taking up some of the parking spaces we used to get. Which just means we can see more of our lovely street. Total upside.
Hey, he's like dog tagging the guards of a street.
Never.
All of a sudden, I lost a penny. My loafers, Oscar.
Like, almost
Quit.
see,
I've got my wits. I will quit.
so
Some of us like to walk more.
Hell,
like the messages, like you're supposed to, the relationship is supposed to be it's like it's hard.
I say it's changed the whole world. It's hard.
Did you pick a new chair? It's been a while.
man, when I first opened it, I thought I was just going to have a job.
Michael started the process of selecting a new chair about 3 weeks ago. Normally I wouldn't care, but he promised me his help. It's way better.
You're right. You're right. And I just
I really want it.
So speaking
Her? The one in the really great mesh black high back swivel chair?
mistakes,
She's got, I don't know what it is exactly. She dresses professional, yet you know there's a side of her that could just work on the couch.
Or it has a great chair.
Yeah, sweet. But remember after my dinner party, when I said that I was swearing off,
and
I guess what I meant was completely swearing off one.
who's Robert De Niro, stuff.
I think
Actually, I put the kettle on.
Las Vegas.
what is it like being single? I like it. I like starting each day of possibility. And I'm optimistic because every day I get more desperate. And in desperate situations, you'll the greatest results. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please use your slide catalog and finally turn to page 85?
So I grew up And they established
When Pam gets Michael's
very
chair,
different
like Pam's
worlds that Vegas is. You live in Vegas.
only
You're
one
in
to
the
go.
I'm ready to start dating again.
the, you know,
Getting back on the market. So, FYI, for those of you who are thinking about fixing me up with any of your friends, use a woman
Which
age 85
then a
as a template. That will be
regular
all.
size rope.
for me,
Oh
growing
shit!
up, for instance, a lot of things
I showed me.
come on, our way to but also this is crazy.
Yeah.
I have a overcharge.
So I saw
Said
and
yes.
I'm
Find somebody to set you up with that I take her for myself. And then
Did you want to see some fucking athleticism?
What?
We're not gonna put the bed. So the records in
She's
there.
great.
What? Huh?
We start
Look at this move. Salsa ruffles with my feet.
You don't deserve her.
All right. Now look at this move. Look at this. I'm really trying to summarize it as best as possible. It would be like if Roy Jones Jr. had sex with Nadia Comaneci at the top of K2 without any additional oxygen. Look at this move. No one anticipated this. It was one of the most athletic things perhaps we've ever seen. Kids, let's talk about this. Look at this move. Oh, what the fuck is that shit? Look at this move. No one was even expecting this.
But it is. And you know why? Because nobody here is willing to help you. Nothing would ever get done in this office without a formal request. Well, here goes. Now, okay, I know that this is probably, but I need help.
there's always parties.
Because I want to just play ball with my kids before I get to work. And before that happens, I need to get lost.
Kids. You know how athletic?
No, I'm attached, and I am not going to be one away. So, I just going to.
Because let's just talk about the athleticism that you're witnessing. Really, it would be like if
No, by the end of the hour.
Pete Sampras had sex with not a thesaurus staff on the 50-yard line
It's like a 10-minute walk.
before Memorial Stadium.
All right. Let me
You got a breath? Dog, look at this. Tuck. That's one tuck. No tuck. Look at this.
Those kinds of
Look at this. Friends, do you recognize how athletic this is?
Well, can, but
What is it?
what kind of short don't you understand, Kevin? I can probably handle it, yes. But I think it's an exercise for you guys to do yourself.
I'll let you know.
Don't forget to fill out those cards.
Seems we like
My love,
committed
There's nobody I even like to recommend on the stars.
Well, I decided not to let this one
give up. To
Who's
that.
that?
It has or maybe yes, probably
I'm sorry.
finding it about God. And
Hello, Wendy. This is his friend Michael.
Wendy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you put her on?
Dude, this is a Wendy room.
Okay. Could I just have a frosted baked potato, please?
You have to come to the restaurant to order food.
Well, I'll send somebody to pick it up. Just have put this on. Good.
Look at this, kids. If you're learning how to make your bed at home, and you're wondering if you just, this is instinct. You can't teach it. You can try to learn it.
I don't know.
But why? Why not?
Wait. Go to Wendy's, get my food, come back.
To be
That is fantastic. Thank you very much. This is just right. The furniture company gave me the name of the advertising agency. They gave me the name of the photographer. The photographer, a Spaniard, used a Wilkes-Barre modeling agency. The agency gave me the following information. Deborah Shoshilevsky, 142 South Windsor Lane, dead, car accident, case closed.
She's dead.
She's so young. She was so young, and now she is dead. As dead as every dead animal who has ever died.
how many it's hot. I guess to figure it out.
I'm glad you survived that. That's pretty hard.
Try not to be so
Very, very.
You know what? I might have some.
Oh, really?
She's really nice.
Like I can't.
You guys might actually.
I really because
I'm setting Michael up with my landlady.
if I
She's pretty sweet. Whatever. I just can't take Michael like this.
very scary.
No question about it. I am ready to get her to again. Simple 5 million. No, not the 5 million. 5
To America. It's a drug, and it makes some people crazy.
I go on time for this guy. I'm trying to get a friend.
You know,
She needs to meet me right now.
basically. And I think I really bought it. I didn't. Something about it.
So, give her 10 minutes.
Any medication or drug. You know, whoa, when it comes to
Michael,
psychedelics.
are you Michael Scott?
Anyway, that being said, so I had that.
I'm sorry. I'm speaking to someone else.
Able to heal from went through a lot, and it could help. But also,
So you
really
get the red checks every month, and
so I did it, and
what
twice.
is next?
The first time it didn't have an effect, which happens.
You're asking me what I do with the checks that people write.
It's like this shaman. So
Why is it so hard to meet people? It's all I want
decades.
is somebody nice and sweet, and someone I can talk to that
your experience.
Back in a few hours.
Why is it so hard for people?
Shout out to Data. We're very happy that he had sex.
Yeah, so the second time
Congrats on the sex.
I took it in I would say
You want to see what I worked that out?
exactly.
This is going to
I
blow your
started
mind. Look at that. This is
I
beautiful.
like the
Yeah.
dimension
And you can't see her whole body down here.
curtain
This
was
guy.
broken, and
He was just
there
crazy,
was a lot
really manipulative.
discovered,
I don't know.
and it really put my mind in a way that I think it would probably put if the person's got or whatever. Reality is reality.
I enjoyed this conversation. It was very nice.
Yeah.
It was like talking to a sweet old lady on the bus.
If God himself came down to me, Mormonism is incorrect. Satan. It's like whatever.
Where's Scott?
Michael Scott could not make it today due to an unforeseen fire. Let's just be back. Gentlemen,
Like
please.
the curtain was like, so it was cut open.
You called this meeting.
Then I felt very much
Hard.
to a
The
similar
name of
thing.
me, and this is my associate, Mr. Kevin Below.
Something. God to me,
Just like to say what
sense of self,
it is.
mind,
Sitting here with you, gentlemen.
You want a parking space? Who's parking space?
maybe a lot
Jones construction guys parking spaces every morning.
in just
Go up to a park really far away and walk all the way to the house. And some people sweat too much for
psychedelic
cartoons.
I'm about to go to Germany.
Okay.
And it's
Good? Okay.
This could have been an email.
incredibly wise. Showed me a lot of things in my life. I'm kind of
Just takes you left.
I also was video
Not
camera.
go now for a while.
There was a particular
It was hard to see.
I really struggled with this accepting success and not
Marcus, the landlady? Really, fam?
She's cute. I thought you'd get along.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking for passion and affair, not companionship. I'm a man.
Showed me this
Intensive. You and passion.
myself. And there was a lot. But just
You just have something here.
and a lot of
My boyfriend.
didn't feel
I'm
and
not living with
my
anyone.
raising me in what I perceived
Have I not proposed to you?
falsehoods. And that had
Look at this, bro. Oh, yeah, that's spot.
Oh, right now?
But really,
Okay, so.
Man, I'm gonna tell you.
Oh, right. Yeah.
but I felt like they didn't as I
It's going to
but I also really showed this amount. This is you're concerning yourself about your understanding Mormonism, whatever.
I am not giving.
And it may be but so focus on the truth.
The week after he started.
Details and forgive like God believing.
I was with Jan for so long.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Excited about
That was
being
like the
something new.
and to let
All right.
go. Stop. You need to control everything. I felt like because I do not believe at least in my current self, I don't have that the mindfulness that I believe that exists in me to reach out that was like a waste of conversation with you. But it's so important. You feel like a crazy person. At least I talk about this. I don't even know where to begin.
I get it. Got our spaces back. There it is. Welcome.
Did I do this for me?
It was like,
I did this for Joe's six-pack. Guy wakes up every morning, he's $400 a month apartment. Wonders how he's going to pay his mortgage that month. Wonders how he's going to fill his car. Wonders how am I going to pay my kids' bills? That guy shouldn't have to wonder.
That's what like was communicating very quickly, but it wasn't like, hey, it's me, mother. Relaxed, but it very clear what was being said and knew that it did not. But maybe some smart people there's a lot of
See, this is taken to
the surface of our conscious mind.
You know, it used to think I had this person waiting
There's some
no,
kind of
just
greater organism, likewise consciousness. We
share catalog.
and yes, I call them that all. Like there, what is the intelligence?
Oh,
There's a lot of
so what is that one?
we give each other PhDs and prizes and congratulations. Nevertheless, it's the question
I hate it.
What? My shoe was untied.
never seen humans were
Oh my God! You thought I know.
Oh, I thought that. How come I thought that?
So I think that's the fourth question. Who asked
This chair model.
why?
I dreamt that we were married and
So in terms of
treated tonight.
in terms of some dark,
Had lots of kids
what's a good answer to this question?
drinking whiskey and rye.
Commercial.
I watch you have to grow up
The
and
question
die.
is
Why'd you
what's
have
the
to grow up and die?
what's a good answer? Why?
Oh, you believe me in rock and roll and music, sing your mortal soul and cut it out of the dance real slow. Well, I know that you're in love with him, but I saw you dancing in the gym. They won't come with you.
of course, you probably
This'll be the day that I die.
to them to always be there for as long as they can and to take care of them. It's the most sensitive. That is why I am so if I can't somewhere overseas and we were in a really small plane and the lights went up and like all the lights flashing and the plane just started to dive completely like scariest plane experience I've ever had. My manager, my brother, he was crying, texting his wife goodbye. That's how crazy this was. It was a great genuine, genuine how the plane is looking
This
crazy.
just
And it was a real
please don't touch it.
and
Okay, let me be. I was walking in and I noticed something shiny on the Santa's car and I got under to see what it was and I messed up my hair. All for stupid skincare. Best case scenario, you got it was a quarter. Kill me right now.
We have peanut butter
don't feel like peanut butter.
This goes down.
Give me an ice cream sandwich.
Not for you. For your hair. For me, it is. It's long, yeah.
That sounds.
No, Dwight, not the big peanut butter. People are gonna get mad.
Hey, this is my hair we're talking about.
So why is this?
Good.
Jordan.
I was incredibly impressed.
Well, sorry that I'll take massage. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
And then started the band. Just became. I wasn't ever. It was like just it happened. And
How was your date?
I
I will be honest, the dating has been going well.
I like to be friends.
Men are visual creatures. We
That
crave
way
beauty
to go.
like a piece of fine art by
You know, things.
any number of renowned artists or a party photograph of such
Except for
comfort
stage, which is a really fast one.
as any face.
On stage, it's free and
Like,
extra. And then I come off
there's personality,
like
which is like a certain
and I music
profitness.
on stage.
I live absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
Yes, I'm having a scratch French coming in one Saturday so they can re-enter sales that they made on the phone. The sales made by the website. They should have on the first place. The website and the
Today.
my favorite branch. How's everybody going?
What's the high of the
Love it. Go.
Well, I kind of feel like what we have going for us is our customer service. And no matter how much we change this app, I know that a website's going to be able to replace that.
I can tell you thought about this a lot. I can say that. David Wallace does too. We told him all about this at the Christmas party, right?
With people talking
I did.
different cultures, places, celebrating.
What do you at, Jim?
Fantastic. It feels like we're all on the same page. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
And we all
I know that a lot of you are very angry at Brian because he is the reason we all have to come in tomorrow. However, I swear to God, if any of you hurts him in any way, emotionally, or taunts him, or makes fun of his height, or his hat beard, yeah. I'm here today
and then you want
to create a problem solver by Center Mifflin Infinity. Question. Right. Why am I being forced to come in tomorrow and pretend that a website made sales that I made? This is a temporary measure to increase the legitimacy of the site.
I don't like what my plans call for. Don't use the website unless it's commissions on that.
I hear you, Stanley. That is a great observation. Problems like that will not happen when we launch Center Mifflin Infinity 2.0. TV. Phyllis.
We saw a problem with this.
Yes, they do. Yes. The social networking feature of the Infinity website was infiltrated by sexual predators. I don't understand why our website needs a social networking. It's all about creating a one-stop consumer experience. All right? You're chatting with your friends. You're talking about the latest music, about the election. All of it is happening in our virtual kingdom.
If I had created a website with this many problems, I'd kill myself. Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Ryan has done a very good job. But I'm not applauding sarcastic. Think about it. A month ago, nobody would go on this site because we were worried about getting molested or losing our identity, having it stolen. But now, at a time, TDB, all of these problems have been passed. You're doing good, kid. You're doing good.
And I really, I understand.
Well, it has been nice seeing you again, my friend. You too.
What else?
Oh, I need a girlfriend. So let me go.
Fame.
Maybe I might go.
That's something else.
Girls hang out with my
then you also actually
Scary like me.
back.
Nah, sorry, man.
You can't
Seriously.
go on vacation a lot. You're like,
Hey, everyone. Stay real screen, all right?
so
Peace.
it's not like
Would you sex with more?
love
Did you keep quiet? Oh my gosh. Jim, it's not about me.
which is perhaps kind of fake. Because if
It's
you kind of fake.
That's right.
And
Yes, you're single. I'm
but, do you feel alone? More alone? Is there a moment?
Okay. Have yourself. You're going to New York to party with Ryan and Nico.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Count me in, as I am in serious need of some blue time.
The last
I'm right here.
Singles only. Singles only. Also, 3 is unlucky.
Sorry, Andy, cannot take any chances on curses. Not tonight. Everybody, I will see you tomorrow, Saturday morning. Probably wearing the same clothes that I'm wearing right now. If we catch, right? Yeah. I am going.
And so, interesting thing.
No, my friend, I only want the best for you, period. If you ever need anything, or if you ever need anyone to whom to talk, comma, I am always here to be an open ear, period.
This is a group
That's a reason.
one time a year they hear one.
Ryan's assistant told us that he would be at this club this evening. It is called Prerogative. Fire hazard. With beautiful babies. Swingers. Classic. John Favreau. Tall guy throwing dodgeball. Women look like white slaves. They're just hotties.
Oh, no, man. When you think about it, how much fun is there? Oh, I would go to a place like that to see more cops.
But, hey,
What are you doing here?
well, just taking you up on your offer party, so, ta-da.
That is so awesome, man. All right. And you love this guy. Yeah. Oh.
All right, it's Michael and Dwight.
Yes, I am, period.
I'm so psyched
World
you're
peace,
here.
period.
Woo!
I need
All right.
to get
Let's get a drink. Let's do it.
And I wanted to just be the all the
That's why, guys. Yeah.
with my brothers and the subject now. I have to do this.
Nice job, everybody.
Because
Good work.
so you're almost like, oh, it's like I've heard a couple of actors talk about this blue tape on the wall, and it's like you feel like you have really scared.
I do, period. And I'm cooler than all the other rabbis, period. Once they see how influential I am, comma, I will be able to get them on board, period. These are my colleagues, comma, and trust me, comma, many of them do want world peace.
And you never want to always want to deliver to that person.
There is a master key and a spare key for the office.
It's very
Dwight has them
a
both.
lot of
When I asked, what if you die, Dwight? How will we get into the office? He said, if I'm dead, you guys will be dead for weeks.
make them like
Guys, that should meet a really good friend of mine. It's Troy. Hey, nice to meet you. How you doing? All right. Wait. You resemble a Tolkien character. He basically is, man. He's a regular banking wizard. Not a wizard. Oh, okay. All I know is I would like chicken fingers and Midori sour. Oh, okay. Then just bring me 2 cups, one with olives and another one filled with maraschino cherries. You live in a regular sized house? Yeah, he's a normal guy. Cool.
I told you I have your number right here. Do you want to? Oh, that's great, Toby. Toby, you're the best.
Great. It's under here. His name. It's ringing. His name? Yes. It's not.
Kelly. Hey, this is Jim Helper from where you are. You are the guy who inspired us last year. Yeah. So, I mean, you're, who I got here? True, man. How's short farms? Good.
What is the saying? First they ignore you, then they hate you, then you win.
Weevils. What a crazy word, man. I don't even know what that means. What is that?
First they ignore you, then they hate you, then you win.
Springtime, babies eat the way out.
There you go.
That's too much for me, man. You've already been several times. Yeah? Maybe I got a bladder infection. I don't know, maybe. I'll order you some cranberry juice. You're the best. Oh, thank you, Hank. You're appreciate it. All right, so Hank is going to come down here and let us all out. We should all make sure to give him a big tip this Christmas. Sorry, guys. I did it for last year's.
It's like a constant
chase.
Never gonna come.
By show of hands, who thinks we're a better couple than Pam?
It's like the opposite. It's the opposite of size. It's no presence.
I thought about getting a tattoo on my back as well at one point. I was thinking about getting Back to the Future. Back because it's on my back. And future because I'm the kind of guy who likes to wear the head into the future. I used to think a tattoo should mean something, you know? It's my second favorite movie. Back to the Future? Oh, wow. Well, you should take a film education course.
How old are you?
40. I'm in my 40s.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go back to my trip now.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for the drink.
You are welcome. This is like a sexy preschool. A place where we can meet all the women. I would love a place where we can meet all the girls. Hell yeah. Look it up. Hi. Wow, that's dangerous.
Should any of you need a person with whom to speak, comma, and know I am always here for periods.
How did you all find each other? We're the Jersey State varsity basketball team, Northeast Regional Champs. Amazons.
In the surface.
Dude, I know. It's fine. You're all listen without chips.
They've left.
Wait. You two. Jersey State girls. Let's go. We're not going unless we can all go. Okay? You know what? Fine. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Come on. Let's do it. Come on, Brad. Move out. Okay. We're cool with him. Let's go. Come on. Here we go. That's our step. Hey, look what I found in the bag. The play. I don't want to. Yeah, bam! Hit me up!
There you
go. What is this? I didn't order this.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, man? Not safe. Anything could have been in there. Nice try. I've never met anybody who does that. You washed it off. You're very cool.
That fun aspect just all paper, man. What do you do?
I am a bank teller. Brian told me to always help women who work in finance. Oh, I think so. Yeah, I'm
just going to use the power brick.
All right. So, see that for This needs to be shared.
But it got really weird really quick because you've existed all like this way,
Hey, watch the dog. Doing it, man. I know. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I just wanted to meet my mom. You ever think there's going to be this massive nuclear holocaust? And after all the major nations are destroyed, and when the tribes and the jungles that rise up and survive, the jungle warfare is going to rule rule the world? Yeah, maybe. It's inevitable, right?
So you still haven't left the house yet, huh? Good. Please hurry. Oh, stop.
Well, no, I've asked a lot of girls to mom. It's not. Yes, I did something like that. One of my friends said he beat up his girls.
Actually, too bad.
What?
I got had some like party plans, like scrambled eggs.
Like,
Yeah, I'm not going to give information to you.
I have an announcement today. I am close to read that. About it for a long time now. And I'm going to do it.
Human connection. And now I can tell you, still looking for deep connection. Can you speak to some of dark moments? What advice would you give?
Girls really wailed on me back. Well, okay, I gotta go. Do not take her to a hospital.
So what I
Go, you have to go.
I do. I have to go.
Say
No, I have to go. Good luck against my college, all right?
call me.
I don't want to go back in.
I know.
exercise every day, eat healthy for sure, find time, make time.
So all you need to do is explain to them what happened. I think they can help. Why they only speak Spanish? They speak Spanish.
Good evening.
Things that
Lock yourself in.
don't bring you joy. I'm real.
Nosotros trabajamos aquí, nos sacamos.
For me,
Okay?
this is
Habits.
what can I clean up? For me, it was one time.
This is it. This is where the magic happens.
I got the sofa, I'm the boss. I got floor in case anybody needs me. Do you want me to sing you a song after they used to sick me? You were sick?
Sometimes it's just when you just
Right.
She's gonna have a higher tolerance than most.
Here's what you do. Tell him that you're his friend and that you're going to help him. And
everything sucks.
for a while.
I think be as a good psychiatrist, you also need to be seeking therapy. Like, you also have some stuff to work through in your mind. I think, yeah, you have to.
Oh, you're scary.
What about the ability to empathize, especially if you directly experienced it. You can go to those places in your mind, like you said, to be empathetic, you have to be there. What, why therapy? What is the best therapy you can just educate about? Is it, are you basically being surface talking things that you, because of the momentum of life, you just never allow yourself to speak through, to think through? Is that what therapy is? Is it more
Everybody, listen up. I need 19 minutes fast. I just need right now. Go. Come on. What's a minute outside? It's right. Fast. Come on. This is a lifelong dream. What do I write? What do I write? Emptiness. No. Mark.
Well, actually,
I don't. What's a lifetime opportunity, people? Come on. Here we go. Yes.
So it was very
Okay.
well.
Okay, do it. Come on, great. Let's hear it.
We've come to West
It's great. All right. Come on. No. Oh, come on.
Draw a picture.
No.
That's it.
No. Come on, give me something good.
I was watching Idiot and I saw Will Smith at Simon's Chinese theater. Oh my God.
May I translate?
She's talking about the handprint of the celebrity's name in the Senate.
I love it. I love it more. I love it.
Greatness is only skin deep, some people say. That's not true. People believe it's skin deep outside. That's planet. Also, and
Go. Push it in as deep as you can.
Today's a very special day. It's really not about me. It's about my grandkids. It's all about my grandkids. I can come back here when I'm 100 and I can find that piece of cement and say, that's me. Look, kids, your daddy left that face hole. It's a good feeling.
Anyway, so
adjective.
No, nice.
Yeah. What is
A tall man entered the nice
what
to visit a very nice man. Sit down, Mr. Smith. Okay, it's really good cat food.
Man eating cat food.
Hey, look, yeah, the naturalist.
eating was
That's horrible as that happens.
educated, understand. It's like coding. It really is. It's like something like they listen to you.
Yeah, I used to work at a friend's house. I forget how to switch
Thing that happens earlier. And they just go walking because other parts, but resonates.
All right, everybody. Oh my God. Just make me look so ugly. Take glasses off. I can't even hear you. It's just everybody, we're going to have a brainstorming session in the conference room. Energize.
Yes. Like I had incredible experience. I told him, Jesus.
So how are we going to energize our office? I mean, I've done it since Christmas. Hans clearly has just given up time. So what we need to do is we need to get things going. We need to percolating a little bit. Anybody have any ideas? Any suggestions? Yes, and
change her outgoing answer to the message, so it just had a little more saying and a little more text.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, there we go.
I like this. Maybe a whole theme, like a rap rhyme. Yeah, Stanley, you want to help out with that? Stanley.
Did I stutter?
Come on, Stanley, put your little game down and join the group. Stanley, we're having a brainstorm session. Did I stutter?
Like pulling this song.
This is good.
What do you think about this beard?
Just a percussion.
No, itches in face pubes. What do you think? Hanukkah. Dog, it's not even a major holiday.
Behind.
I gotta take a shit.
And he said, "Did I stutter?"
Really?
I said,
What kind? Well, we just finished salsa chips, salsa ruffles, so it could be like a red, perhaps a burnt sienna.
Hey, you're poor. Well, hey, your mom is dead. That's
College ball. Why? Why not?
Okay, I will.
I gotta take shit.
I'm not feeling very well.
I like how Toby stares. Really?
A lot of places driving an Xterra. Because you pull up to a stoplight and look over and there's an Xterra next to you, and they're always driven by chicks. So there's your icebreaker. I doubt that very much. This car is crap. Buy it for next to nothing. How next to here you're on.
We're gonna get stand up.
Buy it off of the web. And donate it to a person that thinks he died in a car crash. Or you can tell it to me. You can have a little wagon on my farm. And we'll be paid by a big one of those. Yes. You go over those options again. You know, $1,500. Well, I had to be. Let's do this stuff. 5, 4, 3, 2. Now, say it. Do it now. Do it now. Do it. Shake my hand. You will sell me this car. Shake my hand. Yeah. All right.
Man, I could stand. It'd be very effective to stand.
I see that you that form that I asked you to give me Stanley the manly. Thanks for that.
What are you talking about?
Well, you know, the thing that you said earlier that you didn't mean, and that I'm feeling for, isn't it? Friends don't need to apologize as far as I'm concerned. So we are cool.
I'm not going to apologize. I understand my wife. I do not apologize unless I think I'm wrong. And if you don't like it, you can leave. And I say the same thing to my client, and I'll say it to my next one too.
good remote.
Sales reps, hence the There is this yellow zigzag that does give Brian the authority to discipline Stanley. Right? However, it's past your name. That's zagging you and making you like yellow color.
You're gonna go.
There is the emergency disaster mode.
God,
Every single person in the office. All you have to do is say it. Just say it. Think about it. Say it. Just do it. Say it. Do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, do it.
Is that like when you imagine a song, is it the opening?
Do it.
No, it's kind of I never sing final. I think sounds right now. So it could be the middle.
Deal with this yourself.
My process for me is very much lyric, melody, music. Really, like I think
Oh, thanks.
I'm a
Oh, okay. I should probably
Like
get back to
Librarian.
entering
like it's not that I'll hear like here's all and melody and one of those instruments. I mean, it's utilizing
So you see the elastic melody question.
yeah. Like I'll be like
A lot of jazz cats are flying. They can play.
like
No
word.
I like to see see what happens.
For better processes sitting down and I'm writing simple text. You sitting down
Nice question. And you don't want to talk about it.
I don't
It's very, very personal.
So I'll sit down.
Look at this move. No one's ever seen anything so athletic. It's really,
I think, or at least feel like kind of
look at this move.
having a good is like, okay, I'm expressing whatever I need to express. The majority of I write over 100 songs. I release 20 songs every 3 years. So I know what's going to be 20 out. Come on, like,
Hey, Jeff. Come here for a second. You answered something as true.
Like getting
Whatever you said. Listen, while I have you here, what's your that's a good job.
maybe quite figure out one section class.
I know I explained it.
Is it what? You
Honestly, reception.
I
Yeah,
go right now.
I'm sorry. Is this because I talked to Walsh about the website? Because I really didn't mean to go over it. This is nothing like that. Right? I always appreciate constructive criticism.
It's the same thing.
I'm sorry. I know you're a little better because I'm not sure what's really. Oh, don't get all defensive. Right? It's just a warning. One thing is, that's how it goes around.
his desk.
It'll be like the listeners. I get. You understand what it is for sure.
This is a painful question.
What happened? What did Ryan
Do you
know?
think they're genius?
Talking about
I never walked from bed, just didn't notice it. Like, do you think there's really great songs that you just didn't notice? How good
Oh, what's Dwight up to? Oh, probably nothing.
I just feel great. Genuine. I'm not saying this is all you know, I am on a journey right now to find
Based on what you said to me. Yeah, well,
I don't mean I
said everywhere. Excuse me, I've got to monitor a three-way bidding for my car on eBay. I've got an ad-lib to do.
the right hand.
He's stupid, idiotic, numbskull named Andy Bernard sold his Xterra to a smart and capable man named Dwight. This is shaping up to be an awesome day for Dwight.
Always. Nobody else has. The single, everybody wants to have the same. People want to say it.
Earlier today,
And I have fought really hard.
gave me some suggestions. Spin him.
But as far as
So I am now to fake.
You can imagine yourself.
What does that mean?
That are like,
Actually, fire
weird, not that interesting, possibly smart.
because I'm not behave as if I'm actually fine.
our best
Okay, Michael, you hadn't told us that you would have thought that you were actually firing. I'm not firing you. I'm not. I need you to act like I'm firing. Just avoid to.
I hate it.
That finally, I need you to act.
Or maybe
I am.
I really am.
You get it? I'm teaching you a lesson. Principle of humility. All right? That's all I ask. Here it comes. Let's just.
It could be great.
Sally, may I talk to you for a second?
That will take more time to rediscover, to realize how great they are. It's also the tragic aspect of
Stanley
being an
Hudson.
artist. You don't
You
know,
are fine.
forget fame, all that kind of stuff. You just know what you want is to.
Are you serious?
No,
Serious? We are all
it's
serious.
hard.
I would like a hard time.
Many
Over 3 words.
just
Do you think I'm going to let you for this? I've watched you split this office for 2 years, and I'm filing a lawsuit. And I want to tell them about every stupid thing you've ever done up in this office.
You know what? I know how I feel. This was a fake fire. That's Lord. Everybody, very nice. So I'm not buying. That's it.
Genuine.
Do you have anything to say?
Songs that
I'm out of here.
Welcome. How you living? What up?
Paul,
Thank you.
do you have any idea how to run an office? Every day you do something stupider than you did the day before, and I think there's no possible way you can top that. But one thing you find a way to top it. You are a professional idiot. Hey, stop it!
main
Okay, everybody out. Yeah, everybody. Except for
that's good. It's just not real. It's more like it's more nuanced. You would say,
I can't put my glasses.
you know what's my
and I knew that. We say, genuine.
Stanley, it's the clash of tightness. In one corner, you have Michael, and here
Now it's not
corner, you have Stan.
listener doesn't feel
That's about it.
most important ingredient. Is this perceived as to someone else? If it's not, bullshit indicator goes, throw it away.
You said that he made you like what?
Every step. Because it's true.
Why?
Well, first of all, so you're in who's got a lot of degrees all the time. And so I had to put that as
things you say, your actions, your methods and style, everything
I had to say, and so the two, you know, every time. Yeah. Look over and there was a that did it with maybe he was right. No, there was is this what but this would be good. And there's a line. I mean, when it's all I'm still and he was like,
I am a good person, and sometimes good people don't get no respect. But, hey, I don't get no respect.
You know, it's about
No respect to all. When I was in the sandbox as a kid, I got no respect. My wife likes to talk after sex. So she called me from a hotel room and said, I don't respect you.
I was like,
you know what don't get no respect? Airplane food. Why don't they just make the plane out of the airline food?
It was one thing.
My wife don't get no respect.
I get it.
So take her.
What up, dude? How you living, pimp? Fuck yeah. Come on back. Get your ass kicked.
But there were for this, that word feels a little trite. Said that
The deal with grape nuts. No grapes, no nuts. I don't get no respect.
And yet,
There he is.
As a reward for
Big Dog's in the house. How you living, pimp? You ready to get your ass kicked? All right. It's on like Donkey Kong. All right. You've been sending invitations, Zoot. It is your obligation or choice, whichever you consider it, to accept. Okay, well, I just sent it to you again. All right. Not the yeah. Let's see it. Or it could pay off in spades for you, son. I'm a shot ahead of you there. No, I know. So hit your shot and we'll see who's in the better position. You're in a better position. You can easily take the lead. Easily. You're going to hit the ball. Oh, you fucked yourself. You should have made that shot. We should not have tied. This is your hole. Oh, yeah, it's like it's probably the best hole location for it. Come on, baby. It's past the hole. That's not what you want to do. Oh, do you think you have a good shot? Dude, you just helped me majorly. Major. I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement. What do you think of this strategy? Terrible shot. I'm ready for it, big dog. It was amazing. Oh, you're very fortunate. You took out that tree. It's better than your shot. Rabbi, it's actually Rabbi's Oh Hell. Rabbi Rothschild's Oh Hell, a place for world peace. Why don't you hit my ball? Everybody would appreciate it if you hit my ball perfectly. Are you gonna go in the water? No, but you're like in my way. What a shot. Oh, did you see that go right over the hole? Welcome. We have a new friend. Deadpool's here. How are you? The cars guy. Which guy would that be? What car guy? Oh yeah. No, I remember who you are now. Yeah, yeah. How are you? Well, man, did you ever get that to work? Seemed impossible. One day though, we're gonna make him recreate that game just for you. What's good, Deadpool? What's good in your neck of the woods? Right. How's that? Very cool. We are playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, it's called mini golf. It's like miniature golf. Well, the game we play is called mini golf. The app is called Play-Doh if you want to download. Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming in. You know that you're always welcome, and we only good things for you. Peace, my friend. Very close. Good job, Zoot. That's one game to nothing. This isn't my favorite hole. That was a good shot, but it didn't do what I needed it to do. It was pretty similar. This needs to be short, and it was not. What the f? Short in the. Oh no. Oh no. Make it. I'll take that. If I'm gonna lose, I want to lose like that. What's it like to have the lead? That was the you put it in a spot that fucks me though. Well, it turned out pretty well for you, big dog. Extra speed. This has a chance to be really good for you. Wow, you're doing really well. No. You have a tough. No, you got a pretty easy shot actually. Stop. You fucked it up. How'd you like that? Now you're tied for the lead. This is the hole that I. That's right. Are you fucking serious? Look at that. Hit my ball, big dog. Dude. This is some shit. Wow. Wow. Calm down, big dog. Hey, I have something to tell you. It's not Aiden Ross, but it's pretty close, sort of. So there are these guys who always make fun of me in Aiden Ross's server. And after we played last night, or whenever we played, I checked my messages and I just saw this huge, or the notification. I saw all these people making fun of me. And they're like, come on in and talk with us. You're always in here, but you never talk with us. Hit the ball, dude. Hit the ball. Are you there? Are you fucking serious? Zoot. Zoot, are you there? No, it's not. It's your turn. You actually missed a shot. There you go. Shit happens when you party. You're still gonna tie. Oh, this poll we don't play. Wow. What do you think of that shot? So they were making fun of me, and I just saw my notifications were like, come talk with us, come talk with us. So I finally get in there and I talked to them for like, I don't know, maybe an hour. And like, they were really, really nice. And they were like, they said, we like you. Aiden fucks with you, so you're cool in our book. So that's cool. If Aiden fucks with me, that's neat. This guy who's called Biggest Loser on the internet, I'm not joking. That's what he goes by. Apparently. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. You have a chance to steal a hole here. Water. You're good. You can make it though. Well, yeah, I mean, he's in there right now. I like them because they're like super fans of mine. They made their profile pictures of me. I like that. Dude, are you serious? You're going that way? Are you proud that you went that way? I don't see why. I don't think I will get a chance to see why. Champion. That's 2 games. Yeah, I think through association, basically. He's friends with Aiden's like right hand man. Aiden's right hand man, I think, is Citrus, and they're friends. I'm friends with Citrus too. Well, you're gonna need it because I'm whooping ass. I'm whooping ass on all the wavelengths. Dog, I'm already winning 2 games. Oh, that was bad. So, yeah, I mean, that's not really what I'm going for, but I'm just happy that the people in there are being nicer to me. And then I'm in this other Discord, Wall Street Bets Discord, OG Wall Street Bets, and they're usually really mean to me. They're usually really racist to everybody, and they're slowly but surely. I mean, somebody will be like, "I hate you," and I'll just say to them, "I hope you have a great day." Like that's the best comeback I have for them because you can't really hate on somebody if they're hoping that you have a good day. I mean, you can be as negative as you want, but then when I ask them the next day, "Hey, how are you?" and they're like, "I'm doing okay. How are you?" Then I got them. That's exactly where I need them. Oh shit! What a bad shot. I would consider it so. And I get it. Most of them haven't really probably been around Jewish people, and they don't necessarily have a good understanding that many of us have very kind hearts and only want the best for the world and for people everywhere. I've now taken a 2-shot lead. Keep in mind, I'm up 2 games to none. I hate this hole. I hate this hole with multiple people. Well, there you go. All right. Dude, you are in my United States. 10% of New York is Jewish. There are as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel. Approximately, depending on numbers, 12 million. All right, this is a big shot. What a great shot. Yep, between 1% and 2%. Dude, look at your shot. You almost stole one there. That was very, very good. All right, here we go. This is my hole. Oh, wow. Did you see this? Did you see what just happened? Give it to me. How do you like that hole in one? That was probably the most crazy hole in one I've ever seen on this hole. Got a perfect game going. Oh, no, I don't, because I didn't score on the last one. All right, I don't like this hole. Just don't hit the gnome. Just don't hit that gnome. Black. My friend, I am up 3 games to none on you. How does that make you feel? Just dominating. All right. I'm not necessarily good, but when people aren't I know. When people aren't attacking me or like conspiring to or colluding, then I do a lot better. How do you like this shot? That was terrible. You can get a lead here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dude, you're going to take the lead here. How does it feel to take the lead so early? This is definitely going in the water. I don't know why you think that's a good shot. Water, or actually it's going to hit the thing. Not what you want to do. Nope. Maybe. There it is. You hit it off of the spinny thing. Like that. But you have to hit it hard. Like that. Oh, water, dude. Looks like two fucking shots to none. Or two. No, two. It's going to be 2 holes to 1. Or 2 holes to none. I've already given up on this hole. No fucking way. Are you serious? That's horseshit. All right. So now I have to win 3 holes in a row outright. Oh, perfect shot. No, it's not. You never make it through on the first time. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked, folks. I need the best shot of my life right now. No way. Dude, shut up. You have an easy shot. You are fucking it up, but that gives you a perfect shot. Yeah. What are you doing? I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, oh. Right. I still have a chance to at least get a win. Tie for a win. Take out the fucking gnome. No. Calm down. Calm down. Okay. Oh no. Stop. Stop. What are you doing to me? Zoot, what are you doing to me? He won. Zoot, what does it feel like to win? You definitely won. You're up 4-1, man. You might have a perfect game. I'm going to have a perfect shot. It's going to hit your ball. Yeah. Of course it was. That's true. Stop. Hit my ball. That definitely did not help me. Zoot got the win. You ready for Ocho? You check whatever you need to check, big dog. right, big man. I'm ready for you. Waiting on other players. Very cool, man. Very cool. Amazing. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, Zoot up 1-0. That could be, you could be right on that. Yo, big dog. Oh, 3-0. All right. The cards are not in my favor. How long have I been up? Like 7 hours or something. Dude, I have so many of the same color, it's ridiculous. 4 games to none. First to 10. Yeah, they all are, dog. Dude, what the fuck?
Stories there. Yeah, I was doing stuff with TNN Motorsports and Speed Vision. So during that, you do a lot of motor speedway, this, that, whatever, and doing truck stuff. So one of the things that and I'm thinking you're the same way. One of the things that
Wow. You win. 5 in a row. Yep. 5 games in a row.
And you're right, but I think you could be trained to relax and do something like that. But I gotta tell you, there was a friend of mine that he did opera, and I asked him, why don't you sing this song? It'd be a regular AC tune or rock. He couldn't do it. I was like, I can't tell you. All he could do was opera.
No way. 6 games in a row. I want to see you get 10 in a row. Hmm. Six one. Comeback of the century. Give me some special word.
What do you think about the fate of radio or
7-1.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That comes from my radio days. They comes I have 15 years of using radio behind me to be able to do that kind of thing. And you know what? We were lucky to be a part of it. So, and thanks. Thank you.
7-2.
Thanks so much. And before that, it was Sean Worthington. Great. Thank you for being with me. If you enjoyed the show, write in, because people that are ugly always write in. If you enjoyed this show, make sure you tell the bosses. Tell them. Let them know what you think. So thanks, everybody. It's been great from the foothills of the Colorado. Tommy. Dan Galani, Stephanie Smith, Mike Cosio, Adam Thompson with us tonight.
Wow. Impressive. Eight 1 or 8-2 maybe. 8-2. Eight 3. I think if you don't have any blues, then it gives you 2 cards. Right, so you have to take 2 cards. Oh, then I don't know. Fuck no. Why are you weird questions? Yeah. When you ask me questions, think before you speak. You just can't sit here and ask me strange questions. Stop. No. Go fish. Why would you even want to hang out with me if that were true? Why protect you? And here you are asking me strange questions, which makes me think about you. Nine, 3 or something. All right, one more win and it's over. It's better than a lot of places. There you go. Congratulations. You won. I don't know. I would accept it, but I'm not holding my breath over it. Biggest loser on the internet. All right, feel free to watch this podcast with me. Flex Friedman. I think he's got some musical producer or musical writer on. We'll see.
Some of the greatest love songs. When we looked at the values, I mean, that's the whole thing is picture. It's years 3 out. Like it's a court or something, but yet it's not. Especially when sung, maybe. But no, there's well, yeah, sung in a way you believe it, but also written in a way that's single book.
Alrighty, big dog. Well, you take care. We'll see you tonight.
No word catches your mind is cringy. Yes, this just. But then music. I think great speeches are like that too, or just convey ideas simply. That's the art form, is to not be cringy. It's so interesting, and then you have because like when you're raw and real, it might at first feel cringy. So that there's a battle there, and that's where you see people fail. Like just regular artists, like I don't know, open mic. I could open mic, so I just listen to musicians. Like when they write songs, like they fail that test. They write simple stuff, but it's cringy. Why? I wonder what was that. What is that?
I'm telling you, like I tried to explain this to my brother the other day. Because it's the same thing with live performance. If I'm not in my right headspace and I walk on stage and I walk up and say something about this. Yeah, because I'm like, this is too much, right? This is the yeah. The crowd doesn't. In fact, the crowd's like, that's cringy. Yes. But if I wasn't thinking about doing this, and I went up there and I said something I really, my body was like, I can't explain this to you. It's so silly to say out loud. But it's people will resonate to it when it's real. And when it's acted, it doesn't. You could do exactly the motion could be the same, eyes could be the same, but something about the energy that people know. They know if it's real or not.
Yeah, people, like you said, incredible push.
100%. I'll go on a stage, and if I'm not in headspace to be real, it won't be a good show. If I'm real, then it's a good show. It's as simple as that.
Let's go through this song. Like I said, great opening. So you had this in mind, this landscape?
Yeah.
Oh, is this that one motherfucker? What's his name?
The beat was
That fucker from fucking.
What about the first?
What's his name?
First things first.
The first time I wrote was first things first.
No.
I don't know why.
These guys from Imagine Dragons.
And I was like, oh, that.
Whatevs. Kids, this one night, I was driving by the fucking Honda Center, and there was an Imagine Dragons concert. Did I go? No, I'm too cool for that shit, but nevertheless.
You have this saying.
Who do you think it was? That one guy who's written all those fucking huge songs.
There you go. Simple state.
What's his name?
Zero.
I don't know.
It's so
Mac McCormick or some shit.
so simple.
He's from
I'm the master. This whole song is
Sweden or some shit.
But,
nobody knows who that motherfucker is.
But extremely powerful, original, unique sounding.
I wonder if he has that record yet. Most written
and then
number one hits.
From a young age, like myself, and masses, that look at me took to me, shaking me, feeling these things.
Max Martin, that's pretty close.
Taking my message from the thing. I can't. Why am I reciting your words? But the percussion is throughout it, and that was there.
Percussion is almost in the lyrics. Yeah, and I'm a very percussive singer because I was a drummer first before I think same with Dave Grohl, probably a similar thing, which is
Diane Warren and Lionel Richie, 8 number ones by themselves.
And I also, before I could play an instrument, I would do blocks. And I think Michael Jackson did this too, actually. I've heard in the studio that it's very similar. But a lot of what I do is percussive, because my brain thinks in percussively first.
Dude, I fucking hate this show so much. It makes me sick.
And then
it's
you
the
lay
worst.
words on that.
Everyone knows it's the worst. It's about talking about the guy with the boards. Stupid show.
Building.
You know, like the things.
Sounds like drums.
It's all building to the chorus.
Dude, I don't know if I can play this song. I don't want to get in trouble.
What about the word pain? Where did that come to you? Pain.
Dog, no one likes this show. It's the
yeah,
worst.
The idea of I just wanted to. I really, one of the things that a lot of the songs that I like divisiveness. For instance, not always. There's times where I want someone to hear a song and I want them to either love it or hate it. I really don't want them to be in the middle ground. A lot of the songs that, like, a lot of my favorite songs are divisive songs. And so, for instance, Pain, I want you to hear that and almost like whoa, you know what I mean? It's something either somebody's gonna hear and they'll be like, man, I just don't want to hear that like that, or it's like, oh, I felt that so deeply when I said that in that way because it sounded like this. And when you think the word pain, it's like that's a when I at least for me when I hear that word, it carries a lot of weight. It carries a lot of weight. So I want to see a lot of weight and to come into that chorus with like it's a striking moment. And I'm also a tenor singing as I'm a baritone singing as a tenor. So that's where that natural like gruffness comes from is I'm singing out of my range. Really.
They're real and they're spectacular. I knew it was going to be the one fucking thing.
Can I ask you a specific sort of the pause before pain? It's really interesting. It's like a double. Is that how much work does that take to get that right? That's part of it. So you're kind of seeing the beauty through that, and then that whatever that sound is.
Right.
Yeah.
I actually when I first was approaching the chorus, it was actually how I for the pain, get my message, place for my lesson, see beauty through the beauty through the pain, made me like it came here on Mark. I'm asking it right now, but it did not wait. And it felt like it didn't hit in the way that it was supposed to hit. Because you predict that, right? You're like you're waiting to beauty through the pain, made me up. Right, beauty through the pain, made me up. So I wanted to feel a little more like striking. Like again, it's like I think it makes you kind of do this. You're like, huh? But once you hear it a few times, you're like, and you predict. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather someone hear our song the first time and be confused by it, so they play it the second time, and then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I really don't. I'd rather turn some people off along the way, and then the people who come along for you are going to feel more committed.
It's just an interesting, like, it feels gutsy to insert silence,
Yeah, that's what makes it. It's like the greatest speakers of all time. And I told you, right?
This guy sucks.
You're like, oh, yeah. What is that?
Yeah, that's so interesting to do that just at the right time. And then pain, right? Man, it's a brilliant song. Did you know it was a good song when you wrote it? Out of the thousands of songs you wrote?
It's always the same thing for me, which is like, if I want to listen to the song, and I want to listen to it a lot of times, then those are the songs we put out. And I only want to listen to the songs that make me feel something. Whether or not it's like our single that did the very worst of all our singles was the song that
damn, that's tight.
But it made the most sense as a single, which was all the wrong reason to choose it, right? It was I Bet My Life. It was the single off our second album. And
shout out to the CEO, Jeju Hair.
It was very just quiet.
He knows what's up.
And we were like, let's try to dial it up, produce it, and we overproduced that song. We self-produced it as a band, and we overproduced. And that song, it did good, in terms of a song, but for us, it did not do good compared to our other songs. And I really looked back at that and learned a lesson from that. It's like, I don't want to listen to the song. That's a sign of you don't want to listen to your own song. Probably not a good thing.
You said your dad elsewhere today just said that your dad early on was a kind of the early Rick Rubin. So when you were starting out, he gave you feedback, he listened. What did you learn about music, about life from your dad?
My dad is really quiet, grew up on a farm, very humble, I think he starts every sentence by saying, "This is just my 2 cents," pretty much. You know what I mean? It's like take it or leave it. Like, you know what I mean? He's not that kind of a sense of this. You know everything, and it's real for him. It's not like false humility. I really feel like when he's saying things, he really is like, maybe this isn't any worth to you, son, and he means it. But here it is, and it's always gold. That's incredible.
So what in those early days, if you like, so you were like 12, something like that, like starting to write
I was
songs.
12. I wasn't showing my music to anyone. I started writing when I was 12, and I probably wrote for at least, let's say, 6 months or something. And I had written probably, I don't know, like a lot of songs.
What was the topic? Love,
it was
anger,
all sad. The first song I ever wrote and it was like a bluesy thing. Like, there was my voice didn't have it. It was like, all by himself, no other one around. He stood all alone. When would he be found? Did it come for me, or was it fine on his own? Everyone is a friend, so why was he all alone? You know what I mean? It's like, but I was like a 12-year-old with, I just felt like depressed for the first time, and I just was like, so.
I think you discovered the blues as a 12-year-old.
Yeah, right. It really was like my sense of the blues at that time, for sure, like bad version of the blues, but it was like 12-year-old kid with a bunch of acne, and like I hated going to school. I felt like I just had not found myself.
That's like a great song, by the way. I wanted to keep it. I forgot us.
But
yeah. What was your dad? At which point did you begin to share it with your dad?
A lot of the songs were very much like Bobby McFerrin, like that, because our mic was in a part of the house where I couldn't bring up the piano, and only the instrument I played at the time was the piano. So I would do everything with my voice. But then I started teaching myself guitar in the beginning, like 6-month period, just watching my brothers play in their garage bands in the basement.
The order sucks,
but it's pretty funny. Enya vibes, like stack my voice like 20, 30 times, and like Enya meets like Jare, which is who my dad would listen to a lot. John Michael Jare, he's an incredible synth genius. But anyway, so I finally got my like gall up enough to show it to my dad one day after work. And I got very little of my dad because there were 9 kids, and he worked from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. We'll come home very tired, and there's 9 kids that are like, Dad, you know, and you're the young one. You're just gonna miss. I was in the middle kind of too, so it's even middle child. But I sat him down and I said, "Hey, Dad, I just want to show you a song." He's like, "Oh, he didn't know I was writing anything." And I showed it to him. He listened, and he took it off, and he really looked at me. He was like, "That was really good." He's like, I thought, and this, when you said this, made me feel this. He was like, and that did it. I probably would have given up music. Like, I look back, it was a very pivotal moment for me. I was like in a place where I was like, is this good or bad? I don't know. Maybe it's so embarrassing, terrible. And I was already writing lyrics that were a little like overly metaphorical to hide that I was dealing with faith crisis, because I thought, okay, I'm gonna show this to Dad. I don't want my dad to know I'm like questioning the truth of I said Joseph Smith. I'm not gonna be like, is Joseph Smith the real prophet? Is evidence true? I don't even know. Like, you know what I mean? I was like writing way overly metaphorical, but because my dad really validated it, and he was a no bullshit person. So I knew when my dad said that, I was like, you know what? At least my dad really actually thinks this is cool. And I really trusted my dad's taste and thought everything he listened to was cool. So I was like, wow, I keep doing this. And I just showed it to my dad for years. And still to this day, I still every something like that.
Did he, underneath it, the feedback, because it was like,
projections
like,
too.
This is a positive, like a
no.
But like underneath it, do you sense the positivity? Because I think that's
always never mean, never malicious. There's 2 types of criticism. There's like criticism that's just like you're looking to be hurtful to someone, and then there's criticism that's like really important for art. It's the type of criticism that's like you see the value in
Coaster said everybody had that bitch.
Then you maybe communicate with that person like, I see what you're trying to do with that. It's not even like you have to say that or whatever, like butter it up, but it's like my dad would just give me this honest criticism that would be like, it was certainly always good, but I knew it was always well intentioned. I guess that's how I would say.
So you mentioned maybe you listen to. I'm a big fan of Cat Stevens. Maybe you listen to Father and Son. I probably also
Damn,
have some
bitch.
issues.
Hair drops are a thing. Titty drops are a thing.
And you said that you connect with the song in particular. I think so. You're a father now. What is it about the song that connects with you? For people, let me play it a bit. People should educate themselves on Cat Stevens.
Oh my gosh.
Right on the Peace Train.
The best. Right on the Peace Train.
You think this is a hopeful, a sad song?
I hear it as hopeful. I hear it as a loving father saying just what his son needs to hear.
Time to make a change. Just relax. Take it easy. You're still young. That's your fault. There's so much you have.
It's like that calm wisdom.
Yeah.
It's time.
It's wise.
Look at me. I am old, but I'm happy.
And just the way he says that, like, that should be a corny line, but it's not corny at all.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm old, but I'm happy.
It's not easy to be calm when you found something going on.
Yeah, I mean the simplicity and yeah, but it's such a contrast with what's his name, Harry Chapman, the Cats in the Cradle.
He's chaping, like, dog.
The sadness of this feels like there's a wise, calm connection between father and son, right? With Cats in the Cradle, I don't know if you remember that song. He learned to walk while I was away. He was talking before I knew it. As he grew, he'd say, "I'm going to be like you, Dad. You know, I'm going to be like you." And the idea of that song is that he does become like his dad, which is funny enough, something you said. But in a different way, you become too busy to make that connection. His dad was too busy making connection with his son. In a not a dramatic way, in a very kind of calm, nonchalant way. Like you just don't have time. You're busy at work. You provide for families. So there's connection, but you don't really form that like depth of connection. And then the father, when the son shows up from college and the kind of stuff, he doesn't spend any time with the father. All that, and just the calm sadness of that. Right, we can live parallel lives, and never quite connect.
And there is a little bit of that father and son with Cat Stevens too. You know, like when the son is saying, "From the moment that I could talk, I was ordered to listen." I always remember listening to that line, feeling like that really. But the beauty of that song is it shows. It's kind of like the theme of what I feel like we've talked about since the second you got here, which is something I really like. I don't know why it's such an important theme in my life right now, but the duality of just understanding that you don't understand someone else's situation. And there's truth to both sides. Like there's truth to what the father is saying to the son. He's like saying these things, and he's like, "I'm looking out for you. I love you. Take your time with these things. If you want to get married, you can. Like, these things are going on." And then the son saying, "Listen, like I want to pay around. I want to do this. Like, why are you telling me this?" Like the son's, because there's a lot of parents who tell their kids what to do and they're wrong. You know what I mean? Like they don't let the kid form the path that they need to. But should you not be here? Like, you know,
there's a thing. It is annoying when you're older. You get to see people do all the same things. You can say, "Well, this is a phase," and you'll see that this actually will end up in this way. You can predict how the life unrolls, and it's very annoying for you people to hear, especially because it's probably going to be true. It's like, no, it's not going to be like this. No, I'm going to be different, but then you become that person. But that doesn't mean they also let them live that life, right? Let them make the mistakes, but they're not mistakes actually. They're like beautiful deviations from the path that they end up on, and those make the path. Do you have advice for young folks today? You've had like an incredible dark journey and a successful one, a loving and one of the most successful artists in the world. Is there advice you can give to young people today that would like to find themselves to that way, especially if they're struggling?
I thought you said divisive person. I was like, honestly, I feel like that device does not help. Maybe I should throw away the device. Advice. I would just say, like, what I emphasize to my kids is I really, really want my kids to just learn to love themselves. It's easier said than done. It's really easy to pick on yourself in life. It's really easy to look in the mirror and wish you looked different, wish you were more successful like that person over there, wish a lot of things. And people that I see that really succeed at life really succeed truly. And that doesn't mean they're making money necessarily or they're succeeding and, they're talking to a lot of people. Their success to me is like happy and real. They have real self-love. You meet, when you meet someone, you meet Rick, for instance. You meet Rick Rubin. Rick has a calmness about him. And it's funny because everybody sees him as this like Zen master. Like Rick is just a really loving person who also loves himself and has self-confidence because you just see it and it resonates, and that's why he draws people, and that's why he's so great in the studio because you know his intentions always. As an artist, when a producer comes in, you're like, whoa, what are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get hit out of me from the label, or are you trying to make me something? Are you trying to like make me this so you can prove this about yourself? And there's a lot in that dynamic. The reason that Rick is so good is because you know his intentions, and his intentions come because Rick has that self-love. So for me, find the things about yourself, because they're there, that you love, and really focus in on them. And it's not selfish. Like, I feel like I was brought up in a family, too, where it was like, never looking for, like, be selfless, like, serve, which, by the way, is a true principle of life. I think you love yourself more when you serve more. I think that's really evident in life. But also, spend time doing the things that make you happy. Take time every day to go on that walk that you need to go on. Listen to that book tape that you need to listen to. Like, for me, that's something I need. I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better dad because I gave myself some love back in life. And just forgive yourself. Forgive yourself because everybody messes up. Everybody hurts others. Everybody says unkind words at times. Everybody fails all the time. And if you think that you're going to not, you're wrong. And you're eventually going to. You're either going to punish yourself for it every day and be a lesser version of what you could be, or you're going to forgive yourself for it. And if you learn that that's not something you want, then try not to do it again. Do it again, and you're probably going to do it again. Whatever that is, you're going to gossip about that person. You'll feel bad because then you gossip.
Like, is there something you can say?
I'm blocked.
Is there a role?
I'm the first bitch to get on the track.
Like that
I'm
those
sitting on the beat of the drum.
Do you need a little bit of that?
Because I'm blocked.
Like my tongue, a little drop of poison.
Right.
You need a little poison, or is that silly?
No, I mean my biggest thing in life has been like the thing that I've worked on the hardest for the last few years is to not be overly critical, and to let go of control. I think it's really easy to kill an artist. It's really easy to kill an artist. Like if my dad would have sat down with me that day, and even if he would have just sat down and been like, "Good job, son." It's not silly, right? Like not everybody has a dad who's going to ever do something or put in the tire or whatever. But that might have altered everything. Like my dad taking the extra time to just give me a thoughtful response. Opposed to kids know when you're just like trying to get out of the room. I knew he would, and that did a lot. So yeah.
But isn't that what makes the artist? It's the fragility of it. That like would you have it any other way?
No, I agree with you. I think that's the beauty of art. But I think also on the same token, it's like I I went to Music Cares recently, which is a charity for musicians that are down on their luck, that maybe were successful at one point or never been successful and can't pay the bills, and this charity contributes to these artists, aspiring artists, or artists with drug issues. Like, there's a lot they do, but and there was a statistic that told it was staggering to me, which is I think it was 75% of artists, musicians say they struggle with severe depression. That's really high. I don't know what the national average is, but I would guess that that's higher than the national average per occupation. So I just think there's a tricky balance. There's a tricky balance in art. So yeah, of course, like it's a necessary thing, the fragility of it all. But
yeah, I wonder, because I'm extremely self-critical, and I sometimes ask myself the question, I've romanticized it, or rather, I've learned for it to be productive, to channel it into productivity. But I wonder if there's better ways to do that, and I also wonder if it's eventually the thing that destroys me. Like if long-term, or if it's a healthy thing. It might be useful when you're in sort of actively fighting the battles of the day. For me, it's engineering challenges and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But then when you're sitting back and enjoying life with family and so on, is that going to be like? Do you need to find that self-love, like ability to kind of silence the voice of criticism?
you know what? I really you're making a good point, and I think that the middle ground is you need self-doubt to push you to be better. I do believe that, like, for instance, if I believe I've had, like, when you're like, there's a song on there that you think is genius. If I think I've written a genius song ever, I think I'd probably stop. I think I'd be like, you know what? Did it? I wrote that perfect song. I was like, I have it. Imagine. Okay. If I'd written Imagine, I'd probably be like, that's it. Did it. All right. Perfect song is perfect. That's the best thing I'll ever do. Yeah. So the fact that there is, like, self-criticism and criticism outside, I think is necessary. 100% sure. It pushes you. It's just finding the right middle ground for that young aspiring artist to also not feel squashed and to be heard and to love, not even to feel squashed, just to love themselves. So that when they're in the room playing the song, they'll believe it because they believe in themselves. They love themselves enough that they believe it. And then they'll do it great. And then the song will come out great. They'll do a great performance.
I have to ask, it's one of the very interesting aspects of your life, of the way you put love out there in the world. What is at the core of your support for the LGBT community?
So one, growing up from a young age in the artist community, a lot of my closest friends were LGBTQ, starting in middle school. And I think a lot of the best artists in the world are LGBTQ, and it's not a secret. Like, it just is. Like, the artist community is filled with lots of LGBTQ people. So I think being raised in that community, in that my friends struggled with their faith and their sexuality, really opened up my eyes to how incredible it is. For instance, okay, when I was in high school, there was someone who went in front of, who was LGBTQ and was Mormon, and felt like there was not a place for them in the church. They felt like that, you know, when you're being told that it's evil and you believe it because you believe in your faith and you feel like it's unchangeable, you're putting a kid in a situation where there's really no good solution. It's either be alone for the rest of your life or marry outside your sexual preference, which I don't want to marry a man. I was forced to marry a man. I don't want it. Doing it because I'm heterosexual. So you're forcing a kid into a situation where it's very dangerous. Long story short, this kid went in front of the Las Vegas Mormon temple and shot himself. He killed himself. That impacted our community. And not just that, but it was severe bullying to LGBTQ kids. In the 90s, it was especially different. There's still bullying, don't get me wrong, but man, bullying is, I don't really know actually what it's like in schools now. Maybe the bullying is just as bad as it was in the 90s.
Why do you say bullying is bullying? Bullying is bullying.
I would hear all the time, the F sort of being slung out at people who were LGBTQ and all the time. And I wasn't even LGBTQ. So, it's just seeing that. I think that any social justice issue takes all sides. It takes all pieces of the puzzle. If only the pieces of the puzzle contributed are from the side that is affected, I don't believe that we'll ever have resolution. We're doing a shit job, and we need to do better. That's just that's the reality of it. So that's part of the reason. I also have family who's LGBTQ, and it's just something that's been part of my path, and I feel like I'm a big believer in the path that is presented to you. And this was just something that came up in my life a lot. And I met my wife. She was living with her two best friends who were LGBTQ, who really didn't want her to marry me because I was Mormon. And at the time, it was Prop 8, which was Mormons were fighting against LGBT gay marriage. And so that, and they didn't come to our wedding. That really broke my wife's heart. So it was just because Mormonism represented everything that was against their community. So
you felt you had to say something.
Yeah, I felt like by not saying anything, I was saying everything. I felt like by not speaking up and being like, hey, Dan Reynolds is a Mormon singer. Here's this new band, Imagine Dragons and Mormons. It was like, okay, well, what do Mormons represent? They represent Prop 8. What does Prop 8 represent? Bigotry towards the LGBTQ community. So what do? Okay, I can speak in every interview and be like, well, that's not me. I don't believe that too. Or I could just be more active about it. And especially when it's affected my family and friends throughout my entire life, it was like, all right, this seems like a path for me to go down. So long story short, it was a path that just presented itself through things in my life.
So just on that topic, so religion and God gives a lot of meaning to a lot of people. It gives tradition that brings people together across the generations, but it also can hurt people. What do you make of that tension? So a source of meaning, but also a source of pain.
The reality is, at least to me, again, this is just my reality. Because I'm doing my dad's thing every time I'm talking to him. I'm like, I don't really know what
you have become your father.
Yeah. The reality is my reality. It is the reality for sure. Because I think that religion has brought a lot of hurt and pain to a lot of people. Absolutely has. I don't think anybody can put that on either side. Whether it's for, whether it's slaughtering of entire peoples, there's been a lot of pain and suffering that has come from religion. So my little thing that's been hard for me is the faith crisis, right? I had religion and then I lost it and I did nothing. So that's me. I was like, well, religion did that, right? But then at one point it's kind of like, how much of my life am I just going to complain about, being raised Mormon or being depressed? As I get older, I'm like, okay, so what? Okay, it's really hurt me. But were there any good things that came out of Mormonism? Yeah, there's a lot of good things that have come in my family through Mormonism. Closeness, we're really, really close. Mormon culture is that you live together forever, right? The teaching is that your families are forever. We die and then we go to heaven together and live together forever. My family really believes that. All of them do. And that instills a certain way of living. It's kind of beautiful, even if it's naivety. There's something kind of beautiful about believing that we're forming these bonds together as a family and that we're going to be together forever. It brings a lot of comfort to the kids too. When I was little, it's gonna be okay if I die because I get to see my mom. You know what I mean? I really believe that. Is the right answer that you tell that kid? Actually, you know, maybe, might be. I don't know. And anybody who has a kid is gonna face that moment. I've already faced it where you sit down and the kid was like, "Hey, Dad, when you die, am I going to see you again?" That was actually a really hard moment for me because I was suddenly faced with, okay, do I give the answer that I thought was bullshit, or do I give the answer of what I think it is, or do I give the real answer, which is I don't know? And that's what I did. Which is a father, that's not always the easiest answer because your kid, it's a wonderful thing that you feel like you can give your kid the comfort of like, hey, parents take care of everything, know everything.
Straight savage.
Kids always like, are you the strongest? So when you're faced with that moment, it's like, it kind of sucks. Your kid, like, you know what? I don't know if you can see that guy. But I hope. That's why I said I don't know, but I hope.
What about Little Scam Live?
We can hang out forever. And if there's any way for attack, I'll make it.
What about Alpha Mafia?
So long story short, sorry, I mean I'm being ridiculous. Is there what is my thought on religion? It just is. It's been here forever. It's coping. Maybe it's I can't say whether it's true or false. How the hell am I supposed to know? You know what I mean? Like I've lived 34 years on this planet. A lot of people have been around a lot longer than me, and they really believe very deeply. And a lot of them are smarter than me. You know what I mean? Like I look at my
Kid Clips, this guy hates me.
who are very Mormons. These guys are hyper intelligent. My younger sister, hyper intelligent. All of them are smarter than me.
Bullshit.
They don't believe it. So what am I supposed to say?
Benny Mac.
Well, you're all stupid.
My man.
You know what I mean? Like you're all wrong. I don't know. Maybe like South Park episode like,
This shit's hard as fuck. Traveling the world living like a pimp. Ori. Ori streaming.
Yeah.
Their shit is so bare
maybe I don't know.
boring, chained up.
For everybody around the table. But the biggest question, which I don't know is the right answer, is
she doing 24 hours?
What's the meaning of life?
No. Because it's so
No,
hard.
you're not allowed to say I don't know. You can be just
Shakti
like
G.
Let me just give my 2 cents.
Shakti G. How about this bitch?
Probably worth
It's pretty hot.
Why are we here? It's just busily creating all these kinds of things, worrying about things like kids.
My purpose.
Look at this move. Did you all see that?
Is
the athletic things I've ever
to
seen.
wake up
Not ever.
and
The history of mankind. Humankind.
bring light, love to the world, light, love to myself, and have integrity. That's my
Yo,
purpose.
dog. Yo, dog.
The ultimate purpose of life.
Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet for being nice to me. Oh, what is this bullshit?
When I die, ayahuasca gave me some sense that there's more to be known. I'm sure there are other things in life that would give me that, and I'm looking for a seeker. Like I'm always looking for the next something to give me hope in something more. Even if so, I can just not bullshit my kids when they ask me that question. Like, you know what? I really don't know. I want to not know more. If that makes sense. I don't want to, I want to see things that make me confused, that make me question what I already knew. Because it sucks. Like, when I meet an atheist who comes up to me, like, atheism, it's just as laughable to me as
shut the fuck up.
A Mormon who comes up and they're like, Mormonism. Like, how do you guys know that, and
So you feel like you're doing some, through all your travels, through all the people you meet, you feel like you're still keeping your eyes open and your heart open to sort of discover something new. Like the
yo, dog, what the fuck?
That there might be
What's going on here, yo?
Yeah, and I want to find it, and I want to surround myself with people who are just looking for it. I'm not interested in people who are just looking for point photos. Like life is so short. I'm looking for. It's one of the reasons that I want to meet with him is I was like, wow, Lex really seems like he's on a journey to find truth. And that humility.
Taking you on a journey, girl.
Rick, it was like,
gonna make you feel like you never felt before.
I identify with it, and that's what I'm looking for. There's the final song on our new record, is coming out.
But it sucks.
The chorus goes,
we suck dick.
Like,
everybody thinks we suck dick. Everybody thinks that we suck dick. We played the Honda Center. Oh, in Anaheim, California. Oh.
No, you don't. Yeah, you just like
I gotta take a shit. I have to take a shit.
That's it for me. It's like I'm in a place where I'm like, I don't know. Tell me, you know.
Yo,
I'm not gonna believe you. Maybe
did they fucking ban me from talking again?
Like, just easier on each other and like try to find truth wherever it may lie.
Dog.
We don't know, Jack.
I think that's a mic drop moment. Dan, thank you so
I have
much.
to
You're
take
incredible.
shit.
I love that you share with the world the darkness.
First things first, hurry the fuck up, you little bitch.
Shown to the world. So it's a huge honor. Thank you for spending your valuable time. Good luck on the tour.
Bloomberg surveillance, 12/27/2024. Oz, the Wall Street medalist,
in the description.
leaves Squawk Box. Squawk Box can eat my dick.
After silence, that which comes nearest expressing the inexpressible is music.
First things first.
Thank you for listening. And hope to see you next time.
Oh my God.
The following is a conversation with Stephen Kodkin. His second time.
Who in the fuck is that?
Stephen is one of the greatest historians of all time,
Right.
specializing in 20th and 21st century history of Russia and Eastern Europe. And he has written what is widely considered to be the definitive biography of Stalin in 3 volumes.
Stalin. Actually, that'd be the published.
The third focused
All right, I can live with that. You were in a voice chat last time you. Yeah, I want to go back to it. Quit sucking dick. How about that?
To my previous podcast episode with Oliver Stone that was focused on Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine.
Dog, I gotta take a whiz.
Stephen provides a hard-hitting criticism of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Oh man, I gotta shit.
Contextualized deeply in complex geopolitics and history of our world. All.
Oh man, I gotta shit.
And breaker, but also
breaker 19. Oh man, look at this move.
Please also allow me to mention something that has been apparent and has weighed heavy on my heart and mind.
What, being a little bitch?
This conversation with Stephen Kodkin makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Russia.
Quit being a pussy, dude.
The previous conversation with Oliver Stone makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Ukraine. This makes me sad, but it is the way of the world. I will nevertheless travel to both Ukraine and Russia. I need to once again see with my own eyes the land of my ancestors, where they suffered but flourished, and eventually gave birth to Celia with me. I need to hear directly the pain, anger, and hope of both Ukrainians and Russians. I won't give details to my travel plans in terms of location and timing, but the trip is very soon. Whatever happens, I'm truly grateful for every day I'm alive, and I hope to spend each such day adding a bit of love to the world. I love you all. This is the Lex Podcast, and now, dear friends, here's Stephen Kodkin. You are one of the great historians of our time, specializing in the man, the leader, the historical figure of Stalin. So let me ask a challenging question. If you can perhaps think about the echo of 80 years between Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin, what are the similarities, differences between the man and the historical figure, the historical trajectory of Stalin and Putin?
Thank you, Lex. It's very nice to be here again with you. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I see you. You're looking good. I see this podcast stuff is doing you right.
Yeah.
So we can't really put very easily Vladimir Putin in the same sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure, and his category is really small. Hitler, Mao, that's really about it. And even in that category, Stalin is the dominant figure, both by how long he was in power and also by the amount of power the military.
Move. Very, very athletic.
So Putin can't be compared to that. However, Putin is in the same building as Stalin. He uses some of the same offices as Stalin used. And some of those television broadcasts that we see of Putin at meetings, Putin inside. Stalin used to sit in those rooms and hold meetings in those rooms. That's the Imperial Senate, built by Catherine the Great in the 18th century building inside the Kremlin. It's a dome building, and you can see it on the panorama. On top of the building, at least you can see it on the panorama when you look over the Kremlin wall for many sites inside Moscow. So, if he's not comparable to Stalin, he still works, as I said, in those same buildings, the same offices, partly. And so, therefore, he's got some of the problems that Stalin had, which was managing Russian power in the world from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the West, but from an ambition, a grandiosity, in fact. And so this combination of weakness and grandeur, right, of not being as strong as the West, but aspiring to be as great or greater than the West. That's the dilemma of Russian history for the past many centuries. It was the dilemma for the Tsars. It was the dilemma for Peter the Great. It was the dilemma for Alexander. It was the dilemma for Stalin, and it's the dilemma for Putin. Russia is smaller now compared to what Stalin was in that Kremlin. It's got pushed back to borders almost the time of Peter the Great. It's farther from the main European capitals now than any time since that 18th century. And the West is only growing stronger in that period of time. So the dilemma is greater than ever. The irony of being in that position, of sitting in the Kremlin, trying to manage Russia.
Look at this move.
Trying to be
Very, very athletic. One of the most athletic maneuvers we've ever seen, folks.
A country
Ow! Oh, what's Dwight up to? Oh, probably nothing.
What
the hell is this all about?
The irony of all that is the attempted solution.
You're flipping my car for profit. It's my car now. I gave you a deal based on what you said to me.
Yeah, well, seller beware. Excuse me, I'm going to monitor a three-way bidding war for my car on eBay. I got a map look for you. A stupid, idiotic, numbskull named Andy Bernard sold his Xterra to a smart and capable man named Dwight. This is shaping up to be an awesome day for Dwight.
They build a personal dictatorship. They build an autocracy. And moreover, that autocracy undertakes measures which then worsen the very political dilemma that gave rise to this personal dilemma.
Earlier today, Stanley Saxon and Toby gave me some suggestions on how to discipline him. They did not work, obviously, because they were stupid. So I am now.
Look at this move. Very, very athletic.
What does that mean?
It's like a mock execution. It's the only possible solution.
It's not something that's impossible. It's not something that can't be changed.
Why are you telling us this? Because I want you to be as if I'm actually firing him, Oscar. Okay, Michael, if you hadn't told us this, and we would have thought that you were actually firing. I'm not firing him. I need you to act like I'm firing him.
is actually
Just what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend I'm firing him. I need you to act like I am firing him. Do you get that? Do you get it? You're teaching him a lesson. He needs to learn humility. All right? That's all. Okay, here he comes. Let's just.
After he died in 1953, there was.
Sally, may I talk to you for a second?
Other rookies who succeeded him. He was still the most important person in the country after he died because they were trying to manage
Stanley
the system
Hudson,
that he built. And
you are fired.
managed that growing gap. By the time the 90s rolled around, former Soviet troops,
Are you
now
serious?
Russian troops,
I am
withdrew
serious. We
from
are
all
all
those
serious.
advanced positions
You're
that they
fired
had
like a heart
achieved
attack.
as a result
You're
of
firing me
victory.
over
And it
3
was
words.
Napoleon in
And
reverse.
you lost your
They went
mind.
on the stage.
Do you think I'm gonna let you do
From
this to
Moscow
me?
back to Paris.
I've watched you screw up this office for 10 years, and I'm filing a lawsuit, and I'm gonna tell them about every stupid thing you've ever done up in this office.
All right.
And all the
You know what? Now you know how I feel.
and former
This
Soviet
is a fake
republics
firing.
in the Baltic region.
Lesson learned.
They went
Good
back
work, everybody. Very nice.
in retreat.
So I'm
Stalin
not
is
fired.
almost defined
That's
as
it.
peace.
And
Refresh this shit, B.
His own
do you have anything to say to me?
inheriting
Yes, I do.
attempting to reverse it.
You are out of your damn little pea-sized mind. What is wrong with you? Do you have any sense at all? Do you have any idea how to run an office? Every day you do something stupider than you did the day before. And I think there's no possible way he can top that. But what do? You find a way, damn it, to top it. You are a professional idiot. Hey, stop it!
Becoming more knowledgeable.
Okay,
And so
everybody up.
that dilemma,
It's tight.
Everybody gets your Stanley.
with Stalin in the same sentence and terrible outcome for Russia in the fullness of time. Also, as
I can't find my glasses.
Putin has
You know what? I'll
murdered
take my hand.
20 people, and the scale of his abilities to cause grief.
It's Michael versus Stanley, and it is the clash of the titans. In one corner, you have Michael, and he is the man. And then in the other corner, you have Stanley, and he's better.
If we compare it,
So that's about it.
Yeah, Mao killed more people than Stalin because Mao had more people to kill. The most amazing thing about Mao is he watched Stalin do it. He watched Stalin collectivize agriculture and famine result. He watched Stalin impose this communist monopoly and all of the people sent to prison,
I don't know why.
given a bullet in the back of the neck. He watched all that and then he did it again. So,
do you think he saw the human cost directly? That you say he
The things
saw,
you say, your actions, your methods and style, everything you would do, I would do it the opposite way.
Human being, the human cost in the lives of peasants, in the lives of the working class, and the lives of the
Maybe
poor.
you are feeling.
I think the prima facie evidence is that he didn't value
Well, I've known you a very long
all
time.
lives. I don't
And the
think
more I
if
got to
seeing
know
the amount of lives
you,
that
the
were
less
taken
I
in the
respect
Soviet
you.
experiment, he would have done
The other
something
theories.
similar after. I think the answer lies in it's very hard to get inside Mao's head and
All right,
figure out what he was
respect it.
really thinking. But if you just look at the results that happened, the policies that were undertaken and the
You can't
consequences
talk to
of them,
me that
you
way
would have to
in this
conclude
office.
that
Just
there was,
can't. I'm the
let's say,
boss.
no value or little
Can't
value
allow
based on human life. Unfortunately, that's characteristic not only of communist dictators, right, but post-communist dictators as well, but the scale
I am a good person,
of the horror.
and sometimes good people don't
as
get no
horrific as
respect.
they are,
Rodney
you
Dangerfield.
just can't compare. And so we're
Hey,
in a
I don't get no
situation
respect.
where Eurasia,
No respect at all.
that is to say,
When I was in the sandbox as a kid, I got no respect.
which would be Russia,
My wife likes to talk after sex,
China,
so she called me from a hotel room.
all
Said, I
have
don't respect
some
you.
version of non-democratic,
Thoughtless.
illiberal, autocratic regime.
You know what?
And
Don't
they're
get no
all pushing
respect.
up against the greater
Airplane
power
food.
of the West. Some
Why don't they just make the plane out of the airline
coordinate
food?
their actions, and sometimes they don't. But this is a very long.
My wife don't get no
phenomenon
respect.
that predates
So take her, please, for example.
Putin or Xi Jinping or the latest.
If you don't get no respect, you might be a redneck.
So we'll talk about this,
He's
Inline accepted my friend request. Highlight of the day.
5 dimensions of authoritarian regime
What's
put together.
the deal with grape nuts?
Let's go
No
to this
grapes, no
Napoleon
nuts.
in reverse.
I don't get no
To
respect.
Warsaw. Back.
So I'm thinking,
Putin is
as
calling
a reward
the
for our
respect
loyal
of
clients, that we
this
contact
retreat,
their
this
assistants
collapse
and we
bound
find out where they
great
live.
tragedies
And then
of
we go to their
that
houses in
region
the middle of the
Russia.
summer and go caroling. It
Do you
is a
think
summer Christmas
there's a
celebration.
sense where as people
We call
sit
it
now
a
in
summer
power for
sales
22
alarm.
plus years,
Feedback?
he
Anybody?
really
Stanley?
dreams of a return
As potential to be the
Okay.
best idea yet.
to the power, the
The dumbest
influence,
thing I ever heard.
the
Damn it, Phyllis. Sorry, everybody out except Phyllis.
so while you said that there
I wonder what happened to Frosty.
in terms of the numbers of people that suffer due to the regime, do you think he hopes to have the same power, the same influence on the nation that was in the 30s and 40s of the 20th century?
If he does, we don't know for sure. There are people who have access to him. A handful of Western leaders have met with him for short periods of time.
Look at this, kids.
Those inside
I
Russia
cracked my
barely have
thumb.
his own minions in the regime barely have faith for him.
Then I went like this.
We don't know
It's very,
exactly
very
what he
athletic.
thinks. It could be that he has delusions of reconquering Russian influence,
Hey,
if not direct
ready?
control over the territories.
Come on, show me excited.
But it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited too. Today I'm headed over to the job fair at Valley View High School to find some new interns, get some fresh blood, euthanize this place.
Hey, we doing this thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Daryl, you look like Barack Obama. Everybody here dating Barack Obama.
You dress like that.
Like what?
Like you're applying for a loan.
Maybe he's going to church.
Or court.
Figured I look presentable.
Yeah.
You?
We'll talk about that later.
Thank you. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to instruct the kids about management and sales. Oscar will be in charge of accounting. Pam will be eye candy. No, and also because that is your alma mater. Daryl will hire some kids in the warehouse. You don't have to worry about internships with them because they definitely ain't going to college.
What college did you go to, man?
Let's go.
Intervention in the public sphere using a few channels on our platform. And what's interesting about publishing, and this could well reflect similar thinking is that he's got this
Today, I am meeting a potential client on the golf course because Ryan put me on probation. Remember Ryan? He was the 10th here.
And
Yeah.
so, for example,
And
CIA,
it's not a big time for me to lose my job. I have some pretty big long-term plans in my personal life with Pam that I'd like her parents to be psyched about. So I am about to do something very bold in this job that I've never done before.
Of the chaos that might
Try.
ensue and the nukes that might get
Whoa.
loose as a
McGuire.
result.
Been a couple of years.
Hey, Jim, how are you? Nice to see you, man.
Oh, no.
Very last
No. My grandfather would be spinning in his urn if he knew that I was out here with a Dartmouth boy. You take that shirt off right now or I will take it off for you, sir. I am totally and completely kidding. Good hell, 95.
So McGuire, Dartmouth 74.
Got some Felisties. Yeah, you do. Did about 1,200 balls last night in preparation for today, so hands are a little tender. It's actually not funny at all. It's incredibly painful.
Yeah, let's make it interesting. Say, $10 a hole?
Hey, what are we talking? Skins, AC Deuce, Bingo Bango Bongo, Sandy's, Marnie's, Wolf. What? I'm gonna take this petty cash that I got from Oscar and turn it into next month's rent.
The money but the West
So many memories in this old gym. Pretending to have PMS so I didn't have to play volleyball. Pretending to have PMS so I didn't have to play basketball.
reset the revisions.
Those were the days.
And doing nothing at Georgia.
Over the top, don't you think? Show what you brought, bud.
That's all we brought.
This is all we need. Yes, we will see, Oscar. We will see, because a blank sheet of paper equals endless possibilities. Conceptual. All right. We are open for business.
So despite the appearance, you have partnership talking about this multi-decade question conspiracy to bring.
Andy, you're up. Let's go. Giddy up. Let's do this.
That's happening.
People assume I'm great at golf, but like everybody, I hated golf lessons when I was a kid. So I used to just hang out with the sailing club instead. Got my knot
So
on.
here's the conspiracy theory.
Damn it!
Who fantasize about themselves as
Guys,
diplomatic.
can we just stay all day?
Are
I
constantly
mean, Michael's
different
gone.
leaders
Can we
are
just go?
constantly running
Yeah, I finished my work months ago.
Excuse me, people.
What concessions
It has come to my attention that some of you have forgotten who is in charge here. When Michael is gone, Jim is in charge. Jim is gone, Andy and I are in charge. When Andy is gone, you answer to me, okay? Excuse me, where do you think you're going? No. You're not leaving. No, Stanley, do not walk out that door. If you walk out that door, so help me, I will.
This conspiracy to bring Russia into the
Last time I
that's
checked,
what we've got.
the American workday ends
Stalin
at
had
5
that same
p.m. You will all stay at your desks
mentality
until that
everything that
time,
happened to
or you will suffer the consequences.
What?
I will tell on you.
Even though the
There's filing, restocking the supply shelves, replacing the water jug, which nobody likes to do. We eat a lot of cake. Yeah, and you basically learn how an office runs.
Hello.
So,
Hi. Can I talk to you for a second?
this is Michael, my boss.
Yeah.
Justin.
Hey, remember what we talked about? The car on the way out, only the best, brightest.
He's nice. He's interested.
It's totally wrong. Hey, how you doing? Listen, I don't think that a handsome, funny, smart, funny-looking kid like you should limit himself. You can do whatever you want to do. You could be a classy janitor, or a cashier with dignity, or a migraine worker. Maybe for you, paper should be more of a hobby.
Sorry for wasting your time.
Oh, no problem. And he signed. Put his name on a piece of paper. Okay, that was supposed to be a blank canvas on which to put their hopes and dreams, and he just made it into a stupid piece of paper. We need another one immediately.
Yeah, this is lame without it.
He brought the one.
Are you mental?
Michael, do you remember you specifically told me to only bring one sheet of paper? You said it only takes one sheet to make a difference. And I said, are you sure, Michael? And you said, Pam. And then you sneezed my tea, and then you said, don't worry, it's just allergies. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Damn bitch. And the 2000
And that's why I need a smart intern.
Hey, so how's the direct mail business going? I can't complain. People deliver junk mail. Now, are you getting all your paper from PPC? Or you know what, Jim? I'm not really looking to change things up right now. I just came out here to get out of the office a little bit. So why don't we just play? Okay?
Absolutely, we'll do it. So I guess I'll just work on my short game.
Let's try to reverse that. So you have a profound psychological whole generation.
Hello there. What is this company? Well, it's funny that you should ask, because it's really more than a company. They're less than paper. Okay. Damn it, Oscar. Yeah, I'm trying to lure these kids into my booth, but kids are very wary of being lured these days. Thank you, Dateline.
It's one thing to put domestic opponents in jail. It's one thing to take away someone's property domestically, but you're not going to reverse the power of the West with the diminished Russia.
Extension 128.
If I'm Venice Creek, so we're going to ditch this bitch.
That partnership project, which we see him expressing again and again.
Pumpkins out. Let's go, gang.
It's not something that we need to go looking for. Quest secret, we can't find it. Thinking it's right there in front of our face. And Putin has spoken the same way for a long time. People point to the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference that Putin delivered. Certainly, your listeners could
My old art room.
a snippet or two of that, just like they could use a couple of quotes from Patrushev to contextualize what we're talking about.
Oh,
But
maybe it's still here.
2007 Munich speech. The reaction to
No, they
Ukraine
must take that down.
uprising in 2004, attempt to steal the election inside Ukraine, right, which the Ukrainians rose up.
What do you want?
valiantly
Michael,
against,
I know you're swamped.
risked
I
their
just thought you
lives,
should know that
turned
everyone in the
there were
office has
public
left
statements
except for
from Putin
Angela
already
and
back
I.
then.
Do not
Statements
worry though.
about how
I have
closely
taken down their names and I have
2003
docked them on
was
personal
arrested
day.
and expropriated.
Who cares? I'm not there doing something there. Why should they have to do that?
Psychological,
So what else is that?
psychological issue, which is about managing Russian power in the world, as I was saying, the Catholic West, but has this further dimension of feeling like losers and wanting to reverse that. That's their life experience.
Thank you. What is this?
Piece of paper.
This isn't under Mifflin paper.
This
It's
narrative
for peddling crap.
Well, I think they'll get the spirit of it.
Pam. Put time here. I want you to go back to the office, and I want you to get the real stuff. I want you to get ultra-white card stuff.
Are you serious?
Yes. And don't call me Shirley.
Just to maybe not push back,
No.
give fuller context on the West. He said there's a narrative
Damn it.
from Putin's Russia that the West is somehow an enemy.
Well, you can just pick it up, take the triple bogey. Yeah,
But is there
Go
a
get it out.
degree,
Go ahead,
and to what degree is the West willing to feed that narrative? That is also convenient for the West to have an enemy. It seems like the place is bad. It seems like in geopolitics, having an enemy is useful for forming a narrative. Now, having an enemy for the basic perspective of humanity is not good, but in terms of maintaining power, if you're a leader in a game of geopolitics, it seems to be good to have an enemy.
Come on, Judah.
It seems to be good to have something like a Cold War.
Hey, can't really
You can
talk
always
about what's
point
up.
your finger and say all our actions are fighting this evil,
You know,
whatever that evil is.
we'll see.
It could be
We'll see.
like George
I just
W.
drove
Bush,
20 miles when I
terrorism,
drove back to the office to get
terrorism,
Michael a single sheet of white
goes
paper.
point to something.
So
So
I
you
could have just
made
had
it
it back with
seem
me
like
to
the West is trying. There's a lot of folks in the
I
West
like you.
that are trying
talk
to
to you later.
reach out,
Yeah. All right.
trying to
Bye.
sending money, sending compassion, trying to
Trying to integrate Russia into global institutions,
All right.
exactly.
which was
Sorry,
a
got it one more
long-standing,
time.
multi-decade effort.
If I bring down shipping
multiple
costs.
countries and multiple
Try.
administrations in those
Well,
countries.
look at your
But is
prices.
there also warm
Even with free shipping.
Of course, Lex. Of course, you're right about that.
Doesn't
But
work.
let's put it this way.
It's just,
People
it's not in the
talk about
stars, Jim.
and they usually looking to assign blame for this
6.
whole as if it's some kind of mistake,
All right, race to the next
a
hole.
misunderstanding, or
Where
search
is
for
10
an
bucks?
enemy that was convenient
Wait,
for
wait.
them. And that's
Shortcut! Shortcut!
So Lex, there's a group in Czechoslovakia, and somebody installs a communist regime.
I've known the sand trap.
February 1948. No reaction to that? That's just okay. There's a blockade of Berlin. Is that cool by you? Where they try to strangle West Berlin so that they can swallow West Berlin and add it to East Berlin. You cool with that? How about
All of these jobs suck. I would rather live jobless on a beach somewhere, off the money from a large inheritance, than I have to work any one of these crap jobs.
show trucks up and down
They suck.
in the lake? After
Hey.
the imposition of the calls for
Game over.
You good with that? Yeah, it's very convenient to have an enemy.
Just in time.
But,
I
you know,
just in case.
there was
What shall I
some
say?
threats to people's freedom.
False name.
There was
This
some invasion.
Justin.
There was some
Justin Pulser.
aggression and violence on a minuscule.
Justin is the ugly girl in the movie who takes off her glasses and she's hot. And you realize that she was always hot. She was just wearing glasses. And that you were the blind one.
It was not a misunderstanding.
He's the most important thing in my life right now. I want you to meet my family. Come on. Oscar Martinez, accountant extraordinaire. This is Justin. This is Daryl Feldman. It ain't big. We've already met her. Aunt Paisley, Office Hottie.
We're not just
She'll
going
do
to
you.
take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to
No,
let
but she
this
has already dated
expand.
2 guys in the office that we know of.
We're
So
going to create
this could be number 3. You
and
never.
we're going to rally Democratic.
I would never say this to her face, but she is a wonderful person and a gifted artist. Why wouldn't you say that to her face? So,
And so, yeah,
what do you think?
it's always
If these guys are nice, guys I didn't bring are even better.
It was an
Justin, I am
Nikolai
willing to commit right now. Would you do me the honor
He was the
to spend the summer with us?
head
I think you were very special. You didn't want me before. That's what you said. No, I didn't. You were kind of a jerk to me. I'm going to go now. Hey.
You will understand, and you'll help your podcast listeners understand. There's a singularity in that kind of expression, lethal edge. Leona just died. But one of the things, and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Beseda, gave the eulogy.
Thank you.
At Leona's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie that all of these people have been arrested.
Hey, Jim, you owe me 120, and Bill, you owe me 230.
Leona said, and get back to
Let's open a tab because you and me are going to be playing more often.
Count me in. Nope.
All this time,
All right.
blackening the image
Okay.
of the
You had some fun, and
all these
you got paid for it.
resources, propaganda,
So I'm going to just get my last shot.
operations,
Is there anything you can do for me?
and they
Tell you
did.
what, my fiscal year ends in 2 months.
And then
Let's talk then.
And you know,
Not good?
we gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah,
You know, it's a tough thing. You're seeing a grown man take 6 shots to get out of the sand trap, but
it is possible.
I had to give him credit for not quitting, which is what I told him. I also told him that I don't quit either, and I'd call him every single day until he gave me his business. Which he then did after 15 minutes of me blocking his car. So I am now his paper squire. Out of 102 today, so I'm feeling good.
The job fair will be closing in 5 minutes. A period will commence as scheduled.
Hold down the fort, I have to do something.
Then those just fighting. Some of it's propaganda. The question is on the ground, what is actually increasing about freedom of the world?
Institutions, right? We're not talking about.
Excuse me. If you can hear me, I would like you to look around at all these companies and know that none of them are good enough for you. H&R Block, come on. I don't even know what they do.
We're talking about it.
Right? Regan Funeral Home, too much formaldehyde. The Air
We're
Force?
talking about separation of powers.
Air Force School. The refreshments? Bush League, you know, that's not what you want.
Let's talk about elections.
Dunder.
Let's talk
Then,
about.
okay, I see security's coming, so I just want to say,
We're not talking
come to Dunder Mifflin. Dunder Mifflin, a great place to work. Anybody? Show of hands, anybody want to enter at Dunder Mifflin? We do not offer college credit. We cannot give you any sort of pay, but it is a really fun work environment.
And if they don't exist.
Anybody? Show of hands.
Ukraine.
Damn it. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you for your time. And drive safe.
In many ways, dysfunctional, especially the elites, were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources, and yet Ukraine had an open public sphere, and it had a parliament to function. And so, despite its flaws,
This is athleticism.
a democracy.
Really?
The regime in Moscow, you can't say that.
Perhaps I'm president.
It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine. Corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference?
You closed it?
And the answer is
I closed it.
Ukraine had a real problem. Can you call Russia's a real problem? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say
Congratulations.
that whatsoever
Well done.
Ukraine in Russia?
You know what?
Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence?
Today I did something stupid. I questioned myself, and I will never do that again. Because I look at somebody like Jim Halpert, and I think that guy could do anything he wants to do. He could do anything, and he chooses to work here, selling paper.
And the very corrupt
Just like
oligarchic autocracy
Yeah,
of Russia.
yes, sir.
I think that's a fair
Yes, sir.
distinction.
Yeah, we could say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is
Hi.
no difference.
I was just wondering, what
Russia
kind of jobs do you guys have?
Are you interested in the graphic design?
Ukraine,
Yeah.
I'd say, is a corrupt democracy.
Can I fill out an application?
Oh, absolutely. Here, take a seat.
There's a fundamental
I should let you know right away, this is just an entry-level job. It's really basic. We're looking for like a self-starter, someone who can meet deadlines, and just pretty much just go the extra mile.
I can do that.
Great. And obviously, we're looking for someone who's Photoshop, and Dreamweaver, Corel Painter, Illustrator, After Effects, all the basics.
I don't know any of those.
It's actually not super complicated. I'm sure there's some sort of like adult education classes in the area. But if you're really serious about graphic design, one thing about New York and Philadelphia, they got amazing programs out there.
New York, Philadelphia.
Basically, all industries.
All right. Cool. Well, thanks. And I'll look into those.
Yeah,
New York and Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so, before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022, right, because as you know, of course, many years, these days, still prior to people who are suffering the most are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact they're sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and really the atrocities that have been well documented and more being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, after you include that, then of course a larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians, but ultimately Russians. And there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, rigorous words are in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Oliver Stone. Now, I would love you to elaborate to this agreement you have here with his words and maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 was forced by the expansion of NATO, the imperialist imperative of the United States and the NATO forces. You disagree with this point in terms of placing the blame somehow on the invasion. Forces larger than the particular two nations involved.
Jim, what are you doing?
More geopolitics.
This man is an imposter. Do not do business with him. This is not quite true.
Yeah, let's imagine that
naturally,
a tragedy happened here in New York, and a woman got raped.
Just let it go first, man.
We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, "You know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt."
Whoa, Pam, you are not talking to Dwight right now. You're talking to Jim.
For the rapist,
No,
the
Pam, I'm
woman
over here.
was wearing.
Disconnect
or
that
who
right
was
now.
applying
Give
for
me
NATO membership and just had to break. There's
Okay, you
didn't
know what?
want to break,
I will reprogram my
but was
phone
compelled
to go to my
because
office
of
phone.
what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing, the alliances that she was under international law, signed by Moscow, all the treaties that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to. Treaties that the UN Charter signed by Russia, Soviet Union, the 1975 Helsinki Agreement signed by the Soviet Union, the 1990 Charter of Paris for New York signed by the Soviet Union, the 1997 NATO Russia Founding Act signed by the Russian government. All those documents signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international inheritor, right, successor of this.
I came in extra
All
early.
of those agreements
So
are
much
still in
energy.
force, and
There's
all of
certain
them
days
say
that you know
that
you will remember for the
countries
rest of your life.
are sovereign
Just
and can freely choose
it's one of
their
those
foreign
days.
policy and what alliances they want to join. Let's even go farther. I mean, you don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther. Is an autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security
I can't
something
believe this is
new
your
in
last day.
Russia?
How do you feel?
Did we not see this before? Is this
So weird.
does this not
Anything on
predate
the agenda?
NATO
Actually,
expansion?
everything on the agenda.
Does this not predate the existence of
We
NATO?
have a
Where Oliver
birthday
Stone
cake
sit
and a
here in this
slideshow
chair,
too.
you
Like so
know,
far, yeah, we have 2 pictures.
they had to impose
Okay, well, this will not do. Kobe is
because
going
of
away
NATO expansion.
forever.
They had no choice. Their
And
hands were
we need to
tied.
do something
They were
very, very
compelled
special. In some
to
cultures,
treat
there's
their own
it's like New
population
Orleans
like
culture.
slaves
They have
because, you know,
make a
NATO
band,
expansion.
a party in the
I mean, I could
streets.
go on through the
Leaves
examples
as
of
brides.
Russian history
Has to throw
that
Toby a
predate the existence, let alone the
Together,
expansion,
or to explode.
where you have behavior, policies, actions
At the beach.
very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin.
Oh, God.
You always
And
do this.
you
You
can't
have a
explain
nice,
it.
modest expansion, and you come in and demand the
And
world.
so that argument doesn't
They're
work
separate for money, for anything that
because
they
I
make.
have a pattern
And
that
to develop a few more
predates NATO
slides.
expansion.
Although,
I have international agreements, founding documents signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing jeans. It's because you have raped them. You've committed a criminal act.
I knew I should say
I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, and the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think about the depths within this metaphor because it feels like it wasn't precisely the right one, but I think that it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done has been honorable or intelligent.
Drink a potion.
Fortunately, we live in a democracy.
Too much
We live in
No,
we
no,
live
no, this is not a party planning committee anymore.
liberal
And I don't want you to
sense,
split money, and I feel uncomfortable
not the
participating.
leftist sense.
Phyllis.
We live in places like that, and we can criticize ourselves. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made, or the policy choices, or the inaction that we're taking. And there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorite, the dishonors, the mistakes. And I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and
And we
problems.
will have
Yeah, Lex, and so that's I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful that people may disagree and that people make the argument that NATO expansion is the place. But you see, I'm countering 2 arguments. I'm countering one argument, which is very deeply popular, pervasive, about how Russia has this cultural tendency to aggression. And it can't help but invade its neighbors.
What did I say?
It does it again and again. And it's eternal Russian imperialism. And you have to watch out. This very popular argument in the Baltic states. It's really popular in Warsaw. It's really popular in liberal intervention. It's very, very popular with those who are part of the Iraq squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that. And the reason I'm against it is it's not true. It's empirically false. There is no cultural trait inherent for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they made.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice that is.
And therefore they could have different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization unto itself. We can still be Russia. We could still worship in Orthodox cathedrals. We can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first ranks of powers. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of the dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and influences. It's not internal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument, Lex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. I'm very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither internal Russian imperialism nor is it Western imperialism. Right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join them. But they did it. Either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other treaty agreements. Those are voluntarily entered into. And that's not correct. If the West's sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which I say people voluntarily join, if that expands, it's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia, ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifist members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack; it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which had the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes, and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime since the Western countries that make up the EU decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, really elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election. And that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interests. That's not a crime. That's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade. Right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you, that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, et cetera, but the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Iraq, because it was in addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West we ought to criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events.
So you get some largely erroneous take about both the West, the United States, from an imperialist perspective, and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual aggressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. So let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin.
That is so sweet. Thank you.
The choice to invade Ukraine, to escalate the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Now we're a few months removed from that decision, initial decision. Why do you think he did it?
the errors in understanding the situation, in calculating the outcomes, and everything else about this decision in your view.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, like when you don't, war doesn't go well. It looks like you have launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go well?
War never goes well.
I should make you a mix.
All war is based upon miscalculation. But not everybody is punished for their miscalculation.
Yeah, go ahead.
All aggressive,
Great.
not defensive, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust. You can recalibrate.
I was taking a picture.
You know, when you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you 1,000 feet to make a right, if you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right? It tells you, okay, now you go turn around.
Does anyone have a camera here?
Left. It doesn't say you're an idiot, but it does recalculate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation, it's the failure to do that.
This is a long stretch. It's really impressive.
What's your favorite trade? And the line is cliches. My favorite trade is when I made a mistake. I got out for all the time. So their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant trades, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating.
Jim?
So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation. Let's imagine
I have
you've been
downloaded
getting
something
murder. I don't mean murder in figurative. I mean murder. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use or you use some other international alcohol chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you received power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there was sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of the sanctions. Little people paid the price. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine, I don't know you murdered, but you decided to entice idiotic ruler of Georgia.
This is the worst stream ever.
Into a provocation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you did all these territories of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then you decided, you know, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in the Donbass, in eastern Ukraine, in Luhansk. Let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, you know, it could be
I do not know what the sky tastes like, period. Probably similar to air, period.
Here and there, this, and they're doing that, and you know what? They're more energy
like sand in some situations, comma, like on the beach, comma, but not in my shoes, period.
And the Panama Papers get released, revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what happened? Nothing happened. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as speaking. And you think, no, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond at scale, in fact, indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regimes. You know that great German cliche, a Vandel to a Handel, a change through trade or transportation.
Here's my boy, biggest loser on the internet.
You're going to
You're
get
my
the other
G.
side to be better. Rather than
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of coach gave me their number, but I never call. A real OG. You think you're a better rapper than Rabbi Rap? Yeah. Rabbi Roths, baby. Oh, look at this one. Oh, falling like a giant redwood in the fucking forest. I reload G.
Hey, Brian, it's Jim. Hey, man, I don't know what's happening to you lately. You know what? I really don't care. You're trying to get rid of me. And I bet you think I don't care enough about this job to actually fight back, but you're wrong. Because I do, and I will.
I never slip. I never fall. I never come. A real OG hit the ball.
You save yourself.
I never slip. Wicked, I never fall. Wicked, never come. A real OG
Russia realizing its mission to be a special country.
Lumbar support, girl.
Civilization.
I real OG.
First rank, the great powers, maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's
Are you happy?
We have a lot of literature on
Yes,
the
sir.
regime which talks about the kleptocracy. Places are kleptocracy. And it is a kleptocracy.
We've been a lot worse.
We all can see that. And anybody in London living the high life, servicing this kleptocracy can testify.
A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never call. I really hit them all.
But you know, it's not only a kleptocracy. That was the problem with Russian studies literature.
Look at this move. Very athletic.
You see amazing right in the Grand Crown Palace.
I never slip. I never fall.
Some of the greatest interiors in the world. And you see award ceremonies, marking holidays, and all these members of the state have their uniforms on with their medals. And someone's giving a speech, singing a ballad, and their eyes are moist.
A lot of baby
because they believe Russian greatness. They have a deep.
Yo, dog, this is the worst shit ever. A lot of hoes they need a number. A lot of hoes they need a number.
Their eyes are moist. But they
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes they need a number, but I never fall.
A sacrifice of their conscripts, the military, a sacrifice of Ukrainian women and children and elderly. That's the price to pay for those.
I never slip. I never fall. I use my teeth to remove those fucking balls.
Sentimentalities of thinking gets us in trouble in the United States as well, and lead us to wars, legal wars.
I never slip.
But the United
I
States
never
has
fall.
repercussions.
A lot of hoes give me the number, but I never fall.
You're going to pay for legal wars. You're saying authoritarian regimes. There's some sentimentality.
No, it's not. No.
I charismatic leaders that can take that.
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me the number, but I never fall.
It's not just a kleptocracy, it's a belief system. It's passion, it's conviction. It's
like a giant clip. I never slip. I never fall.
They're real. Yes, they're looting that very state that they're trying to make the great power. And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. They resent that the West doesn't acknowledge them.
I never fall.
About how doesn't understand the world. That gets really bad. Lex, if you're sitting there in that Kremlin and you're trying to conduct business in the world and you're getting reports from your finance minister or your central bank governor, you're economy, everything that matters. Sometimes all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros Any illusions about who controls the international financial system?
Wait, what you thinking?
You looking over your industrial plan for the next year, and you're looking over how many tanks you're going to get, how many fuel missiles you're going to get, how many submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It says right there in the paperwork where the parts come from, where the software comes from. It comes from the West. Your whole military industrial complex is dependent on high-end Western technology.
A lot of G's they made a number, but I never called. A lot of G's, a lot of babies. A lot of babies give me the number, but I never called.
With other Asian leaders. What? Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, they don't speak Chinese. You go to the international meeting as the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of India? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in when you're under that. You need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency, right? You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in English. And I can go on all the indicators he's no fool.
And I don't even know what's in there because there are a lot of
possible because you said the minions operate in that world. But can't you, if you're the leader of Russia, or the leader of China, or the leader of these different nations,
Doug, I'd have to get out and walk all the way over there to turn on that. That's just incredible. I never sleep. I never fall. A lot of hope in me, they know, but I never fall. I will keep it on my heart.
That just becomes blurry details. Because what matters.
Look at this move. Really, really impressive. I've never seen it. It's so fucking agile. I never slip. What? I never fall. A lot of hope you meet, they know, but I never fall. I really deep in my hand. No.
Your goal is to make that focus. Your goal is to
What you been waiting on? I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hope you meet, they know, but I never call it. Damn, bro.
Technological self-sufficiency.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution. Who is this? We're a fan of both. Lady? No.
To try to attain that,
I'll never fall.
which is a Russian-centric one, or a Chinese-centric
A lot of hope you meet, they know. Damn, bro.
centric. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we're but maybe
Good on you.
Maybe the West is going to transfer their best
Popeye takes a can of cigarettes. Amazing.
and then you're going to absorb it, and maybe copy it, and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking services. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium because you're willing to have your forces mine that stuff and die of disease at an early age. But Western governments, they don't want to do that. They don't want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths. But you're willing to do that because it's just people whose lives you don't care about. Right? So that's the world we live in where you're trying to get to this other world. You're at the center of the world. But the only way to get there like that is the West has to weaken, divide itself, maybe even collapse. And so you're encouraging, to the extent possible, Western division a Western disunity,
I'm pretty
a
sure she
Western
faked that
lack of
because she
resolve, Western mistakes, Western invasion of the whole country, and Western destruction
Kevin,
of
take your shoes off
credibility,
first.
international financial crises, and one could go on. So
Anyways,
if the West weakens itself,
Sorry,
its mistakes,
Keep
its
the
own
view.
corruption,
This was pretty cool.
you're going to survive and maybe even come out into that world where you're. And so Russia's entire grand strategy, just like China's grand strategy, Iran, it's hard to say they have a grand strategy because they're so,
Is Jim gonna propose
so
tonight?
profound.
He is, isn't he?
But Russia's
No,
grand
he's not.
strategy is we're a mess.
Is he?
We don't
That was
invest
pretty
in
good
our human,
company, but I just couldn't see
our
it.
human capital fleet.
Him
We
hiring
actually
from the
drive it out.
outside. It was
It
easy
goes
to
to
get in.
MIT.
but
I hate this one.
rise up.
Like you,
That's what
or
she
fill in
A lot
the
of
blank.
places are like that.
We can't invest in our
I think it's
Our
really cool you
healthcare is
hired
terrible.
Kevin.
Our education system is in decline. We don't build infrastructure. We don't improve our government. We don't invest in those attributes of modern power that make the West grow.
That's my
We
car.
can't because when we try,
Hey,
money is stolen.
what are you doing?
We try these grandiose projects.
Oh, what the hell's
National
going on here?
projects.
Nothing you need to know the
We're gonna
details.
invest
There is a
in
raccoon in the
IRA.
car,
We're gonna invest in
right?
high-tech.
Why did you
We're
do
gonna
that?
build
People
our own
hazing. No, there's
Silicon
no such thing
Valley.
as playful hazing.
We're gonna do all those things, and what
Right?
happens?
I want you to look at
They
Holly
can't
right
even
now.
build
Everybody, I want you to look at Holly right now.
The
And maybe if you look at her deeply enough, you will see what I see in her.
officially cost them $50
And that is that we are all very lucky
that the
to
infrastructure
have her here.
from that $50
Holly
billion
is the
expense.
best thing
And you're thinking,
that has happened to
that's like
this
the second
company
avenue suffering. You
since
get
World
almost
War
nothing
II.
for your money.
50 years. She is the
And so,
best.
yeah, it's corruption, Lex. But it's also because they
Take
don't
care of that,
want
all
it.
right? It's not
They
right.
don't want to invest in their people. They could do it if they wanted to, and when they try, it doesn't work.
Thank you
But why
so
invest
much.
in your own?
I feel so well.
Invest in your hardware, your military hardware.
I never slip.
Invest in your cyber
I never fall.
capability.
A lot of
Invest
hoes
in
in
all
me, they
your
know I
spoliation
never fall.
techniques in your hard drive.
Did you see that?
And invest in
Wow.
further corrupting and further
Well,
weakening
and
and further
wait,
dividing the West. Because as I said,
sometimes
the
I don't know
West
how to
is
react
weak,
to girls.
divided, lacking resolve.
Oh,
I show speed, let me back in that bitch.
You don't improve your governance, but you don't model
and this is
through.
bad.
That's
We're
Russian
all
grand
out.
strategy.
So invest in the hard power, weaken the West, those combined together means going to the incentivized and escalate any military aggressive conflicts that are about to create new laws.
If you get a real card,
Yeah?
what happens, Lex, if it's a Harry Truth?
Okay, bye.
What happens if somebody says,
I
"No,
never
we're
slip.
going to stand up.
I never
I'm
fall.
really proud of
We're
you.
not going to
A
allow
lot
this
of
to
hoes
happen.
give me their
We're
number
not
one.
going
I
to want
never
your money anymore. We're not
All right.
Everybody
Here's the Maryland and man.
fuck.
going to
You know
make a
what?
transition.
Let's give a shout out to the finalists.
We're going to
This
punish
awesome
you
party,
for
huh?
that contribution.
Probably the best one that we've
And
ever
the West
had.
now,
Right?
Chips?
The reason that we are here is to say goodbye to a guy
courage.
What happened to that one
we'll
guy?
never ever see again.
What the fuck
Now,
was his
a lot
name?
of you know that I am an accomplished songwriter.
To Russian
That big
I have
dude?
done things
was
like
one of the
Years
greatest
of Heaven
gifts the West has ever
or
received.
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
The
I
sacrifices that
love
the Ukrainians
to
made
sing them, but I am
right
not
now
going
as
to
we
be
speak.
doing that today. I'm going to be doing something
Meaning,
very specific.
they're fighting
Dude, how about just English?
by themselves
Good
against the
old
major
Toby,
military power.
it's been nice.
Nobody's
It's
fighting
early
it.
morning
Yes,
yesterday.
we are giving them
I was
weapons
up before the
so
dawn.
they can conduct
All right.
self-defense. By the way,
Turkish? No,
I
dog.
really have enjoyed my
unlike the
stay.
Russian invasion, which is
So
ending,
we must be moving on.
Western supply of weapons, including
gonna
heavy
miss
weapons, including
He has
offensive
a nice
Somali,
home.
Turkish, French.
invasion by Russia.
What is this?
So,
Here.
thank God you
Paradise.
surprised everybody.
I always thought he was kind of
They
cute.
surprised me. They surprised Putin, the Kremlin. They surprised the Biden administration. They surprised the
Feel no
Not the
pain.
fact that they would resist. We knew that.
Toby.
We had a hard resolution in 2015. A non-2013 when
basically, it goes from 188, 132 games, 147. Nobody's watching this program.
They would be on that. It's been breathtaking.
Well,
That's sacrifice.
it's
That gift
very
enabled Quest to rediscover itself, to rediscover itself,
Every
to revive it,
now and then
to help this
Devin, where are you?
American
Missed my song, buddy.
they're the best of all my years. Every now and then every now and then I forget. Wicked, 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 wicked.
Sorry, we're in the middle of a party.
Let's take that point that you just raised, which is
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting here in front of you. And it's training before the is run by a TV production company. But you're one guy on this disaster incredible podcast.
I'm
There's
so
20
happy.
guys that don't want this country size of and then one makeup person, one's video editor, fantastically talented. If your country is a TV program. So before the war, Zelensky had what, 25% of the rating? They couldn't get much done. It wasn't working. He got elected with 73%, as you know, and then he was down to 4. That's a pretty big drop. And so you're thinking, major, large size, 40 million plus population Europe country run by a TV production company is not the best.
Okay, so it's not mine, and it's not somebody else's. So
we see President Zelensky decide to risk his life.
The whole toilet seat thing is a myth. So
he decides to stay in the capital. He's not going to flee. They're going to stay and fight. And he could be killed. He can die. It's a decision where he put his life on.
Just be very cautious.
Obviously, he's Jewish descent, Russian speaking childhood and upbringing. Russian speaking Jewish descent puts his life on the line.
It's amazing, actually. I'm going to bring you
It's
the
a pretty
catalog.
big message.
Look through it. It's, and in fact,
And
it's
it's
right
crucial.
next to that little
And it turns
breakfast
out,
place
not
that you
only
like,
that,
with the city where you can draw on the
but
tables.
they're good at TV. They're good at information.
If I was 22 and I had lots of time,
It's a
had lots of
TV
children,
production company
sure, let's
and a
have like
TV personality. That's exactly what you want running a company.
Oh, that's really good.
Because they're
So much better.
in the information.
Get all that out of the
And
table.
he's spectacular.
Look,
European
I don't know what you're
Parliament,
going to be doing tomorrow,
US
but I have my
Congress,
list class in the morning.
Israeli Parliament. There's no
Oh,
on super level in person that he can't win.
oh, noodle.
He's just so effective. You know, this is the first time reality TV has been about
I
reality
think about it.
instead of fake. Reality TV is just this completely fake nonsense.
But
But
life,
Zelensky,
I
this is real reality.
have known two things.
And
I
he
love
means
sex,
it.
and I
And
want
the
to
nation is behind him.
And I always thought
And they're just
those
as
two things
courageous
would go
and
hand in
just as
hand.
ingenious in many ways.
But now,
And
I
it's
think it might be
spectacular.
better than ever.
And so, yeah, I saw that. I didn't see that coming. In fact, the Biden, when we talk about Putin's miscalculation, the Biden administration, as you put, offered him an exit from the country. They didn't say, you know, you want to stand and fight, go back. They said, we'll get you out. You want to come now?
Dude, you just
And
left the room.
famously, you know that quote, right? What he said, about how it was going to ride. Remember that moment? The Biden administration was poised to do another Afghanistan. That ignominious exit from Afghanistan was almost what happened in Ukraine when the Biden administration offered him that ride at it. Unfortunately, he declined and helped rally to stop
I was
the
waiting for
invader
the
without
right time to do this, and
Ukraine.
I can't
The
think of
same
a
thing
time
the
than right
Biden
now.
administration
Music
and
playing, and all our friends were out.
who
And
latched on. Fortunately, they had the presence of mind to latch on to this gift.
Andrew Nell, Bernard,
Bravery and ingenuity of Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainians and flip and decided to support Ukraine's resistance. You know, first with 5,000 Hellfire as the Germans initially promised, and now with really heavy weapons. And so that's something that wasn't foreseen. I certainly didn't foresee that. I foresaw Ukrainian society being courageous and resistant, but I didn't foresee a television production company being exactly what you want to run a
I am trying to bring world peace.
Zelensky
Period.
willing to sacrifice,
I
lay down
discuss
his
world
life,
peace on my stream.
others that. And then
I additionally discuss such topics as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading, and other fascinating subjects, period. Getting into a book is not my motivation, period. And I've had the record for years now.
In the country before the war and now
I do not want to pay the
in the 90s.
He's in the 90% approval rating. I mean, I think they stopped doing the polling. Once he hit 91% of what it was in the previous poll, I think they all understood that for now they don't need any polling. That it's pretty clear. So 25% to 90-something%. And just like the 25% was deserved, the 90-something% is also deserved, fully deserved.
And the question is how that all stabilizes. It feels like this set of events. I may be paying attention to it, which is a concern of mine, whether the change I see is just surface level or deep. But it seems like we're in a new world. It's something dramatic has shifted. That this power that's rooted in your study of the 20th century is so deeply rooted in history. There's this power center of the world is now going, this has been shaken by this event. And how that changes the world is unclear. It's unclear what lesson China learns from watching this, what lesson India learns from watching this. Both nations, as far as you can get both Chinese population, but both nations are largely supported. So Russia, India, China are still supported quietly.
I would maybe elaborate.
Ask Stanley about that.
I think you're right. The feeling that we're in an election moment, reflection point. I think that's widespread. And I think it's widespread for good reason. We might be. But I also share your, let's say, modesty about where it's going and how hard it is to predict where this might go. It's only an inflection point if the trends continue, right? If the trends endure. There are plenty of non-inflection points. After 9/11, the whole world rallied around the United States after it was attacked. After the bombing of the towers here in New York City and the Pentagon. And that didn't last. But it was not really an inflection point, was it? It felt like it might be, but it wasn't. And so this is not a comparable moment in terms of what happened, but it has the feeling that it might be a watershed. And maybe we'll squander it, maybe squander the post 9/11, rallying around the United States. Maybe we'll actually consolidate the door. Maybe we'll be more despite ourselves. And we can't tell, we can't know yet. And it depends in part on what we do and what we don't do. But here's a few things that we understand. The idea that the West is in decline and that the rest of the world had risen and was more powerful and that we lived in a multipolar world, that turns out to be empirical false. It's not true. I mean, it's just factually not true. There are no major, important multinational institutions, organizations that are run on behalf of or led by South Africa, the Nigerian, the person from India, even the Chinese don't run these institutions. They would like to, and they're trying, but they don't. And so, whatever you get, IMF, World Bank, the Federal Reserve, which is the most powerful multinational institution, which is actually only a domestic institution, it doesn't have a legal mandate at multilateral. It does. It's got the most power of any institution in the world. NATO, the bilateral alliances that the U.S. has up and down Asia. What organizations that have tremendous leverage on the international system are not
Shove Logic, Jackie Lee, Dr.
The UN
J,
is the most
Mistress,
encompassing, and of course we know that it has 5 members of the Security Council with a veto. One of which is Russia, one of which is China, and the others are the U.S., Britain, and France. Not India, not South Africa, not Indonesia, not all of these other countries where the people live, right? The bulk of the population of the world, and where the population is growing on the African continent. So it's not a multipolar world. We talked already about the international financial system. It's the Western, not multipolar. We talked about the U.S. military and NATO. We could talk about the Japanese military, which is just very enormous number of platforms. Even the Australian military, we could talk about this, right? And so it's a Western-dominated world. And the West, remember, is not a geographic concept. It is an institutional values club. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. Just like Russia is European, but not Western. Because European is a cultural category, and Western is an institutional category, where you have rule of law, and separation of powers, free and open public sphere, and dynamic open market economy. Okay. And then we have another thing which is pretty clear. The West is powerfully resented, powerfully envied, and admired simultaneously. P.J. O'Rourke, the comedian who died this year, fantastic. It's a big loss in the culture. He said there are 2 things that are always characteristic of any American embassy abroad. One is a political protest outside, and the other is the longest line you've ever seen for visas.
Hello, this is
And those things are true simultaneously. And that's the world we live in. Meaning that non-Western countries
Jim, what are you doing?
envy and admire, but they also resent the power.
This man is an imposter. Do not do business with him. This is not country. Dwight left his cell phone on his desk.
Countries,
Naturally, I paired it to my
when
headset.
others do that, it's illegal.
Fine.
Right? The West arrests you for money laundering, but it's Western money laundering that is where you go.
Whoa, Pam,
So
Pam, you are
they
not
see
talking
the
to Dwight right now. You're
hypocrisy,
talking to
they
Jim.
see the excessive power
No,
that the
Pam,
West
I'm over here.
and they resent it.
Disconnect that
And they
right
say,
now. Give me your earphones.
Who elected you to run the
Oh,
We have a billion
okay, I
plus
want
people,
fine. I
or
will
we
reprogram
have
my phone
a
to go
200
to my
plus
office phone.
and we don't have a say.
Done.
You're self-appointed guardians of our world. You did that. And so it's incumbent on the West not only to remember the power that it has,
Good news. I've
but
married.
also to exercise that power legally and with restraint, and also to think about how we can expand institutions to be more encompassing so that other parts of the world are not on the outside being dictated to, but instead are on the inside. Western power is not consultative in a decision-making fashion.
Today,
It's consultative
Toby
after.
Anderson's last
Okay, we got together.
sleep last
We
night.
got
I
together
came in extra
in
early.
NATO.
So
We
much
got
energy.
together in the Federal
There's certain
Reserve.
days you
Here's our
know you
decision,
will remember for the
and
rest
we're
of your life.
announcing it today.
I just have a feeling.
And so
today
your
is
economy
one of
gets
those
destroyed
days.
because the Federal Reserve decides it has to raise interest rates, or you're now going to default. You can't pay your debt. Western banks lent you money, and now the West has changed interest rates, or other considerations,
This is your last day. How do you feel?
and you're in big trouble now. And so this is something which failed.
Everything on the agenda.
It's very hard to address. It's very hard to
We
reform
have a
international
bulk print
institutions.
and a
It's
slideshow
very
of Toby.
hard to share
But so
power.
far, we have 2 pictures.
It's very hard to acknowledge that
Okay,
you
well,
have
this
too
will
much
not do.
power,
Toby is going
and that
away
maybe having too much
forever,
power
and
is not
we
good, not
need to
only
do
for
something
the rest
very,
of the
very
world, but
special.
for
In some
yourself.
cultures, when somebody leaves,
And
like
so
royal
it's great
pleasure,
to
they
discover
have
the West,
parade
that we
and
discover its values,
party in the
discover
streets.
You mean
its
Louise doesn't
authority
die?
and credibility,
Realized
and
Toby a girl in school?
but that's not sufficient.
Devil
So we know
going to
this now.
explode.
We know that the rest of the world is not necessarily jumping on the Western bandwagon
No,
to condemn Russia for its
You
actions,
always do this. We
because the
have a
West
nice,
can
modest party
do
plan, and
things
then you
like
come in and demand the
sanction
world.
your central bank,
There's
take
some
away your
money,
reserves,
we're gonna cake,
deny you
and to develop a
technology.
few more slides.
It pretty much can do whatever it wants. And it can say that it's legal and it's through various mechanisms, and it can freeze your property. And you say to yourself, should anybody have
Every
that
year,
much power? When do they come after it?
sends me a check.
Now there's a caveat, and the caveat is they don't like the West having that power, and they didn't join in the condemnation of Russia.
I knew I should be saving
But they also didn't join in Russia's aggression. So Russia's domestic civilian aerospace aircraft industry, civilian aircraft industry is in big trouble because of the export controls, spare parts, software. Brazil is a major power in aircraft manufacturing. Did they rush in and say, you know,
No, you know what? This
Vladimir
is not a party planning committee
they didn't
anymore.
condemn
And I don't want
necessarily
you to
your actions in Ukraine, okay, that's one thing. And how about we give you all of our aircraft technology, we help you rebuild your domestic aircraft industry. And you can have the aviation that the West has done. Did that happen? Didn't happen. And you can look at India, and you can look at China, and you can look at South Africa, and you can look at what they've done in practice.
Part of my last thing I enjoyed.
Dog,
Yes,
didn't we just
they
fucking
haven't
watch this one?
always joined in a full-throated
Oh, yeah.
nation. Maybe they've been neutral, or maybe they've been playing both sides
Seasons.
of the fence, like Turkey, for example.
Look at that
But are
bird.
they rushing in to join Russia, to join Russia's aggression, to supply? And the answer is
Feel
no. And the
no.
answer is no for 2 reasons. One, they actually don't want to be party to that. And two,
Kind of have to
they
take a whiz.
understand that Western power, and they don't want to be on the receiving end by crossing the West, and they
Look
get
at this
caught
shit.
up in a sanctioned regime or worse.
Frozen
We
so.
go to the mind of Vladimir Putin because what you just said,
You gotta take a whiz.
China, India, they seem to sit back and
I gotta
say, we're not
piss.
going to condemn the action of Vladimir Putin of Russia.
Maybe I
We
should
would
stand,
like this war to be over.
stretch.
So there's that kind of energy of we
It's a lot of
don't
work.
just stop this because you're putting us in a very, very bad
Yo,
position.
dog, what is this
And yet,
bullshit?
Vladimir Putin is continuing the aggression. What is he thinking? What information is he getting? Is it the system that you describe, authoritarian regimes that corrupts your flow of information.
Gotta take a whiz.
Clear-headed decisions. Just as a human being.
Scale 1 to 10.
Sleep at night.
George Tenet.
Clearly, or is this all deliberate, systematic action that does have some reason?
Or as they say,
All right, everybody, this is your last meal, so eat up. From this point forward, you will not use the bathroom. We need to keep our starting weights high so we can lose more.
This summer, corporate is sponsoring a weight loss contest between the branches. Whichever branch loses most weight gets 3 extra vacation days.
So yeah,
What should we do with all these leftovers?
No. This is your last meal. There will be no leftovers.
I can bring these to my shelter.
and they failed to fix too, as they
There, take those home your way.
They did capture the entirety of
Michael, it's time.
We're
Hit the
3
scales,
months
everybody.
into
Right on that black
judgment.
That's right.
Let's say the Nazi invasion. So
Don't go breaking my scale.
I'm excited to lose weight for the wedding
You might have got the
because I
outcome wrong.
really want to have Washington.
If you were judged the
It's the
winner,
first time Angela sees me.
1939-40 Soviet invasion of Finland. After 3 months,
That's me? No.
you would have got
I
that
will
wrong
agree
too.
with you.
What the outcome is.
Okay, everybody,
So we're early
get
in
used
the
to this
game.
because we are going to
And
be
we have to be
standing here
careful
briefly
about
every Monday for the next 7 Mondays.
What it is,
One more bite of eclair each. Hold it in your
they
mouth.
failed to take Kiev and they failed to capture the entirety of the Donbass, Luhansk, and Donetsk provinces.
2,336 pounds.
A part of this.
It's Russian portion control.
Wait
And
a
they've been
minute.
driven
Ham is
out
on the scale.
Oh,
of Kharkiv
no.
and the area
Love your extra poundage.
immediately surrounding.
We're going to be leaving us next week,
They
so
never captured Kharkiv, but they
Vamos.
came close. But now
vamos,
the
Pam.
Ukrainians
Thunder
brought them
Mr.
back
Family
to the
only.
Russian border, very large. So those look
2,210
like
pounds.
battlefield losses that are impossible to explain away if you're the regime in Russia, except by suppression. And as you know,
Not all.
Russian Israelites,
Not close to.
leaders in Russia have an easier time with a state
We'll
of
just
siege
keep up.
and deprivation than they do with explaining a loss.
Totally gonna slaughter the way into
What?
that. All I have to do
Look at
is
some other
chicken breast and a case of
facts
that.
that are
Really?
important to
Because
take
I
note
haven't eaten food since noon on Friday.
of. One, the Russian army has
Danny, come on.
penetrated farther
I'll see you guys over there.
since February 2022, including
I happen to be using it on for my own reasons. The truth is,
famous
I have lost a
siege
little
that just
trust
ended.
with my fire.
They
That's what I
have
used to look like.
built
Those biceps.
a large
Fighting the power and
presence
eat whatever we wanted.
in areas north of Crimea, on the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea littoral, that they did previously hold.
Oh, there's the shower.
They're still fighting in Luhansk for full control over at least half
Why?
of the Donbass.
Because most of
The
the time, friends
Ukrainians
don't
are
talk about
resisting
the
fiercely. But nonetheless, you can't say
What have you learned?
that they've been driven out.
I
On the
learned that she
contrary,
broke her left leg twice.
farther penetration.
That she's allergic to sesame seeds.
Ukraine doesn't have any
I
economy.
learned that she is red lung.
9%
Her blood
unemployment,
refuses to
men
quit.
unemployed and poor economy. But they're metallurgical industry. Azovstal steel plant is a rookie. And a lot of farmers are not planting. The harvest in the previous year still hasn't been sent. Sold abroad because the ports are blockaded or destroyed.
Awesome. And no
And so
pressure.
you don't have the economy. And you need $5 billion, $7 billion, or $8 billion a month.
I'm not a lesbian.
To
I said that. It's a joke.
to
What's
feed
the
your
joke?
people, to keep your army
Yeah,
in the field.
there is no joke.
That's a
I
lot
just
of
said
money.
it because I
Per
haven't
month.
had
And
much
that's
luck
indefinite.
lately, and I'm not
That's
really
as
looking
long
to
as
date.
this blockade lasts.
Maybe I should
And so you
switch.
don't have an economy anymore. You're
Give
in
it a choice.
And even if you take the lower number, 5 billion is
I'm gonna
just
flip back
as
to
as
the work
for 7
area.
billion.
Ben messing with
5
you.
billion is 60 billion a year. That's 60 billion this year, that's 60 billion next year.
Okay.
So you
And so
have
who's
the
got that kind of money? Which Western taxpayers are ready?
Tomorrow I
If you
start a
use the 7 or
3-month
8
design
billion,
program
you're
at the
gonna
Pratt
go $100
Institute in New York.
billion.
I will be a little fish in Big
Just
Apple.
signed Biden,
What up?
President Joe Biden just signed the bill making it law. $40 billion in aid to Ukraine. It's just an enormous sum. The economic piece of that is a month and a half, 2 months of Ukrainians covering Ukrainian expenditures. That's it. And then there's G7, there's everybody. So you have no economy and no prospect of an economy until you evict the Russians from your territory.
Huge, awesome.
And then you have a Western unity. Western resolve is last or it doesn't.
Every little boy fantasizes.
So you're President Putin,
about this fairy tale
and
wedding.
you've got more territory than before,
That's where my parents
and
decided.
you've got a stranglehold over the Ukrainian
How do
economy,
you feel about
and
me?
you've got a lot of the world people, and you've got the Chinese propaganda supporting you to the hill with those Oliver Stone and Mearsheimer lines about how this is really NATO's fault. And you've got Hungary dragging its feet on the oil embargo against Russia, and you've got Turkey dragging its feet on the recent applications of Sweden and Finland for NATO expansion. And you're saying to yourself, Lex, maybe I could write this out. I got a lot of problems of my own. You can go into details on the Russian side's challenges, but he's got he's out of Ukrainian territory unless he's evicted, and he's got a stranglehold on their economy, and he's got the possibility that the West doesn't stay resolved, doesn't continue to pay for Ukraine's economy or suppliers, and so you could argue that maybe he's deluded about all this, and maybe he should go on Twitter. No, I'm not on Twitter.
It's really long. I left it. I'm in my office. Just please wait till I go get it.
I should really get
Or
going.
you can argue that maybe he's calculating here, that he's got a chance to still.
The last word is seagulls.
I'm sure it was really
Wow,
lovely.
that's dark insight. If I could
Call me when you get in.
go ahead and get
All right.
No, my
then people should read this op-ed in the Washington Post in March 5th,
Why
2014,
haven't I proposed yet?
after the start of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but before
We didn't want to spend
the
the first 3 months of our engagement apart.
there's a lot of interesting historical description about the division within Ukraine, the corruption within Ukraine, that will, people read this article will give
Okay,
context
no.
to
Same
how
place as
incredible
last
it
week.
is.
Doesn't matter,
Yes, it does. No, it's about weight.
But I
Just
just wanted to
placement.
comment,
We have to have the same weight
is Henry
distribution. Right here.
Kissinger's
There we go.
interesting figure in American
That up?
history. He
There we
opens the
go.
article with, in my life, I have seen 4 wars begun with great enthusiasm and public support, all of which we did not know how to end. From 3 of which we withdrew unilaterally. Just the policy is how it ends, not
I
how
can't
it
believe
begins.
it's with Michael is
So he's
actually
giving us
killing
cold
it.
truth
And I think you know
that
why?
we
It's
get,
because
we
Holly
don't always
is kind
excited.
of a major
We're
door.
able to send $40 billion
Why, when did I
financially,
stop? And I am
military
hot. She's DJ
aid,
Jackson Stocks and she
homeless
is the best.
women,
All the sucker baby
but
get
the
sucked.
excitement fades.
Wicka, 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 what?
Outrage fades. And then a country that's willing to wait patiently is
Look at this athleticism.
to pay the cost of siege
I don't really
versus
know
the
why,
cost
but I have a feeling
explaining that some
it's
people
for very well for the next few years.
that country just might
Eventually declare my love for her.
outlast.
Let's hope not, because
Sorry, I'm late. I
Ukrainians
accidentally switched my alarm clock
resist
setting to
deserves
that
to prevail.
chancery.
Russia
It's
deserves
my
to lose.
terrible segue
No
into
war
our
aggression
course.
like they've committed here
Expressive
against Ukraine
typography if you need.
should prevail if we can do anything about it. I support 1,000%
Some of you may remember from last semester, I have
continued
just worked on it.
supply of heavy
Like I'm
weapons,
boring
including
someone already.
offensive weapons, to
No,
the
I'm just saying
Ukrainians.
it down.
As long as they're willing to resist, and it's their choice. It's their choice when to negotiate. It's their choice how much to resist. It's their choice what kind of sacrifices to make. And it's our
Just leave
responsibility
me alone.
to meet their requests
I'm on the
more
third day
quickly
of my cleanse
than we
diet.
have so far.
All I have to
with
do
greater
is
speed.
drink maple syrup, lemon juice,
Ultimately,
or
wars
water
only
for all
have
3 meals.
political ends. They never
West,
have
huh?
I
military
just got some bikinis on
We
that
need a
says too.
political solution here. So if the Ukrainians are able to conduct a successful counteroffensive at scale
Can I help you? Need you to make
in
it
July, August,
Come on, you little
whenever they
bitch.
fall. Right now, the heavy weapons are coming in, and they're being moved to the battlefield, and more are coming. You know,
Remember
the
last week when
dynamic.
that girl went missing?
Russia bombs a school, Russia bombs a hospital. Americans and Europeans decide to send even more heavy weapons.
Hello, baby.
That's the self-defeating
You?
dynamic of
Good
the
to see
Russian
you.
side.
Who's your daddy?
They commit their
Who's your
atrocities
daddy?
and send more heavy
Real, come on.
When Michael
Once
told
those
us that
heavy
Jan
weapons
was
are on the
pregnant,
battle
he wants
lines,
to believe that he was the father.
we'll see if
By
Ukrainians
telling
cannot
us
just
that he
defend,
was the father.
which they've proven they're able to do in breathtaking fashion, not just conduct counterattacks where the enemy moves forward and you cut behind the enemy's line and you counterattack and push the enemy back a
So,
little bit.
listen, I don't know if you're
But
off
whether you
stands or
convict
whatever, but
the Russians
I'll give you a
from
ride.
your territory with
Listen,
a
Tommy,
combined
it's not that
arms
hard.
operation
All you have to do
where
is
you
take
have a
the
massive
numbers from the
Yeah.
and type them into a master
infantry
spreadsheet.
and
I
heavy
didn't
weapons,
want you to do
more
it. I do not
Black Sea.
understand why you can't.
I'm the first bitch to get in the yard.
You do
Not
not talk to
fucking
him like that.
you
He's an idiot.
Black Sea.
He is not an idiot.
I'm back from the
He is
808.
mentally challenged.
Because I'm Black Sea.
We hope this Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale, this combined arms operation, succeeds. And if it does succeed, there's the possibility of a battlefield victory. Whether that also includes Crimea, which, as you know, is not hostile, on the contrary, to the Russian military, remains to be seen. But however much they regain territorially back towards the 1991 border, which is their goal, their stated goal,
particular support received taste. I have made deposits at board.
however much they achieve that in this counteroffensive that we're anticipating,
world famous,
that will set the stage for the next
wedding,
and either Russia, which is to say, one person,
Dangerous, tacky, sharks.
will acknowledge that he's lost or Ukrainians won it on that, or
I have a nice
he'll
comforter
try
and several
to
cozy
announce
pillows.
a full-scale
I usually read a
mobilization
chapter of a
and
book and
script
it
the
starts
whole
out by
country,
8:30. That's
go
how I
back,
sleep at
and
night.
instead of acknowledging that you try to win with a different plan, recalibrate remains to be seen. Will the Ukrainians negotiate any territory away, or must they capture all Crimea, which puts a very high bar on the summer counteroffensive that we're going to see, which could last through the fall into the winter. So we don't know the answers to that. Nobody knows the answers to that. People are guessing. People are better informed because they have inside intelligence.
Jim Beasley. Hello.
People
Hey,
are
everybody,
also
look.
worried about Russian escalation
Bam. Say hi.
to
Say hi
nuclear
to
weapons or
Can
chemical
we all
weapons if
Jimmy?
they begin to
Oh,
use the battlefield.
almost dropped you.
Hey, let me know I'm getting a little nauseous.
Pam, I would like you to meet Ronnie. We call her Ricer Ronnie.
I think
She is
necessary
hilarious.
to pay
She is
attention to
wonderful.
that.
A beam of
That
light
possibility
in this
existed
dark office.
before the February full-blown
She
invasion.
does is plop herself
The
down there
doomsday
and all
arsenal
day.
that Russia possesses is enough to destroy the world many times over, and that's
You know what? My
been
real
the
beef
case
with her,
every
though,
year
so she can't
since the
find
collapse of the
those little
Soviet
colored
Union in
paper clips. I
1991.
said, you help her find
And
them,
so,
please?
of course, we're concerned
Let's
about
go.
that.
We
do
are
know,
following
however,
Pam
Lex,
to the
that
supply
they have
shop.
a system known as
Let us
dual
go.
key.
New York is so
Dual
exciting.
key for the
I love my
strategic
classes.
nuclear
The
weapons.
video's awesome.
The strategic nuclear weapons
Can you give me
means
back to
the
gym now,
ones
please?
fired from silos, the missiles,
Okay, everybody,
the
let's
ones
suck in our
delivered
gut.
for bombers, or the ones fired from submarines.
And
They're intercontinental. We watch that very, very closely.
Damn it!
We watch all of that and alerts, etc. We have tremendously, let's say, tremendous inside intelligence on that. But dual key means that President Putin alone
Here we
cannot
go.
fire.
Everybody on.
He has one key which he must insert the codes for a command on. That then goes to the head of the general staff,
I don't know what those other fools were doing,
who
but I lost
has
my
his own
powers.
key,
Angela,
codes.
you go to the supermarket and get the New York cheesecake. Make sure it's the generic one.
And so, will the general staff
Yes, I've replaced Angela as head of the
structure of the world over
Yes, I was just in
the
the right place at the right time.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if anybody. Will those people buy in one?
What if we did?
If they get the order, if the dual key system goes into action, and both keys are used.
Lost weight today. I think it's okay to rerun ourselves.
Are you kidding
Will
me?
those
We only lost
young
one
guys
pound.
flying those bombers?
What is wrong with these people?
Will those at the
They have no willpower.
decide to engage?
I once went 28 years.
We don't know, but you
without
can see
having
that
sex.
it's more than one man in the decision.
And then again,
in a system strategic.
does anyone
As far as the so-called battlefield nuclear weapons, we're not sure where they have in Russia these days for their use of such tactical.
Well, this is not just about
Look at this one. Athleticism is impressive.
a very cool HR initiative that if we don't follow, we're all going to die.
But you know what? There's no tactical nuclear weapon fired in Ukraine that's not also
All
fired.
right. Who else? Angela, can I put you down for 10 pounds?
No.
If the Kremlin is 600 miles from Ukraine,
I want you to live forever. I want us all
and if the wind changes direction,
How are we going to do this?
or the wind happens to be blowing east,
This
northeast,
is how we're going to do it. 5 pounds.
The
I'm asking
fallout
each of
is
you
your
to lose
criminal,
5 pounds.
not
That
just
was
Ukraine.
Jim's 65.
Moreover, you have all
Give us
those
a very good
borders,
chance to lose.
which are stage agreement for
All
Russia
right, take it
offensive, and they're a lot closer than 600 miles. They're actually right there. And so you fire that weapon on Ukrainian territory, and you can fallout, just like the Chernobyl fallout. Spreads the sweet,
One more?
which is how we got the Kremlin environment. First they denied it. Oh, we don't know what nuclear cloud was.
1,000-year-old
We don't
church
know.
in the United
But
States.
eventually they admitted it. So Russia can't actually use a weapon, tactical battlefield on Ukraine without also firing at itself. And in addition, it's that same dynamic I alluded to earlier, which is that you bomb a hospital, you bomb a school, there's more heavy weapons going to Ukraine. You can't get away with it. Those have to be responsible to the proportion or creative proportions. You could well have Europe signing up to NATO direct engagement, of Washington and Brussels direct engagement of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine.
You think that's possible to do that without dramatic escalation from the Russian side?
Yes, I do think it's possible, but it's very worrisome, just like you're saying. But if Putin were to escalate like that, he's firing that weapon at himself, and he's potentially provoking a direct clash with NATO's military, not just with the Ukrainian military. If you're sitting in the Kremlin looking at those charts, Lex, of NATO capabilities, and you can't conquer Ukraine, which didn't really have heavy weapons before February 2022 at scale, and you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to take on NATO, that would be a bold step on the part of a Russian leader. And let's also remember, Lex, that there's another
Does
variable.
anyone want to dance?
You're a despot as long as everyone implements your orders. And so if people start to stay quiet, not necessarily, I may not implement that. That's maybe a criminal. Or my grandma is Ukrainian. Or my wife is Ukrainian. Or I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to spend the rest of my life. Or whatever it might be. At any point along the chain of command, from the general staff all the way down, right, to the platoon, you're a despot provided they implement the orders. But who's to say that somewhere along the chain of command, people start to say, you know, I'm going to ignore that. Or I'm going to sabotage that cooler. Or I'm going to flee. That I'm going to injure myself. So that I'm going to throw the thing inside. And so I left the time
Dancing for the SNL cast members dressed as chimpanzees in this commercial for
on-offensive scale.
Somebody doesn't want you to see the sketch.
And what is that?
Dressed in yellow suit and yellow tie, surrounded by 2,000 cast members, Amy Poehler, Maya Rudolph, Seth Meyers, and Tina Thompson. Has been a favorite SNL target for years, and that is no joke about his image when he hosted in 2000.
And so you have these two training on the
calls it a slap in the face and appalling to showcase a man whose campaign has been built on bigotry and demagoguery for the sake of buzz and ratings.
And then
it's demonstrating its performing chops on shows besides SNL. Singing the ratings at the 2005
And so if you have export controls and you have firms voluntarily, even when they don't fall under export controls, leaving Russian business, refusing to do business with Russia. And we see this not just in the civilian sector, like McDonald's, and many other countries. We see this in the key areas like oil industry, with the executive fleet. That is the Western executives giving up their position.
Why not?
So Russia's ability to resupply its tanks, resupply its missiles, resupply its uniforms, resupply
everybody,
food.
just want to make an announcement.
Hi, everyone.
We see a lot of stuff that is stressed, and in the long term, they can rebuild the military industrial complex to produce those because they're reliant on foreign parts that they can't get anywhere. There are no domestic
From the Bay Area. No, nothing, Michael. Just say hi.
Vice President Kamala Harris makes a surprise appearance.
Dude, why don't they show it?
Domestic subsidies going back to the Soviet times, as you know about. And so there's that pressure on Russia from the technology export controls.
So they're gonna have to take it down.
The Security Ministry of Defense within that side.
SNL, quit being douches. You're part of history. Get your shit together.
Pencils down. Today.
Let me ask.
Today's Ethics Day.
Again, and it frustrates me part when people draw these parallels. But maybe there is some deep inside of those parallels. So there's a song that goes, but the way you go for stage is sake, but right now. So in Operation Overrush, the army of Kiev, Hitler, there is some eerie parallel.
Let's get ethical. I want to get ethical. Let's get into ethics now. Let me hear the fundamental talk. Body talk. Let me hear the body talk. All right.
Is there element of this that actually is not true? and more specifically, the rabbi.
Okay, let's do that. Very strict.
We don't decide to suspected try to prosecute that.
Do I regret what I did?
Of course, which court was does it have to be the training? Does it have to be the does it happen inside Russia?
But some of you marked that we don't so idea is so it's like to emphasize that well, I just totally fantastic. In fact, spending a half hour at the launch is really Can anyone think of examples of things that are over the line?
Why is it okay for smokers to take breaks all the time? If I want to go outside and hang out once an hour, then I'll just take up smoking. I'll do it. Okay.
Look at this one. Just very athletic.
Is another big topic area that there seems to be some confusion about.
And it's very deeply troubling to think that this could happen again. And there's a bizarre sense that the
What should we be working on while you guys are talking?
claiming says to denazify Ukraine have invaded the same places that the Nazis invaded back in 1940.
As somebody working volume 3 of your workout style,
This one.
this period is a period
Yes, it's
that you're
I've written a chapter
Clapping toes and fucking hoes. What the fuck, dude?
Let's just open this up a little bit.
and
My name is Lauren.
very
I'm shopping in a supermarket and I stole a pencil.
you know,
That's not right.
the Nazis failed.
Lauren, enough with the pencil. I have to go over pencils and office
Captured
supplies. It's
Ukraine
the ethics thing.
for a time. They were evicted from Ukraine.
Conceptions of
This massive
this is just the
partisan guerrilla
I'll
warfare
drop it as a bomb on you.
behind Nazi
You
times
steal
at one
bread
time
to feed your family.
that they were allegedly in control.
Yeah. Took control
If you look at the maps on TV, they show you
Trick
a sign
question.
of
Bread
Russia.
is
They
poison.
show you the color.
Also, it's not
Russian
your real
control.
family.
They draw a
You're
line
defeated
through
by a
this color.
stronger, smarter male.
But the word control was misplaced. They're not actually
I
control.
would
It's Russian
not
claim
steal the bread.
or
And
extend the farthest
Not
Russian
my family
troop advancement.
okay, we should
Because
get back.
behind the Russian
Have any
lines
of
in
you
Ukraine,
ever faced
Crimea
any ethical
accepted.
dilemmas